Chapter 793, Conquer, What is it? Han Li turned his head to look at Silver Moon, his curiosity written all over his face. With a deliberate tone, Silver Moon asked, "Ever since Master has taken me in as an artifact spirit, he hasn't used me as an artifact spirit in battle or to boost the power of his flying swords. Could you tell me why?" Han Li frowned in surprise and asked, "Why are you asking this?" Silver Moon lowered her head and whispered, "It's nothing but a casual question. After all, my true identity is that of an artifact spirit." After a moment of silence, Han Li said, "Artifact spirit? You believe yourself to be a common artifact spirit? Common artifact spirits don't possess any intelligence. Why even ask such a question? Even if I summoned you as an artifact spirit, it would consume too much of your spirit essence. If one relies on using their artifact spirit too often, it may even lead to the spirit's dispersal. And from my point of view, your demon fox body is very useful to me. Unless it is a last resort, I will not be using you as an artifact spirit. Also, if your cultivation suffers as a result, it wouldn't benefit me either." Afterwards, Han Li turned around and left the hall. Silver Moon remained in the hall, her head lowered as she grew lost in thought. A short moment later, she glanced at the jade box in her hand and walked away with a smile. Once Han Li entered the cave residence, he began to prepare to cultivate the ability for a second nascent soul. Since a divine ability this powerful went beyond the realm of normality, Han Li's preparations to refine this technique lasted for quite a while. At the moment, Han Li was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His hands held a faint azure jade slip and he was reading through it with his spiritual sense as if trying to comprehend something. The profound nascent formation arts were recorded on the jade slip. A short time later, he withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip and closed his eyes. He then formed a hand gesture and began to whisper an incantation. His body froze and azure light flickered from the top of the head, suddenly summoning a nascent soul intertwined with azure light, the nascent soul that Han Li bitterly cultivated for 200 years to create. The nascent soul appeared slightly more powerful than when it first appeared several years ago. Its eyes were a shiny jet black and appeared intelligent. Having only cultivated his nascent soul for several years, he only dared to manifest it in an extremely safe area, else it could be weakened if something unexpected happened. It sat on Han Li's head for a moment more and glanced around the room before suddenly enveloping itself in a ball of azure light and floating around the hidden room. At first it was unaccustomed to fly, but as it became more practiced, it was able to do it increasingly faster. In the end, the nascent soul was able to fly erratically around the hidden room in a display of vast skill. After another moment, the nascent soul stopped and floated to the corner of the hidden room as if thinking of something. It grasped its small hands in an incantation gesture and in a flash of light, the nascent soul suddenly disappeared and then reappeared above Han Li's head, its complexion slightly pale from having exhausted so much of its vitality. This was the divine ability that only nascent souls were capable of, true instantaneous movement. The nascent soul stretched its back and turned into a streak of white light before entering Han Li's head. Han Li then slowly opened his eyes, his expression appearing grave. It appears the nascent soul has consolidated after several years of nurturing. Although it cannot compare to the nascent souls of those old eccentrics, there shouldn't be a problem if I refine the second nascent soul. Han Li muttered to himself. Soon after, he slapped his storage pouch and summoned a jade box covered in talismans. Han Li swept his sleeve with a stern expression and dispersed all the talismans from the box. He then pointed to the corner of the box and had it open by itself. As it slowly opened, it revealed a sparkling golden sphere that sealed the wood spirit nascent within it. The soul fade technique that I placed on it is almost complete. Han Li muttered to himself. Then after a moment of thought, he raised his hand and reached out towards the golden sphere. In a clap of thunder, golden light flickered and countless arcs of lightning shot out from the lightning sphere. The lightning quickly flew into Han Li's hand and disappeared without a trace. In the blink of an eye, the sphere disappeared to reveal a small green figure several inches tall with a delicate appearance. It was the wood spirit nascent. But at the moment, the wood spirit nascent was densely covered in jet black needles and its eyes were shut as if it were sleeping. The fine black needles would occasionally flicker with green light in a rather strange display. Han Li didn't dare to be careless as he carefully examined the wood spirit nascent and jet black needles once through. When it appeared that everything was as expected, he slowly extended his index finger towards the forehead of the wood spirit nascent. Before he fully extended the finger, a bean-sized ball of green light burst from his fingertip and transformed into a green thread of light. Han Li's hand remained still as the thread pierced into the nascent soul's forehead, reading the internal circumstances of the nascent soul. After the time it took to finish a meal, Han Li sighed and withdrew his finger, recalling the green thread as well. Han Li stroked his chin as he pondered over his next actions. Suddenly, he waved his hand and the needles surrounding the wood spirit nascent flew into his sleeve. As a result, the wood spirit nascent remained inside the wooden box, still entirely unconscious. Having already decided what to do, he formed a strange incantation gesture with his hands and struck the wood spirit nascent with a spell seal. The wood spirit nascent floated from the jade box and reached the height of Han Li's head. It then sat cross-legged across from Han Li, who shut his eyes and gave a command. An azure light shined from the top of his head, manifesting his nascent soul once more. This time, the nascent soul did not appear as happy as it was before. Instead, its expression was taut and solemn. It raised its head to glance at the wood spirit nascent floating across from it. Its figure then blurred as it approached the wood spirit nascent that sat cross-legged. The wood spirit nascent was only 2 inches tall, an inch shorter than Han Li's nascent soul. When the two stood side by side, they appeared at odds. But at that moment, Han Li's nascent soul began to utter a cryptic incantation before shooting a ball of azure spirit essence directly onto the face of the wood spirit nascent. The spirit nascent's expression stirred and it slowly opened its eyes. However, its expression was dull and its eyes were lifeless, as if it were a puppet. Han Li's nascent soul appeared as if it were facing a great enemy. It quickly formed incantation gestures and glared at the wood spirit nascent with wide eyes. In that moment, 2 beams of azure light shot out of the nascent soul's eyes and directly entered the eyes of the wood spirit nascent across from it. Suddenly, the 2 figures shook and the wood spirit nascent screamed in pain before dropping from the sky and rolling on the floor as if suffering from immense pain. At that same moment, Han Li's nascent soul floated in the air and also wore a pained expression on its face, but it was still able to forcefully retain control. The painful screams from within the room intermittently appeared throughout the entire day before eventually disappearing. 2 days later, Han Li walked out from the room with a tired face, but a trace of excitement was betrayed from his eyes. In the past, he was scared of the potential backlash from invading the wood spirit nascent's consciousness. As a result, he didn't immediately cast the techniques to establish a second nascent soul and instead used the soul fade technique from the profound Yin arts and the fading needles to weaken the wood spirit nascent. After being weakened for such a long period of time, the wood spirit nascent's consciousness was now completely weakened. Under such circumstances, Han Li was able to easily erase the last trace of its consciousness with his immensely powerful spiritual sense. With the wood spirit nascent's consciousness erased, he poured a fragment of his spiritual sense into it and used the secret technique to assimilate the nascent soul as his own. Although it was said that there was a danger of backlash during assimilation, Han Li had a powerful grasp over his spiritual sense and wasn't likely to suffer a problem in this regard. And if something did happen, he would only have to abandon the fragment of his spiritual sense at most. Given how powerful his spiritual sense was, the loss wouldn't cause him much harm. As for the duration of the assimilation process, it would take anywhere from 3 to 8 years, or 10 if he were unlucky. Han Li didn't believe that the second nascent soul would be usable during his time in Devil Fall Valley in the first place, so he wasn't worried about the delay. After leaving the sealed room, Han Li rested for a day and went to purchase some tool refinement materials from the market city. Afterwards, he stayed in the tool refinement room for half a month, crafting a dozen variously sized silver stakes. He then brought them to the mountain next to the swamp where the snow-cloud foxes dwelled. When Han Li arrived at the stone room at the center of the mountain, he stared at the cadaver demon laying on the stone platform. Although he had expected this, he still felt some relief. He took out a jade box from his storage pouch that was sealed with a golden talisman and then took out the silver stakes one by one as he watched the reclining cadaver demon. Chapter 794. Sovereign Devil Corpse. The cadaver demon didn't appear any different from when he last saw it. There was green fur on its body and it was completely bound in silver chains, not to mention that it still only had a single arm. Han Li took the time to carefully examine the entire stone room once through. After recognizing that it was exactly the same as he had left it, he felt at ease and tossed the jade box onto the floor. He then slapped a spirit beast pouch at his waist and summoned a streak of black light before him. The weeping soul beast had just appeared in its miniature foot-tall form. As soon as the beast appeared, it immediately saw the cadaver demon lying down on the stone platform and began to howl. Before Han Li even gave a command, its entire body glowed in black light and it expanded. Fortunately, the beast knew the area was narrow and only grew to a height of 3 meters, but it still stared at the cadaver demon with excitement nevertheless. Hanli frowned at this, but while he sank into thought, the weeping soul beast soon calmed down and crouched on the ground in an obedient manner. When Hanli saw the back of the weeping soul beast, a baffled expression appeared on his face. The image of the blood ghost on the back of the weeping soul beast was far clearer than before. The ghostly image even began to protrude from its back as if it were alive, much to Hanli's excitement. It seemed that the last 2 feasts for the weeping soul beast were almost enough for it to undergo another strange transformation. A trace of anticipation accompanied Hanli's surprise, but now was not the time to closely examine the weeping soul beast. The only reason he had released it right now was to protect against any surprises from the cadaver demon. Hanli slapped his storage pouch and summoned an antique jade stick into his hand with a flash of yellow light. Hanli glanced at the jade stick with a raised brow. The item was a hair ornament that he had acquired from the black robe youth's corpse after searching through his consciousness. The ornament contained over 10 different methods for refining corpses. These methods were something the Een-sifting sect had acquired after stealthily fighting for them with other sections. As for this specific Een-sifting sect elder, he turned out to be particularly knowledgeable about the methods for refining corpses. These dozen corpse refinement methods were all things that came from his own understanding. There were even some alterations that he had made that increased the might of a refined corpse. However, it was a pity that he had never shared these methods with his fellow sect members. He had always wished to refine a few top-grade corpses to run amok with, but he had never found any suitable corpses to refine. One of the methods he recorded mentioned the Sovereign Devil corpse, a top-grade corpse the black-robed youth had always wanted to refine. This method required a ferocious corpse that possessed an intelligence of its own as an ingredient. After erasing the consciousness of the corpse, one would use many kinds of secret techniques to refine it, hopefully turning it into a Sovereign Devil corpse. Naturally, the resulting power would be even greater than that of other intelligent corpses. According to what was recorded, it was one of the most optimal methods for refining the cadaver demon. Once refined, the ferocity of this naturally formed corpse would become even stronger. As a result, Hanli immediately thought of the cadaver demon once he read through this technique. This was a prime opportunity that he couldn't let slip by. But before Hanli could refine it, he needed to erase the cadaver demon's consciousness just like with the wood spirit nascent. As a result, he had taken out the jade box that contained the cadaver demon's primal soul. Hanli looked at the silver stakes in front of him and waved at them, causing the stakes to float into the air. Then with an incantation, they began to glow with a faintly silver light. Next, he rolled his hands together, summoning several arcs of golden lightning from between his palms. Thunder roared with the appearance of the astonishing golden light. Hanli then expressionlessly raised his hands, shooting out over 10 fine arcs of lightning, striking each of the dozen stakes. As golden and silver light intertwined, the stakes trembled. When Hanli saw this, his expression sank before uttering the word, "Go," and striking the stakes with a spell seal. All of the stakes immediately shot out as streaks of silver, quickly surrounding the cadaver demon on the platform. They were all aimed at the vital points and limbs of its body, in preparation to strike. With all of this done, Hanli took a deep breath and looked at the jade box in front of him that was still sealed with a golden talisman. He then opened his mouth and azure light shot, engulfing the jade box. The golden talisman trembled several times and eventually floated off the surface of the box. Whoosh! The jade box immediately flew 10 meters forward as if it was struck. Hanli's pupils contracted as he watched, his lips tightly closed. A dense green fog suddenly roiled out from the box and a wild laughter sounded from it. "I am finally freed. Who was the fool that released me? Since you've freed me, I'll be consuming your flesh. A nascent soul cultivator?" The green mist condensed to form a woman's face, exactly the same as Silvermoon's human form apart from the fearsome green light glowing from her eyes. She appeared stunned upon seeing Hanli. Hanli was also surprised to see such a familiar face, but soon all emotion disappeared from his face. The transformation of Silvermoon's demon fox body had been something that the cadaver demon originally created, so this appearance was to be expected from the primal soul of the cadaver demon. The green ghost face was stunned for a moment before coldly laughing. She opened her mouth and blew out strong winds. The ghost face soon grew 3 meters tall and it charged towards Hanli in an attempt to enter his body. However, Hanli had already prepared for this. No matter how powerful the cadaver demon had been when it was alive, Hanli had no fear of it since it was now just a primal soul that had been trapped for many years. As he watched all of this happen, a cold glint flickered in his eye. Without receiving an order, the weeping soul beast snorted and shot out a mist of yellow light. The light swept past half of the ghost face and immediately prevented it from moving. What's this? In a display of quick wits, the ghost face felt that something was amiss and struggled to break free. But unfortunately for it, the Weeping Soul Beast's ability was specialized in restraining souls. Not only was the ghost face unable to escape, it was also slowly being absorbed by the mist of yellow light. The ghost face was now filled with fear, but in a display of decisiveness, the green mist violently swayed and split off the portion of it that was trapped in the yellow mist of light. It then took advantage of this opening to roil and form a smaller ghost face. At the same time, it hastily turned around and shot towards the cadaver demon at the center of the stone platform. Knowing that Hanli couldn't be trifled with, it planned to return to its original body and then tear Hanli apart. Hanli smirked upon seeing this. He calmly pointed to the 10 or so stakes revolving around the cadaver demon, and they fell upon it as quick as lightning the moment the ghost face entered the cadaver demon's body. With gusts of wind, the cadaver demon suddenly found all of its vitals and limbs had been struck by the silver stakes. Although its limbs were incredibly hard and hadn't been harmed by the silver stakes, the golden lightning from the stakes attacked without compromise, instantly forming a golden net around the cadaver demon. Suddenly, a fishy scent filled the air from the direction of the cadaver demon's body. Just as the cadaver demon's primal soul had entered its body, the stakes had actually knocked it back out. Green ghost mist then surrounded the body where a large and a small ghost face could be faintly seen inside the mist. The two ghost faces were doing their utmost to enter the body of the cadaver demon's body. However, the golden arcs of lightning sparking off the silver stakes warded them off, each strike resulting in a pained scream. As expected, there was a fragment of consciousness hidden inside the body. It seems these preparations wasn't done in vain. Hanli appeared delighted at the sight of this. With his last trace of worry now resolved, he promptly commanded the Weeping Soul Beast. It instantly snorted, puffing out 2 mists of golden lights towards the ghost faces, both far brighter than the one from before. The 2 ghost faces weren't as lucky as they were before. When the mists of yellow light swept over, the 2 ghost faces released cold screams before being swept into the Weeping Soul Beast's mouth. The Weeping Soul Beast swallowed several times and pounded its chest with excitement while appearing quite satisfied. Hanli smiled at the sight of this and returned his gaze to the silver stakes. He then walked towards the cadaver demon's body. When Hanli arrived at the stone platform, he looked at the silver chains surrounding the cadaver demon. Then after a moment of thought, he flicked his finger and chopped at them with a golden sword streak. With a loud ring, the silver chains remained unharmed. Hanli appeared to have anticipated this and spat a small golden sword from his mouth. With a hand-seal command, the small sword glowed with brilliant light and silently streaked past the chain. With a brittle clang and a flash of golden light, a rice-sized hole appeared through the chain. Hanli's expression stirred. Although he knew that the silver chain was extraordinarily strong for it to be able to restrain the cadaver demon, it was still greatly surprising that the auric essence-infused bamboo cloud's warm swords were only able to harm it to this degree. During his amazement, Hanli continued casting incantation seals from his hands and ordered the flying sword to continue striking the same location on the chain. Only after a long while was the silver chains eventually severed by Hanli. He then curiously beckoned to the 2 pieces of cut silver chain and it marvelously slid off the cadaver demon's body as if it were a snake and flew into Hanli's hand. After stroking the silver chains in his hands, he discovered that its surface was exceptionally smooth and was densely covered in small talisman characters. They were so small that they could barely be seen by the human eye. Hanli's expression stirred, shock appearing in his eyes. Chapter 795. Before the journey, such tiny talisman characters weren't something that could be created in the current cultivation world in the heavenly south. That meant this chain was an extremely rare ancient treasure. With that thought, silver light flashed from his hands and the cut pieces of silver chain were withdrawn into his storage pouch. When he had the time later, he planned on seeing whether or not he could restore the chain and test their might. With the silver chain gone, he lowered his head to look down at the cadaver demon's sinister body. His expression grew sullen and he flicked his fingers, piercing several parts of the cadaver demon's body with azure threads. Hanli then began to examine it, revealing an expression of satisfaction afterwards. Apart from the missing arm, the cadaver demon was ideal for a refined corpse. Not only was its body incredibly formidable to the point where common magic treasure couldn't harm it in the slightest, but just a small amount of the corpse fire and poison that it produced could immediately kill a cultivator. But when he looked at the cadaver demon's destroyed arm, a thought appeared in Hanli's mind. He slapped a spirit beast pouch at his waist and released a swarm of black-tainted gold-devouring beetles. They loudly buzzed as they circled around his head before he raised his hand and struck them with a spell seal. Then with a mental command, the beetles condensed around the corpse demon's missing arm. A moment later, a new black, silver and gold arm appeared in the gap. Apart from the color contrasting with the green fur on the rest of its body, it appeared exactly the same as its other arm. Hanli smiled, revealing a trace of satisfaction. In the following moments he took out several formation flags and formation discs and arranged them in a profound spell formation. After spending 2 months at the center of the mountain, Hanli returned to his cave residence. His face was extremely pale as if he had exhausted much of his vitality. After Silvermoon greeted him, he wordlessly secluded himself in a hidden room and didn't mention anything about the cadaver demon. After a month, the large door opened once more and Hanli calmly walked out from the room. Standing guard outside his room, Silvermoon respectfully said, "Master, the 6-winged frost centipedes have already begun to hatch in the insect room." Hanli smiled upon hearing her and said, "Let's go and have a look then." Soon after, he quickly made his way to the insect room with Silvermoon following him in an elegant motion. Hanli opened the restrictions guarding the way to the insect room and clearly saw what laid within. The newly hatched 6-winged frost centipedes were larger than the first generation and the glacial chi they breathed was far stronger than before. Although it wasn't comparable to the celestial ice flames, it would still be fatal to cultivators at the core formation stage. Of course, when fused into the purple apex flames, they became far more deadly. The eggs of the 6-winged frost centipedes shined with black light at the center of the insect room. They were fist-sized and surrounded by 3-meter-wide chunks of ice. The ice chi pervading the room clearly originated from these eggs. Hanli swept his gaze across the room. The huge centipedes seemed to have sensed something and raised their heads, snarling in the direction of the stone door as if they felt threatened. With a changed expression, Hanli glanced down at the insect eggs and closely examined them. After counting the number of eggs, Hanli nodded and said, "There are 24 eggs, enough to use. Silvermoon, call for my unnamed disciple to come over and tell her she can take her centipedes." "Yes, I will send the voice transmission talisman." Silvermoon agreed and took out a talisman. After whispering a few words into it, she tossed it into the air and it flew off in a streak of red light. Finished with the centipede eggs, Hanli turned his attention to the gold-devouring beetles in the next room. Because the green liquid had been prioritized for the 6-winged frost centipedes, Hanli hadn't paid much attention to his specifically selected gold-devouring beetles. There were no changes to the beetles in the room. They were still concentrated in a huge golden ball, suspended on a spirit tree that Hanli had specifically planted there. Although he had anticipated this, Hanli still frowned at the sight. When those flying beetles evolved once more, they could be considered fully mature. Even with the acceleration from the rainbow skirt grass, the long process of their evolution was nearly unbearable. Hanli hadn't thought that in a mere several tens of years, the gold-devouring beetles would finally reach the last stage of maturation. Hanli withdrew his gaze from the insect room and asked, "Silvermoon, how is the profound goddess Palm?" "It's been several months. That should be enough to tell if it can be saved." Silvermoon replied with hesitation, "It's hard to say. It would be better if Master took a look personally." "What could be hard to say?" Hanli appeared puzzled. But after a moment of thought, he ordered Silvermoon to take him to the medicine garden. A trace of astonishment appeared in Hanli's eyes when he saw the stalk root of the profound goddess Palm. Its original faint yellow color was turning green, but it was still bare and small, without any hint of emerging buds. How can this be? Is the plant alive or dead? Contrary to what he saw, Hanli didn't sense any aura of life from it. Silvermoon sighed and slowly said, "This was what I wished to tell Master." The profound goddess Palm's root was watered several times by the green liquid without any change. It was only after using both the myriad-year spirit milk combined with the wine nectar that I was able to change its color. I originally believed it was brought back to life, but apart from the change in color, it's exactly the same. The green liquid also had no effect on it. As a result, I was left with my hands tied. It's unknown whether the profound goddess Palm root is actually alive or dead. Looking at the profound goddess Palm root, Hanli indifferently said, "Since it reacted, there is still a chance of reviving it. We simply need to find another method, but now is not the time to continue experimenting with it. We'll have to settle our affairs in the far west first. It is about time for us to leave." "We're going now?" Silvermoon asked. Hanli firmly replied, "We're leaving tomorrow. In a moment I am going to bid farewell to Senior Marshal Brother Cheng. Afterwards, I will seal my cave residence and take the most important items. The Far West shouldn't have any formidable high-grade cultivators, so it shouldn't prove very dangerous, just time-consuming. Also, we must make it back within 3 years, or we'll miss the prime window to enter Devilfall Valley. Silvermoon nodded after he finished speaking. Soon the two left the medicine garden. As Han Li left to see his senior martial brother Cheng, Silvermoon was left behind in the cave residence to put it in order for their departure the next day. The next morning, Han Li brought Silvermoon out of the cave residence to discover there was a beautiful woman of graceful stature waiting outside for Han Li. A trace of surprise appeared in his eyes as he asked, "What is it? Didn't I give you enough medicine pills to last you for several years of peaceful cultivation?" Mu Peeling lowered her head and whispered, "My lord, after some thought, I've decided it may be better for me to go on this journey with you since my cultivation has reached a bottleneck. As your concubine, serving my lord is only natural. Will you bring me?" Her beautiful appearance was capable of arousing a feeling of great adoration. When Han Li heard her, he gave her an appraising look and pondered to himself for a moment. As Silvermoon stood behind him, her eyes wandered and she mysteriously smiled. Not long after, Han Li nodded and said, "Since you wish to go, then so be it. On the way, I can give you some guidance on cultivation. The sooner you can reach core formation stage, the better it will be for me." "Many thanks, my lord." Mu Peeling was overjoyed upon hearing this and wore an expression of excitement. When Han Li saw this, he smiled and flung his sleeve, releasing the wind-riding chariot in a streak of white light. When Silvermoon saw the carriage, she giggled and entered Han Li's sleeve in a blur. When Mu Peeling saw this, her jaw dropped in shock. Han Li paid this no mind and calmly said, "I'll talk to you about Silvermoon on the way. Let's head out first." "Yes, my lord." Mu Peeling quickly restored her calm and made her way toward the carriage with lithe steps. Just as she stepped inside, Han Li entered the carriage in an azure blur. He formed a hand incantation and a layer of white light suddenly covered the flying carriage. Then with a clear ring, the wind-riding chariot streaked across the sky and disappeared from sight. Not long after, some information began to spread in the Drifting Cloud sect that their elder Han had suffered a slight loss in vitality as a result of a confrontation with a devil cultivator, and would be secluding himself for several years to restore his cultivation. When the two other sects in the Dream Cloud Mountains heard this, they sent several people to inquire about the state of Han Li's injuries, but Elder Qing didn't give them a concrete answer. The cultivators that were friends of the Drifting Cloud sect were also denied an answer over the matter. Thus, news that the newly famous Elder Han of the Drifting Cloud sect had sustained heavy injuries quickly spread throughout the state of Xi and through the sects of neighboring countries. The cultivators of these sects didn't suspect this news in the slightest. After all, the last devil cultivator that injured him was an elder of the Jin Empire's Een-sifting sect that W rumored to be at the peak of mid-nascent soul stage. It was no surprise that killing him would result in a large loss in vitality. But even so, Han Li quickly became viewed as a vastly powerful cultivator who stood on par with eccentric Heavenvenge. Likewise, the fame of the Drifting Cloud sect rose rapidly alongside him, and there were few sects that didn't begin trying to befriend the sect. There were even a few vagrant cultivators with profound cultivation that came to the Dream Cloud Mountains to enter the Drifting Cloud sect. In a short amount of time, the Drifting Cloud sect gained a faint standing of the top sect in the state of Xi. Many Drifting Cloud sect disciples grew excited about their mysterious Elder Han, and he rose to be their most well-regarded idol for a time. Chapter 796. The Devilfall Domain. The heavenly South Continent state of Dongyu is one of the few rare countries that didn't belong to any of the continent's 4 superpowers. This wasn't because the country was too small or that it was lacking in resources. Rather, the country's size and wealth of cultivation resources placed it among the top 10 countries in the heavenly South. The reason why the state of Dongyu was unaffiliated with any of the 4 superpowers was due to its location. Apart from the 9 Nations Union, who was too far away, the country shared a close border at the center of the 3 other superpowers. As for the country's cultivator sects, their histories and affiliations were varied as well. There were righteous and devil Dao sects as well as a few small leisurely sections. But most important of all were the native sects that couldn't be suppressed by any other power. They became the deciding factor that prevented the state of Dongyu from being influenced by the other superpowers. None of the 3 neighboring superpowers wished to relinquish control of the country, and they continuously conducted their own maneuvers, both covert and open, but to little effect. In the end, there was only a vague agreement between the 3 superpowers that they would not interfere with the country and had the state of Dongyu become a neutral territory. Of course, the various native sects of the country had secretly received backing from the three superpowers, forcibly maintaining a balance of power. This led to various cultivators gathering in this neutral country, causing it to flourish for some time. In the state of Dongyu's northern Chang province, there was a depression that took up 2/3 of its land. The majority of the depression was covered in dense forest, and there was an unbroken mountain range that spanned tens of thousands of kilometers at its center, known as the Myriad Link Mountain Range by the locals. No one truly knew if the mountain range consisted of 10,000 mountains, but it still had an abundance of demon beasts and rare medicines. However, no cultivators dared to rashly enter the mountains. The Myriad Link Mountain Range was known by a far more sinister name in the Heavenly South cultivation world, the Devil Fall Domain. And somewhere hidden in the mountain range lay the most dangerous area in the Heavenly South, Devil Fall Valley. Ever since Devil Fall Valley came into existence, countless vastly powerful cultivators entered the valley in search of treasure, but the veil of mystery and death that surrounded it over the years prevented anyone from treading too closely. Of course, its fearsome reputation alone hadn't stopped cultivators from extracting the mountain's resources. That was due to the miasma that would occasionally sweep across the mountains and seal it off for years at the time, perhaps as a result of Devil Fall Valley's influence. Not only was the miasma incredibly toxic, but it was also as thick as something produced by a spell formation and would cover the mountains in complete darkness. It was impossible to tell direction once inside. Even if one could make it past the miasma, it was impossible to catch any demon beasts or pick any herbs. All one could do was stare at the mountains with envy or go to the few areas where the miasma was most thin. But every 50 years or so, the miasma around the mountains would disappear and the spatial tears surrounding Devil Fall Valley became more stable and sparse. During this time period, treasure hunters from all over the Heavenly South would gather for this year-long opening to seek riches. With such a large mountain range, only a small portion of cultivators were able to reap the treasures despite how abundant the demon beasts and spirit medicines may be. Despite this, there would be thousands of cultivators that came during each opening. Furthermore, there were a few merchants being backed by various clan powers nearby the mountain. They would create several temporary market cities in the area, prospering from the medicines and spirit beasts acquired within the mountains. Recently, the miasma around the Devil Fall Domain had already begun to grow thin and would soon disappear. It would be at least several more months before the miasma disappears, but there were several times more cultivators there than during the previous opening. Furthermore, a large number of high-grade cultivators had appeared amongst them, startling the local cultivator sects and clans. The local powers hastily restricted their disciples from rashly going out and sent men to investigate the cause of it. As a result, they were stunned by what they found. On the top of some nameless hill on the border of the Chang province, there was a core formation male-female pair that were standing side by side. The man was wearing dark blue robes and appeared to be 30 years of age with a scholarly appearance. The woman wore palace robes and her body was ample, but her face appeared unremarkable. The couple appeared to be calm, but a trace of anxiousness was betrayed by their flickering eyes, exposing their true emotions. After a moment, a silver light flickered from a distance, followed by the appearance of a silver streak shooting towards them. When the pair saw the streak of light, they appeared overjoyed. The silver streak arrived above the small mountain and flew a circle around them before revealing an embroidered-robed scholarly man around the age of 40. When the woman saw the scholarly man, she smiled and said, "Big brother, you've finally arrived. How did it go? Did you manage to receive the command medallion to enter the valley?" "I've managed to acquire it right on time." The scholarly man smiled and raised his hand as two streaks of azure light shot towards them. The man and the woman quickly reached out their hands to receive the two bronze command medallions. They were both carved with the word, Devil Fall, in red on one side, and with the same word written in gold on the other. There were traces of spiritual chi emitted from the talisman. The woman immediately revealed a face of excitement, but the man frowned and appeared pensive. The woman excitedly said, "This is great. With the Devil Fall medallion, we'll be able to enter the valley in search of treasure. If we are able to find even a few spiritual medicines from the age of antiquity, we may find the opportunity to condense a nascent soul." Standing at the woman's side, the blue-clothed man sighed and said, "Such a small pendant is actually worth over 30,000 spirit stones. They actually dare to sell it at that price?" The 3 command medallions had cost them over 100,000 spirit stones. It took the entirety of the wealth they had gathered over several hundred years to obtain them. It was only natural for him to feel a bit of heartache over the matter. The scholarly man helplessly said, "Second brother, don't feel too bad about it. If it weren't for the friendship we forged with them and the lacking manpower of their sect, we definitely wouldn't have had the opportunity to acquire these medallions from them. Being able to purchase even a single command medallion for 100,000 spirit stones is something that many would fight over. Furthermore, the Ghost Spirit sect originally planned on pursuing the treasures of Devilfall Valley by themselves. Now that the other sects are pressuring them, they have no other option but to allow outsiders to join them on the treasure expedition. Otherwise, the Ghost Spirit sect wouldn't have agreed to allow us to enter the valley even if we gave them 100,000 spirit stones. When the blue-clothed cultivator heard this, he wasn't able to say anything back. But when he looked at the command medallion in his hand, he worriedly asked, "However, can we trust the Ghost Spirit sect's method of entering the valley? I heard that the valley's opening has many spatial tiers. If one isn't careful, they wouldn't even leave any remains behind. There's also the news of the Ghost Spirit sect elder coming back from the valley alive. Does elder brother believe this to be true?" The scholarly man promptly responded, "Apart from the fact that the Ghost Spirit sect treats the entire Heavenly South cultivation world as an enemy, there should be no question over the matter. Furthermore, didn't we also hear that only the Ghost Spirit sect elder's nascent soul made it out of Devilfall Valley? It sounds reasonable since his body met its end in the valley itself." After listening to the scholarly man's explanation, he hesitantly said, "However, even if we can enter the valley, it's still extremely dangerous. Could it have been a mistake to buy these medallions to enter the valley?" The woman snorted and carelessly said, "With our talents, we've already reached the peak of our realm. If we don't have any chance encounters, we will definitely perish in 200 years. It is natural to take this opportunity when it presents itself to us. Also, I heard the spatial tears on the outer areas of Devilfall Valley are far less dangerous than those inside the depths. So long as we are careful, it shouldn't pose too much danger." The scholarly man calmly said, "I heard that the Ghost Spirit sect had issued several hundred Devilfall medallions. Furthermore, most of them were dropped into the hands of various sections. It is even said that a few Mulan spell warriors are participating and that the Ghost Spirit sect are sending several hundred cultivators into the valley. With so many people inside, what do we have to fear? Besides, if worst comes to worst, we can simply leave. But if we miss this opportunity, we will live the rest of our lives with regret." The woman at his side nodded at his words as if having deeply thought of the matter. Since Big Brother has said as such, this little brother will follow him into the valley. The blue-clothed man bitterly smiled and said nothing else. As this was happening, various other movements occurred throughout the Chang province. Half a year ago, rumors began to spread that the Ghost Spirit sect had acquired a method to enter Devilfall Valley and that they wished to conceal this information from other sects so they could monopolize the treasures of the valley. These rumors had caused a massive uproar throughout the continent. The various righteous Dao sects and heavenly Dao sects wishing to recuperate from their war with the Mulan could no longer sit still, so they each sent men to the Ghost Spirit sect to ask over the matter. As for their fellow Devil Dao sects, they also sent men to verify the truth of the matter. The higher echelon of the Ghost Spirit sect was enraged by this, but after being held under such scrutiny and pressure, they were forced to admit the truth. After all, so long as someone carefully investigated the matter, traces of the truth would eventually be revealed. As a result, the other sects bluntly requested that they share the method to enter the valley, but the Ghost Spirit sect had refused to agree for as long as they could. In the end, they could only compromise and issue a few command medallions to enter the valley to various sections. So long as one possessed the medallion, the various sects would be able to send men together with the Ghost Spirit sect cultivators into the valley when the spatial tiers of Devilfall Valley stabilized. And naturally, each medallion came at a cost of spirit stones. Of course, in order to prevent any resentment from vagrant cultivators, they set aside over 100 medallions specifically for them and a fewer small sections. Now that the time was drawing near, the Chang province became incredibly lively. The vicinity of the myriad Link Mountains became filled with cultivators from other countries, all hoping to enter Devilfall Valley in search of treasure. Needless to mention, they were all the cautious sort as well. Chapter 797. Han Lease returned. The city nearest to the Chang province was named Birchleaf City. It was thousands of kilometers from the myriad Link Mountains, but there were cultivators unwilling to sleep outside and they decided to sleep in the city instead. This had scared off the small sect originally occupying the city and made them flee back to the sect's mountain. Although there were many cultivators gathering there were many inns in the city as well. There were no problems for them finding accommodations. Among these inns was a somewhat mediocre one by the name of the Good Fortune Tavern. There were two groups of cultivators checked in there, with each one staying in a different wing of the courtyard. In one of the rooms, there were 3 people sitting around a wooden table and discussing something. These 3 were all young and beautiful female cultivators. They were Violet Spirit and Mei Ning, who Han Li had last seen at Skyfirst City, and the third woman was the white-robed woman surnamed Song. At the moment, Violet Spirit was concealing her true appearance under the guise of a common female cultivator with only a slight beauty. The 3 were softly discussing something with a serious expression. The walls around them glowed with white light as if under a restriction that prevented them from being eavesdropped on. Violet Spirit frowned and asked with a worried tone, "Big Sister Song, you still haven't received word from Brother Han? It won't be long before the miasma clears entirely. If Brother Han doesn't appear, we will miss the best time to enter Devil Fall Valley." Cultivator Song smiled and said, "Little Sister Violet Spirit, you might not know this, but despite Marshal Senior Cheng's proclamation that Marshal Uncle Han had suffered injuries, I had learned in truth that he actually journeyed to the far west. Although I don't know what business he has there, the journey there and back should take a year at the very least. He won't be returning here in a hurry. Besides, there are still several months left. I've left behind the location for where to contact us back at the sect. Once he returns, he will immediately seek us out. We just have to hope that he arrives on time. It's not as if there are cultivators in the far west that can hold down Marshal Uncle Han Li." Reminded of the matter of the Umbra realm, Violet Spirit couldn't help but say, "That is hard to say. Even if fellow Taoist Han's cultivation is profound, there are matters that can't be resolved with a powerful cultivation." Then with a flicker of her eyes she continued, "Big Sister Song, now that you've mentioned Marshal Uncle Han, it seems you now speak of Brother Han with great respect. When you spoke of him before, you didn't hold him in such high esteem." With that said, Violet Spirit wore a mysterious smile. Cultivator Song faintly blushed, but she soon regained her calm. "If little Violet Spirit is also capable of slaying a cultivator at the peak of mid-nascent soul stage, I would also hold you in high regard. Senior Marshal Uncle Han is now on par with the 3 great cultivators of the Heavenly South. As his junior, is it strange for me to speak of him with respect?" Violet Spirit giggled and said, "This is only natural. It came as shock to me when I heard of his accomplishments. 10 years ago he was still only a core formation cultivator like us, but now he possesses astonishing abilities worthy of our admiration. It is hard to believe. Had we known this earlier, it would have been better to force him to take little sister Mei as a concubine. That would have guaranteed little sister Mei Ning a stable path of cultivation." When Mei Ning heard this, she blushed, but she only snorted and said nothing else. A trace of sadness appeared in her eyes. Han Li had given her the choice, but it was a pity she had hesitated. With Han Li being the giant figure he was now, she could no longer easily mention the matter. Mei Ning nearly became Marshal Uncle Han's concubine? This is the first time I've heard of this. After a moment's pause, Cultivator Song smiled and turned to Violet Spirit. "I've always believed there was some kind of relationship between little sister Violet Spirit and Marshal Uncle Han. After all, your beauty is otherworldly. It is hard to believe that there is a man able to resist your charms." Violet Spirit snorted and said, "Had I known at the time that fellow Taoist Han would later possess such powerful abilities, I might have devoted myself to him. Had I become his Tao companion, my cultivation would be making far greater progress than now." She curled her lips to form a mysterious smile, hiding whether or not she was joking. This led to Cultivator Song feeling at a loss as to whether or not she should cry. After a moment's hesitation, Violet Spirit deliberately said, "If Brother Han truly agrees to help us, we'll be able to smoothly acquire the Spirit Kindle fruit, given his vast abilities. Big Sister Song, are you certain that you will not be entering Devil Fall Valley?" Mei Ning also doesn't wish to go because of the sudden rise of cultivators entering the valley. With her cultivation, it will be too difficult for her. With a moment of thought, Cultivator Song earnestly replied, "I've put much thought into it, but I'm different from the 2 of you. Although I am only at the early core formation stage, I am only a step away from the next level. It isn't worth it for me to brave such great dangers. As for the treasures of the valley, I am not willing to exchange my life for them. I know my limits. Since Big Sister Song has already decided, I won't persuade you. In truth, if fellow Taoist Han doesn't arrive on time, I will not be heading into the valley alone. With so many high-grade cultivators coming along, the danger will be greatly increased and killing for treasures won't be an uncommon affair. If an early core formation cultivator like me were to enter, that's just asking for trouble. My mind isn't that muddled." Violet Spirit bitterly smiled and spoke with a dejected tone, leaving Mei Ning and Cultivator Song stunned. With a strange expression on her face, Cultivator Song muttered, I didn't expect for the ghost spirit sect's plans to be leaked out. At the start, I believed that little sister Violet Spirit had leaked the information and planned to take advantage of the chaos. In a display of feigned anger, Violet Spirit bluntly said, Take advantage of the chaos? How could I do that? Naturally, the fewer cultivators that enter the valley, the better. It is only under those circumstances that we are able to forcibly catch the ghost spirit sect off guard and pick the spirit kindle fruit. Suddenly, a familiar man's voice appeared outside the room. Oh? So it wasn't fellow Taoist Violet Spirit that spread the information? It seems to be the doing of someone else. Martial Uncle Han. Brother Han. Violet Spirit and Cultivator Song immediately recognized his voice and shouted out his name with pleasant surprise. Violet Spirit raised her hand and struck the door with a spell seal. In a flash of white light, the door slowly opened. There was a youth in his 20s standing there with his hands held behind his back, wearing half-worn-out clothes. He looked at the three women with a slight smile on his face. It was Han Li, who had returned from the far west after spending 2 years there. He was carrying a foot-long yellow bamboo tube behind his back that was slung there as if he didn't have the mind to keep it in a storage pouch. After some careful examination, Han Li appeared somewhat different from before. His bearing and temperament seemed to have undergone a significant change. He appeared even more unwavering and collected so that it gave people an unfathomable impression. Without further thought, Cultivator Song hastily stepped forward and gave him a curtsy, respectfully saying, I pay my respects to Martial Uncle Han. Brother Han, you finally arrived. I was starting to think that something had occupied you and you wouldn't be able to make it on time. As if flustered, Violet Spirit stood up with a trace of a blush on her face. It was unknown how long ago Han Li had arrived. Could it be that he had heard the entire conversation? When she recalled saying that she would have devoted herself to him, she couldn't help but reveal a trace of embarrassment in spite of her quick wit and relaxed manner. Since I've made an agreement with you, it is only natural to come on time. Han Li smiled and took a deep look at her before calmly entering the room. Mei Ning bit her lip and gave Han Li a salute. He waved his hand and had her stop before taking an empty seat by the table. Violet Spirit quickly regained her calm and sat back down. As for Cultivator Song, she hesitated before sitting back down. Leaving the matter of Devilfall Valley for later, Violet Spirit asked, Brother Han, when did you return to the Heavenly South? Was your journey to the Far West smooth? She then re-examined him with an odd gaze. Han Li smiled and said, I encountered a few small problems in the Far West. Although they were resolved smoothly, it had taken up a bit of time. Else I would have returned half a year ago. Violet Spirit and Cultivator Song couldn't help but look at each other, curiosity filling their hearts. A small problem for the current Han Li couldn't have been a small matter. But so long as Han Li didn't want to talk about it, the two would not pursue the topic as a matter of shrewdness. Earlier I heard that only Lady Violet Spirit wishes to enter Devilfall Valley. Han Li turned his gaze to the other two women and calmly asked, Martial Ni Song, Mei Ning, have you already made up your minds over the matter? Since Martial Uncle already knows this, Martial Niece won't conceal it. After some thought and discussion, fellow Taoist Mei Ning and I both feel that this journey will be too dangerous, so it'd be better for us to not go. I don't wish to risk my life over saving 30 years of cultivation. And not long before, fellow Taoist Mei Ning acquired a medicine pill that will benefit her core formation. She also doesn't wish to put herself in danger. Devilfall Valley's title as the most dangerous area in the Heavenly South isn't something to scoff at. And since the Spirit Kindle fruit is in the depths of the valley, the risk is even greater. Chapter 798, The Monarch of Soul Divergence. Having heard Cultivator Song's careful words, Han Li nodded and didn't ask any further questions about the matter. It is good that Martial Ni Song and Lady Mei don't go. There are undoubtedly villains lurking in the myriad Link Mountains. Even if I enter Devilfall Valley, I may not return alive. Lady Violet Spirit, are you still set on entering the valley? Han Li asked with a casual tone. With a smile, Violet Spirit calmly said, So long as Brother Han is willing to enter the valley, I am willing to brave the risk. I hold fellow Taoist Han in complete confidence. Han Li stared at Violet Spirit and said, Since fellow Taoist Violet Spirit has said this, I won't try to persuade you otherwise. But before we enter the valley, there are several matters I must first make clear. Violet Spirit replied without surprise, This is as it should be. If Brother Han has any questions, please do not hesitate to ask. First of all, I need to confirm whether or not the matter of the spirit kindle fruit is true. Han Li's expression grew solemn. I don't want to enter Devilfall Valley in high hopes only to discover that it didn't exist. I hope Lady Violet Spirit can confirm this for me? Violet Spirit was already prepared for Han Li's question and she immediately fished out a green jade slip and handed it over to Han Li. The spirit kindle fruit is real. The ghost spirit sect's nascent soul that managed to escape from Devilfall Valley by a fluke had spoken of its existence. Why else would a ghost spirit sect nascent soul elder strive their hardest to brave the danger of Devilfall Valley? Han Li took the jade slip and submerged his spiritual sense into it and silently looked through it. A moment later, he withdrew his spiritual sense and expressionlessly returned the jade slip. Han Li frowned and hesitantly said, "According to what is said, the spirit kindle fruit does exist. However, it is located deep in the depths of Devilfall Valley and its precise location is somewhat unclear. It will be difficult to find the spirit kindle fruit with this information alone." Violet Spirit explained as if in fear that Han Li would back down, because the ghost spirit elder had accidentally stumbled across the spirit kindle fruit after manifesting his nascent soul. He couldn't remember its precise location. However, he also noted several notable facts about its location. It shouldn't be too much of a problem to find it. When Han Li recalled the details inside the jade slip, he pondered, weighing the potential risks and gains. A moment later, Han Li raised his head and calmly asked, "Even if we find the spirit kindle fruit, won't we need to refine it inside the valley because it would quickly lose its medicinal power? Has Lady Violet Spirit finished preparing the supplementary pill ingredients?" Violet Spirit was overjoyed at his response, but she promptly suppressed her excitement. With a bright expression she said, "The supplementary ingredients for the Nature Origin pill aren't easy to find, but I've managed to piece them together over the past few years. So long as we have the spirit kindle fruit and our luck doesn't take a turn for the worse, there shouldn't be a problem with refining the Nature Origin pills." Han Li's face turned grim and he emotionlessly said, "Since it shouldn't be difficult to find, I will make an attempt. But Lady Violet Spirit, you should know of the dangers of Devilfall Valley. I will make an effort to protect you inside, but be warned that if I encounter a danger that even I cannot withstand, you must be prepared to defend yourself. This is natural. If something truly happens to me, I will not hold it against Brother Han. Besides, I am quite confident in my ability to survive." Violet Spirit replied without any hesitation, the soft lines of her face replaced with staunch resolution. Han Li's expression relaxed as these words were much to his satisfaction. "Can you three fellow Taoists inquire on how the Ghost Spirit sect will be entering the valley? When I arrived, I heard that the Ghost Spirit sect are issuing Devilfall medallions to restrict the number of people that can enter the valley. It seems strange. Under such circumstances, there is no difference whether a few hundred or a few thousand cultivators enter the valley. Yet there seems to be a limitation on how many people may enter. Otherwise, the Ghost Spirit sect would definitely capitalize on this opportunity as they're selling each Devilfall medallion for several tens of thousands of spirit stones." After a moment of surprise, Violet Spirit smiled and said, "As expected, Brother Han is quite discerning. You've just about guessed the truth. Although Mei Ning and I haven't managed to acquire the specifics of the method to enter the valley, we've faintly discovered from our source, that Ghost Spirit sect disciple, the method of entry requires the power of many Ghost Spirit sect disciples as well as a large quantity of spirit stones to enter to valley at a specific time. It does seem that the number of people that can enter the valley is limited. Regardless of the method to enter the valley, our Drifting Cloud sect has been given 3 Devilfall medallions and I acquired one when I had returned to the sect. There should be no problem entering the valley for me, but the depths are a different matter. I have no certainty of making it out safely. I believe that the majority of cultivators will be staying on the outer reaches of the valley and search for their treasure there. Only nascent soul cultivators would dare to enter the depths. Naturally, there will be core formation cultivators that will wish to fight one another, but there shouldn't be too many. Fellow Taoist Violet Spirit shouldn't experience too many dangers in the outer valley and should be able to handle herself there. As for when we enter the inner valley..." Han Li's eyes flickered and he continued speaking to her through voice transmissions. When Cultivator Song and Mei Ning saw this, they showed no dissatisfaction. Given the immense danger, it was only expected for them to be more careful. When Han Li finished speaking, Violet Spirit hesitated for a moment before nodding. "It is all as Brother Han says. Then I will see you again inside Devilfall Valley." "Ah yes, Marshal Ni Song, I've heard from the sect disciples that Senior Marshal Brother Cheng has already arrived. Do you know where he is?" Cultivator Song paused before hastily responding, I do not know. Marshal Senior Cheng had arrived here with a group of his close friends. I haven't seen him yet. So it was like that. It seems Senior Marshal Brother Cheng wishes to enter the valley before he reaches the end of his lifespan. Han Li muttered as if speaking to himself. After a moment of silence, Han Li frowned and asked, I've also heard that the Mulan will be entering Devil Fall Valley as well. Is this true? Do you have any information on this? As if feeling a slight headache over the matter, Cultivator Song could only helplessly respond, We've also heard rumors of this, but the matter is unclear. We don't know if it is true. Han Li stroked his chin and remained silent. A moment later, his expression faintly changed and he bid them farewell. As a result, the three women in the room looked at each other with dismay. What's going on? Why was Brother Han in such a hurry to leave? Violet Spirit's eyes flickered with bewilderment. Mei Ning frowned, appearing slightly disappointed. I don't know, but it seems Senior Han has other business to attend to. Cultivator Song glanced at the room's door and muttered to herself for a moment. At that moment, Han Li was walking down a remote street in a calm and methodical manner. But in truth, he was harshly scolding someone in his mind. Were you trying to scare me out of my mind? An aged voice carelessly replied within Han Li's mind. Hee hee. I was merely thinking that girl named Violet Spirit was deathly beautiful. Stirring a few of your thoughts is only natural. Han Li snorted and angrily continued. Don't tell me you forgot how you affected the emotions of my second nascent soul when you used the 7 Passions art on it? You can feel whatever you wish, but don't involve me. After all, my second nascent soul is linked with my consciousness. Besides, Violet Spirit's current appearance isn't anything special. You've yet to see her true appearance. And your concubine in the past, Ryun, was said to be a beauty peerless in this world. How can a woman with an appearance like that drive you out of control? You aren't trying to trick me, are you? I originally thought to use the 7 Passions art in order to deal with your primal soul, but who could have thought that a trifling early nascent soul cultivator possessed a second nascent soul and was able to resist calamity? How else would I have met my end here? Although the 7 Passions art cannot control a cultivator's consciousness, it can still control their emotions. Likewise, it can reduce one's will to live in a fight and one's resolution to kill. As for the girl, although she is using some sort of secret technique to hide her true face, I am able to see through it with my spiritual sense. The old man's voice slowed near the end as if somewhat resentful. Even if your 7 Passions art was more powerful, you will have little luck in leading me astray from my objectives. Although I do share some sensation with my second nascent soul, your 7 Passions art won't prove to be anything more than a minor hindrance. However, I completely didn't expect that the core founder of the Thousand Bamboo School and the creator of the Great Development Technique, the monarch of soul divergence, had survived until now by possessing a puppet. Were it not for your inconceivably powerful spiritual sense and your complete knowledge of the Great Development Technique, I wouldn't have believed it. But regardless, if you casually stir my emotions over a female cultivator again, don't blame me for being impolite. Han Li's tone turned harsh at the end. The old man snorted and disdainfully said, Youngster Han, you should know that even with the assistance of the soul nurturing wood, my soul would last only several tens of years more before it disappears. Were if not for the fact that I had mostly finished my final puppet, I would have gladly passed on and reincarnated. After spending countless years inside a sensationless puppet, I felt I've lived long enough. And if you hadn't seen a woman for as long as I had, you'd be the same as well. When Han Li heard him, he rubbed his nose and felt his head deeply ache. The true body of the old eccentric was actually hidden in the tube behind his back. Were it not for his agreement to teach Han Li the final 3 layers of the Great Development Technique and his willingness to impart several powerful puppet designs onto him that had never been published, Han Li would have dealt with him with several methods and exterminated him. But most annoying of all was the old eccentric's unfathomably powerful spiritual sense. Even as he was currently, his soul-searching techniques still had no effect on the defenseless eccentric. Rather, the old eccentric was nearly given the opportunity to control Han Li's soul, scaring Han Li away from using such a method again. When faced against the monarch of soul divergence, an eccentric that had lived over 10,000 years, Han Li found himself feeling completely powerless. Chapter 799. The Soul Attachment Technique. Han Li paused for a moment and asked, Old eccentric, when you possessed the puppet body, you didn't think about moving your primal soul out of it? It shouldn't be difficult with your abilities. You think the soul attachment technique is so simple to use? In the past, during my lifetime of great genius, I had divided my attention to too many things, Not only did I create the secret technique to strengthen one's spiritual sense, but I also founded the Thousand Bamboo School and researched the long-extinct puppet methods of the Heavenly South. These matters consumed a majority of my lifespan, not to mention that I had also cultivated during this time. Eventually, I reached late nascent soul stage and I ran amok in the region without match. You ran amok in the region and were without match? Han Li wore an odd expression on his face. What, you think I'm just running my mouth? When my cultivation reached great heights, I had challenged renowned cultivators, but I had always kept a low profile about my successes. As a result, my name didn't spread and only a few peak cultivators knew of my reputation. Not to mention other lands, the #1 cultivators of the Heavenly South, Righteous and Devil Dao at the time, had both been beaten into submission by my hand. They were even willing to hand the Far West over to me and relinquish their forces over it. Do you truly believe that the Heavenly South cultivators would stay away otherwise? Even if the Far West was lacking even more resources than it was now and only had enough land for 2 countries, it is still enough to support many sections. The monarch of Soul Divergence spoke with a prideful tone. The Far West was something you fought for? Han Li asked. The old man continued with an even greater air of pride. Not only that, but I forced the 2 leading figures of the Righteous and Devil Dao to swear a venomous oath. Within 10,000 years, their disciples and ancestors are not to tread into the Far West. For someone of their stature to be driven as such. The corner of Han Li's mouth curled from disbelief. If they were unwilling, I would have clearly exterminated their disciples and descendants. Do you believe me to be the soft-hearted sort? If they wished to surround me with numbers, my 1,000 puppets would prove to be a fair fight. However, it is surprising that neither the Devil or the Righteous Dao haven't invaded the Far West until now. Could it be that they are still obeying their ancestors' orders until now? The monarch of Soul Divergence seemed somewhat baffled. Han Li grew silent. The old eccentric wasn't simply talking big. Even if he were exaggerating about the past, the 1,000 puppets that the Thousand Bamboo sect possessed weren't something to take lightly, even if they were only at foundation establishment stage. As for the Righteous and Devil Dao's oaths to prevent them from conquering the Far West, there was also the matter that the distance to the Far West was too great, the resources too sparse, and the disinterest as well. Han Li didn't bother to think too much about it as if it had little relation to him. As he thought about this, he heard the old man sigh. Just as I finished this and believed I stood at the peak of the cultivation world, I discovered I'd made a fatal error. My lifespan had fallen short and my cultivation had halted at late nascent soul stage. Although my aptitude and abilities were amazing, I only had a mere 200 years of time left, not nearly enough for me to break through to the deity transformation stage. If I hadn't been distracted with puppet arts from the very start and created my own designs, I believe I would have had a very real chance of entering the deity transformation stage and ascended to the spirit realm. Instead, I was trapped inside of a puppet body for over 10,000 years, leaving me terror-stricken the entire time. The old man clicked his tongue and said, "My disciples? In the past hundreds of years, not a single one of them were able to cultivate to the nascent soul stage and take on my legacy. If I gave them the true final 3 layers of the Great Development Technique, it would only be inviting disaster upon them. As a matter of fact, while you aren't a disciple of the Thousand Bamboo School, you were able to acquire the first layers of the Great Development Technique. It seems my reasoning actually held true." Chapter 800, Elder Devil Realm. Han Li's gaze flickered and he indifferently said, "The Great Development Technique wasn't something that I fought for over in the Far West. It was something that was delivered to me." The monarch of Soul Divergence casually replied, "Relax. The current Thousand Bamboo School is no longer being controlled by the lineage of my personal disciples. Even if you truly robbed it, I wouldn't mind. So long as it doesn't influence our agreement, you may think as you wish." Then with a hesitant expression, Han Li said, "However, I must ask you if you are truly incapable of dissolving the Soul Seal curse. It's not impossible, but it isn't something that I can do given the limitations of my lifespan. Otherwise, no curse, no matter how wondrous it may be, cannot be seen through by me." The old man replied with a ton of disdain. Although Han Li had anticipated his answer, he still felt his heart weighed down with immense disappointment. With a neutral expression on his face, Han Li replied, "All right, since you are unable to dissolve the curse, I can only make the journey to Devil Fall Valley." After an unexpected moment of silence, the old man said, "Youngster Han, entering Devil Fall Valley is not a wise decision. I had once planned to enter there when my lifespan was nearing its end, but that changed once I discovered the soul attachment technique. However, I had done my due research. Do you truly believe that you'll be able to safely leave the valley just because one or two fools manage to occasionally return alive? Not mentioning the ancient restrictions present, but the spatial tiers are unimaginably fearsome. They would occasionally. The old man's words trailed off and eventually came to a stop. Han Li's heart stirred and he asked, they would what? The spatial tiers would occasionally open pathways to other worlds and release demonic and devilish monsters. If you come across any of them, you had better hope for the best. Open the way to other worlds? What does that mean? Han Li asked in alarm. In addition to the spirit realm, the immoral realm and the underworld, there are other worlds? The old man calmly explained, in the past I had acquired an ancient book. It happened to mention a few matters relating to other worlds. The immortal realm has no connection to our mortal world. The spirit realm and the underworld are both worlds on a higher plane than ours, but they aren't easily passed through. They are filled with vicious demons and ghosts, but it is impossible for them to arrive in our world of their own volition. They are most similar to the elder devils of our world from the age of antiquity. If they have the opportunity to cross over into our world, they will take it with certainty. There are even a few elder devils that are named. If they send even a few doppelgangers into our realm, they will prove incredibly fearsome. As of current, you will not be able to handle them in the slightest. Elder devils? I've never heard of them before. Han Li spoke with an expression of astonishment. It's hard to say what they're like. They aren't like us humans or the demon beasts. They also take on a myriad of forms. During times of antiquity, it was said that there was once a path between the realm of elder devils and our world. As a result, these elder devils wreaked havoc in the human world. As a result, the ancient cultivators battled against them for countless years. Eventually, the cultivators were able to kill them one by using numbers to our advantage. However, the injuries and casualties in the war were said to be innumerable, leading to the extinction of many ancient techniques and spirit beasts. It had much to do with the decline of ancient cultivators. The monarch of Soul Divergence spoke with a solemn tone. The ancient cultivators warred with these elder devils? Han Li's expression vastly changed. Chapter 801. Qin Xiaotian. After spending the night in the forest, Han Li withdrew the sovereign devil corpse and made his way to the Myriad Link Mountains. Before he sought out Violet Spirit and the others the day before, he hadn't discovered traces of the Heaven Peak sect disciples. As a result, he continued to hold onto the medallion that the Heaven Peak elder had given him but hadn't had a chance to use it. It was also out of the question to seek out Marquis Nanlong. It seemed the Heaven Peak sect had either found another area of residence or that they hadn't even arrived yet. Han Li wasn't worried about this and instead prepared a temporary place to stay nearby the mountains and refine a few core formation stage puppets in the downtime. With the yin-yang rings in his possession, he reckoned Marquis Nanlong would take the initiative to seek him out. As of current, Han Li faintly realized that the Great North Essence Light wasn't something that existed outside of the entrance to the valley. Most of it appeared at the entrance of the valley. Were this not the case, the Ghost Spirit sect wouldn't have the ability to take several hundreds of cultivators simultaneously into the valley, regardless of how skilled they may be. As these thoughts appeared in Han Li's mind, he flew in a streak of azure light and calmly went forward. With his speed, he was able to fly tens of kilometers away after only a short moment. Less than half a day later, he arrived near the Myriad Link Mountains. He had heard that there were several market cities that had recently opened nearby the Myriad Link Mountains and decided to pay a visit to them along the way and collect a few materials for refining puppets. Additionally, Han Li had acquired quite a few rare materials after the war with the Mulan in exchange for their ancient heritage lantern that he had seized during the battle. Those materials were nearly priceless and would allow Han Li to craft an amazing quantity of high-grade puppets. As such, he would only be purchasing a few basic puppet materials while inside the city. As for the materials needed to refine the ancient nascent soul stage puppets, the Thousand Bamboo School in the far west had managed to gather 3 of the materials, but they were still missing a material known as the Blood Phoenix wood. The material was a rarely seen peak-grade tool refining material. Although it wasn't as nearly difficult to acquire as the auric essence, it was also impossible to find in markets. One would only be able to come across it as a matter of luck. Fortunately, Han Li had already ordered the Drifting Cloud sect to be on the lookout for the appearance of such a material. If they acquired any information, they were to directly notify him. It would only be a matter of time before he acquired it, but not before he entered Devilfall Valley. Suddenly, Han Li's expression stirred and he came to a sudden stop. Not far away from him, there was a surge of spiritual chi fluctuations and flickers of light, where a few cultivators were having a fierce battle. Han Li frowned but didn't pay it much heed. As of current, the area was swarming with all sorts of characters and it wouldn't be rare for enemies to occasionally encounter one another. With Han Li's cultivation, he approached them from a kilometer away. Meanwhile, the cultivators were still fighting, oblivious to his presence. There were 4 men and 1 woman, battling against each other in 2 parties. Han Li swept his gaze past them only to discover that they were all core formation cultivators at the mid and early stages. However, hostilities between the sides were great. Not only were magic treasures soaring through the skies, but various talismans also ruptured around them. However, the party of 3 with the woman were being completely suppressed by the other 2 cultivators. However, it wasn't due to a more profound cultivation. It was because of the several hundred huge moths that they surrounded the opposing 3 cultivators with. These frightening moths were the size of a palm and their wings emitted a poisonous rainbow powder. As a result, the 3 cultivators had to use a majority of their energy toward keeping themselves free from it. And under the additional assault of the 2 cultivators' magic treasures, the 3 found it difficult to endure. While the 3 cultivators found themselves at a disadvantage, the battle was far from over. Apart from the poisonous moths and the silver brush and golden scroll magic treasures that the scholarly man wielded, Han Li found the battle to be little of note given their cultivation. Although he didn't know what sex these cultivators belonged to, Han Li had little interest in being involved with other people's affairs. Just as he thought to fly away, he suddenly spotted an emblem of Yellow Maple Valley from the robes of the scholarly man. Yellow Maple Valley? Han Li glanced at the scholar's face with surprise. As Han Li paused, the battle quickly shifted in favor of the 2 cultivators controlling the moths. When Han Li decided to approach, the 2 cultivators hastily spread out their spiritual sense in alarm and their expressions vastly changed. The pair of cultivators hastily withdrew their magic treasures, but they had their poisonous moths continue to tangle with the 3 other cultivators. They flew distantly to the side and saluted Han Li. "May we know the senior that has graced us with his presence? We are disciples from the Controlling Spirit Sect." "The Controlling Spirit Sect? You 2 are devil cultivators?" When Han Li heard this, he ceased flying and vanished the light he was flying in, revealing his true form. "You are the Drifting Cloud Sect's senior Han." The taller of the 2 cultivators immediately recognized him and cried out in alarm. Han Li shot a glance at him and indifferently asked, "You recognize me?" The Controlling Spirit Sect cultivators grew restless, but they maintained a respectful appearance and one of them replied, "When Senior fought in the border battle, I witnessed Senior Han's vast abilities." "That is good. Although I don't want to interfere with the affairs of juniors, I have some kind of a relationship with Yellow Maple Valley. Put away those spirit insects and abandon the battle for today." Han Li spoke resolutely with a glint shining in his eye. When they heard Han Li, they couldn't help but glance at each other in dismay. "What? Do you 2 fellow Taoists feel that this is difficult to do?" Han Li's expression grew sullen, and his tone turned harsh. The taller of the cultivators felt his heart drop upon seeing Han Li's change in expression and he inwardly cursed. Since Han Li had decided to involve himself, they had no leeway. He hurriedly replied, "Since it is Senior's orders, we will naturally obey." He meaningfully glanced at the other cultivator and the 2 grasped their hands in an incantation gesture. After hastily casting a spell seal to the swarm of moths, they summoned their spirit beast pouches into the air. In an instant, the moths surrounding the 3 opposing cultivators scattered and they darted into the storage pouches. The 3 cultivators had already seen Han Li, but they were unable to clearly hear the conversation the other 2 had with him due to being assaulted by the moths. But now that they were unfathomably released from the moths, they knew it had something to do with Han Li. In their delight, they exchanged a glance with one another and hastily flew towards him. At that moment, the 2 Controlling Spirit Sect cultivators felt unwilling to further stay. One of them carefully said, "Would Senior have any other commands for us? We will follow them as best we can." Han Li guessed their intentions and waved his hand. "There is nothing else. You 2 may leave. Then we will both take our leave." When the 2 heard him, they hastily bowed and immediately set off in streaks of green light. At that moment, the other 3 cultivators flew over. Seeing that the Controlling Spirit Sect cultivators had left, the 3 glanced at each other in astonishment. Their leader, the middle-aged green-robed scholarly man, stepped forward and saluted Han Li. He wore a respectful expression and said, "Many thanks for Senior's rescue. I cannot thank you enough. May I know Senior's name?" The scholarly man was surprised to see how young Han Li appeared, but he felt as if his appearance was somewhat familiar. Instead of answering, Han Li expressionlessly asked, "You are cultivators from Yellow Maple Valley?" Junior is Yellow Maple Valley's Qin Xiaotian. These are my sworn siblings, disciples of the Saber Transformation Doc. Is Senior acquainted with martial ancestor Linghu? When he saw that Han Li had assisted them despite not belonging to the sixth sex of Yu, he realized that this nascent soul Senior should have a relationship with their martial ancestor Linghu. Qin Xiaotian? You're a member of the Qin clan? A strange expression appeared on Han Li's face. The scholarly man revealed a stunned expression. Senior knows of my clan? Han Li grew silent and began to closely examine the scholarly man, much to the unease of the three core formation cultivators. Han Li sighed and slowly said, the Qin clan is one of the three great clans of Yellow Maple Valley. How could I not know of it? What is your relationship with Qin Xiaoqian? Senior recognizes my younger sister? The scholarly man asked in alarm. Qin Xiaoqian is your little sister? Although Han Li had guessed this was the case, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. As for the scholarly man, he was at a complete loss as to what relationship this expert had with his little sister. Han Li's expression wavered for a moment before he slowly asked, is she doing well? With an odd expression, Qin Xiaotian replied, my little sister was unable to form a core and died over 100 years ago from an illness. She's dead. Han Li couldn't help but mutter this as her lovely appearance suddenly appeared in his mind. He suddenly recalled the last time they had seen on their trip to the mountains, where she bared her feelings to him. He stood in place for a time as if at a complete loss. Seeing that Han Li had remained silent with an odd expression on his face, Qin Xiaotian couldn't help but ask, Senior knows my little sister? Forcefully suppressing the sadness in his heart, he calmly replied, of course I know her. When I last saw your little sister she said she was going to marry. But that was before the invasion of the Devil Dao. I don't know whether or not the marriage went through. Chapter 802, Core Formation Grade Puppets. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Xiaotian said, my little sister was supposed to marry that year, but the clan she was supposed to marry into switched sides to the Devil Dao. Naturally, we couldn't allow the marriage with Qiao Qin to go through. Afterwards, my little sister became taciturn and showed little interest in men, remaining alone for the rest of her life. Han Li suddenly recalled a rumor that had spread throughout the sect and his expression unconsciously changed. She didn't marry? An odd expression appeared on Han Li's face and he wordlessly looked to the sky for a moment. After a long while, Han Li lowered his head and said, from your expression, it seems you should know who I am, so I won't speak further of myself. The righteous and Devil Dao have currently gathered together here. Since you plan on entering Devilfall Valley, you had best fend for yourselves. Once Han Li said this, he paid no further attention to the three and tore through the skies in a streak of azure light. The three core formation cultivators respectfully remained silent as Han Li quickly disappeared from sight. A while later, the woman couldn't help but ask, Elder brother, why did that senior help us? Does he have a relationship to your Qin clan? Glancing in the direction that Han Li disappeared, he bewilderedly said, relationship? Our Qin clan isn't worthy of having a relationship with that senior. If I guess correctly, you should also know of his esteemed name. In the past, he originated from my Yellow Maple Valley and escaped unscathed from the hands of a Mulan divine sage. In the battle at the border, he defeated the Mulan sacred bird and executed the Jin Empire's Yin-sifting sect elder. Surely you should know of his name? But from what he said, he seemed to be close to my deceased sister. How baffling. The woman was greatly shocked and shouted in alarm, what? It was that legendary figure? He looks as young as expected. From what my seniors said, this person was once a member of our sixth sex of you. It is inconceivable that his abilities are as magnificent as they are now. Qin Xiaotian sighed and said, that's right. When he entered Yellow Maple Valley, I had just reached Foundation Establishment. Later he entered the Trial of Blood and Fire at the same time as me and my little sister. From then on, things spiraled beyond the scope of imagination and he is now in existence on par with the three great Heavenly South cultivators. The third cultivator, the blue-clothed man, curiously asked, I heard that Marshal Senior Linghu had implored this person to return to the sect, but he was unwilling. Is this true? After a moment of hesitation, Qin Xiaotian vaguely said, I'm not too sure about this. It is possible though. Despite their sworn brotherhood, he was unwilling to mention the matter further. Fortunately, the other two cultivators dropped the matter. The blue-clothed man changed the topic and said, we were quite lucky this time around. Elder brother had just recently refined his golden book and silver brush magic tools and was able to block most of the moth's poisonous powder. Senior Han managed to interrupt the situation and we were able to escape calamity without harm. If Elder Brother had fully refined the Golden Book, surely we would have nothing to fear from the Yun brothers. The female cultivator eagerly said, "That's true. I have previously heard that the Chun clan had the Golden Book and Silver Brush inheritance magic tools. But I didn't think that there was also a refinement method for a magic treasure. Didn't Elder Brother use a flying sword before?" Qin Xiaotian happily explained, "The Golden Books and Silver Brushes that our Qin clan disciples use are mere counterfeits of the magic treasure. Although I had wished to refine these magic treasures from the start, I never had the materials as I was only able to gather together the materials to refine a flying sword. Fortunately, I was able to gather enough materials over the past few years to refine these magic treasures. I had hoped to use them in Devilfall Valley." But soon he paused and continued, "Enough. Regardless of what it is said, it is better for us to be careful as Senior Han has said. Cultivators that dare to enter Devilfall Valley are by no means ordinary. It'll be better if we accompany our fellow martial brothers from the 6 sects of you." The two nodded. Elder Brother's words are reasonable. Good. We'll do as Elder Brother has suggested. The 3 cultivators then took off, leaving any further discussion for later. A distance away, Han Li felt his heart in turmoil. He forcefully suppressed the grief he felt for Qin Xiaoqin and buried it in the deepest depths of his heart before forcing himself to continue on his way. 4 hours later, he caught sight of the myriad Link Mountains as well as the thinning miasma that surrounded it. The verdant forests and towering peaks could all be vaguely seen. The mountains on the edge couldn't be said to be huge, only wide. As far as the eye could see, the mountain ridge spread to either side as a continuous black line. Han Li slowed down when he arrived nearby and took a look at his surroundings. It was quiet and had no other traces of cultivators. With an indifferent expression, he flew a bit further and slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, he spread out his immense spiritual sense and quickly searched a 50 kilometers perimeter around him. A short moment later, he frowned and opened his eyes. Then with an indifferent expression, he shot through the skies towards a certain destination. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, he arrived at a small mountain. There was an old cultivator accompanied by a youth who were sitting cross-legged across from each other and were chatting. At that moment, an azure light flashed above their hands to reveal Han Li standing in the air. The two were frightened by his sudden appearance, and they hastily stood up. The old man managed to preserve his calm, but the youth wore a face of alarm. Han Li swept his sights past the two and saw that their cultivations weren't very high. The old man was at the mid-foundation establishment stage while the youth was only at the 6th layer of qi condensation. It was unknown what they were doing so near the myriad Link Mountains when their cultivations were so low. At that moment, the old man used his spiritual sense to glance at Han Li only to discover that his cultivation was at an unfathomable realm. With alarm in his heart, he was just about to perform a deep bow as Han Li's cold words echoed through the air. "There is no need to be alarmed. Can you point me in the direction of the nearest market city? That is all you need to do." Han Li's voice was filled with unquestionable authority. When the old man heard this, he quickly replied in a respectful manner, "Head west about 200 kilometers. There is a newly open market city that Senior may take a look at. Head west 200 kilometers? I got it." Then with a flash of azure light, Han Li disappeared without a trace. The old man watched with amazement as the azure streak disappeared and turned into a speck of light across the sky and disappeared. The old man and the youth remained dumbstruck by the sight. About 200 kilometers west, there was an extremely crude temporary market city that had been created with stone formation techniques. There were very few cultivators wandering within. Han Li didn't pay this any mind and purchased a large number of materials from the stores before flying off towards the mountain range. He walked over 5 kilometers deep into the mountain range as the miasma suddenly grew thicker. Soon he arrived on top of a small, unremarkable mountain. It was easy work for Han Li to open a new cave residence. With over 10 flying swords cutting about, a small and simple residence was carved out of the mountain after only a short moment. After looking at the results, Han Li nodded with satisfaction and promptly placed 2 simple spell formations around it before entering the cave residence. He first released Silver Moon and had her cultivate within the cave. He then released the Sovereign Devil corpse and buried it in a dark room. Afterward, Han Li brought a large number of materials with him in a hidden room. He sat at the center of the hidden room and took out the jade slip that the Monarch of Soul Divergence had given him before looking through the 2 core formation puppet refinement methods that it contained. These 2 types of puppets were the same size as the Foundation Establishment Grade 8 puppets that he had previously created, and they each had their own merits and drawbacks. One of the puppets had the shape of a huge tortoise with a dense and rough exterior that could withstand over 3 blows from a nascent soul stage cultivator. Additionally, it attacked by spitting out balls of lightning flame, an attack on the level of a mid-core formation cultivator. However, its sole flaw was that it was incredibly slow and clumsy. If a cultivator were to attack it from close range, it would become an immobile target that wouldn't be able to defend itself. The other puppet design was that of a tiger, and the tortoise's exact opposite. This puppet didn't have any long-range attacks, and its only defense was its swift and light movements. It had crystal claws that were 6 inches long and capable of easily shredding through the protective barriers of a common core formation cultivator. It was completely dedicated to close-quarters combat. After looking through the puppet's characteristics, Hanli decided to refine a few puppets from both designs. As such, he would be able to better deal with any situations that Devilfall Valley may place him in. With that decided, Hanli immersed his spiritual sense into the Jade Slip and committed the refinement methods to memory. Afterwards, Hanli spent 3 entire days inside the hidden room while he sat cross-legged and didn't move. But on the 4th day, Hanli's expression stirred and he pursed his lips before withdrawing his spiritual sense from the Jade Slip. He then pondered for a moment more, and with a flip of his hand, the Jade Slip disappeared in a flash of white light. He flung out the storage pouch at his waist and countless tool refinement materials appeared on the floor with a flicker of white light. Rare woods, metal essences, various colored gems and jade boxes of all sizes. A short moment later, these items were all gathered together in a large pile in front of Hanli before he recalled the storage pouch back to his waist. Afterwards, he swept his gaze past the materials in the pile. His eyes dropped onto the jet black ironwood and with a deep breath, he pointed at it, summoning it towards him. Chapter 803. Search. The door to Hanli's hidden room wasn't opened for several months. During this time, Silvermoon took note of what happened on the outside, preventing Hanli from missing his opportunity for entering Devilfall Valley. With each passing day, the miasma grew thinner and the number of cultivators near the Myriad Link Mountains grew. Additionally, a majority of them were gathering in a certain part of Birchleaf City as it was the closest city to Devilfall Valley. All of the various cultivators who acquired a Devilfall medallion were all present and many of them had made a temporary cave residence nearby as they waited. The spell formation Hanli arranged outside of the cave residence wasn't a top-grade restriction. As such, there were many cultivators that had discovered Hanli's cave residence and there were a few that even wished to pay him a visit. But regardless of the sound transmission talismans that had arrived at the restrictions outside his residence, none of them were given a reply. Although there were a few cultivators that weren't very pleased at the fact that the cave residence's master didn't wish to see any visitors, they were unable to do anything about it as they didn't know who the owner of the residence was. There was a risk of creating a formidable enemy. However, Hanli's behavior of refusing guests was the exception, not the norm. There were countless cultivators who arrived here, both proud and arrogant, but in the most dangerous area of the Heavenly South, they all felt the need to be careful. As a result, they either formed small groups of around 5 or joined together with their friends to enter Devilfall Valley. Although there wasn't much benefit in searching for treasures together with others, if anything dangerous occurred, they had better odds of survival than if they traveled alone. Under that mindset, even solitary and reclusive cultivators began to strive to make friends. During that time, the miasma was near the point of scattering and Silvermoon was wondering whether or not it was time to call for Hanli to leave the hidden room. But before she could come to a decision, the door opened and Hanli calmly walked out. In the several months he was secluded, Hanli had refined over 30 puppets in succession with the tortoise and tiger puppets equally divided in number. It was fortunate that Hanli had managed to acquire a large number of high-grade demon beast souls in his time in the Scattered Star Seas. Even if he had an abundance of all his other materials, he wouldn't be able to craft anything without those powerful and rare souls. When the Monarch of Soul Divergence saw Hanli readily taking out high-grade demon beast souls to refine personally researched puppet designs, he couldn't help but call Hanli a young monster. But he said nothing else after that outburst. When Hanli emerged, he still had enough materials to refine more puppets but reckoned that he didn't have enough time for more, and there wouldn't be a big difference with a few more puppets. Since Silvermoon had been giving Hanli reports during the time he was refining puppets, he only nodded towards her and said nothing else. He soon arrived at a dark room and watched the Sovereign Devil corpse and saw that everything was in order, much to his satisfaction. Then he withdrew the corpse and had Silvermoon enter his sleeve before emerging from his cave residence. Hanli immediately took off and arrived at the peak of the mountain of his cave residence. After sitting down cross-legged, He spread out his spiritual sense and slowly swept past the cave residences of the cultivators nearby. With his powerful spiritual sense, even early nascent soul cultivators wouldn't be able to detect Han Li's prying unless they were attentive. As a result, Han Li was able to sense everything within a radius of 50 kilometers with the exception of a few areas with particularly strong auras and restrictions. Chapter 804. Appearance of the valley. Just like how Han Li had created his own interim cave residence, the Heaven Peak Sect's Elder Lu's cave residence was the same. After Han Li walked through a 60-meter-long passageway, he arrived at the cave residence's main hall, a stone room that was over 20 meters wide. A gray-robed old man with a friendly face and a middle-aged man with a tall hat were both waiting for him. The gray-robed old man smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Han, you've finally arrived. Brother Han has kept us waiting for quite a while. We've sent people to look for you for a month already. It's a pity that you were so well hidden. Since we couldn't find even a trace of you, we thought Brother Han had changed his mind." Marquis Nanlong bitterly smiled, but a trace of happiness could be seen from his face. "You also weren't easy to find given how secretive your residence was." Han Li sighed and helplessly explained, "Not long before, I was sealed in seclusion for a time, so it was natural that you couldn't find me." Just as Han Li took a seat, Marquis Nanlong wore a strange expression and said, "Brother Han is as famous as the sun is bright. Not only did you display extraordinary skill in the battle at the border, but I heard you slew a mid-nascent soul elder from a Jin Empire devil sect. You must have spent quite a bit of effort to conceal your abilities." Unwilling to reveal the entire truth, Han Li shook his head and vaguely said, "It isn't as if Brother Nanlong hadn't seen my abilities before. If I truly possessed such incredible abilities, I wouldn't have had to flusteredly flee from the Mulan Plains. My current fame is only a matter of luck. Speaking of matters of luck, it's because of luck that I managed to appear before you today." When Elder Lu and Marquis Nanlong heard Han Li, they couldn't help but look at each other with doubt. With their spiritual sense, they were able to clearly sense that Han Li's cultivation was only at early nascent soul stage. Likewise, they knew that Han Li was unordinary, but the two still found it hard to believe that he was able to slay a devil cultivator at the peak of mid-nascent soul stage. However, all the rumors about Han Li were widely spread and spoke of his amazing feats, much to the bewilderment of the two mid-nascent soul cultivators. Marquis Nanlong dryly laughed and said with an ironic tone, "Hee hee. Fellow Taoist Han is far too modest. To tell the truth, the greater your abilities, the better it will be when we enter Devil Fall Valley. We look forward to witnessing the power of a cultivator on par with the three great Heavenly South cultivators." When Han Li heard this, he silently smiled and said nothing further, wishing to drop the matter. Elder Lu then spoke with a solemn voice, "Brother Han, since you've sought us out, it seems you've put some thought into our proposition. Are you willing to enter the valley with us and kill the ancient flame toad together?" Once the old man finished speaking, Marquis Nanlong also stared at Han Li with a solemn expression. "I don't wish to let go of such a golden opportunity, but there is something I have to ask before I come to a decision," Han Li answered with complete calm. "How will we divide the treasures we find amongst ancient cultivator remains? If the answer is acceptable, I will take the risk of accepting this journey." Although he was certain to enter Devil Fall Valley one way or another, he wasn't about to reveal his intentions and allow them to negotiate the conditions. It was unknown how much the two had discussed the matter previously, as the old man promptly responded, "If we are able to smoothly acquire the treasures, how about we evenly divide them?" Han Li didn't immediately reply or reveal dissatisfaction. Instead, he muttered to himself for a moment and replied, "This is fair. After all, without you two to guide the way, I also wouldn't be able to deeply enter into the valley or be able to find the ancient flame toad. However, I still have one more condition that I hope you two will agree to. Fellow Taoist Han, please state your condition." Elder Lu spoke without any hesitation. While Marquis Nanlong's face stirred, he stared at Han Li in silence. "I need the inner core of the ancient flame toad. It is useful to me." Han Li spoke of the matter with a casual tone as if it were only something of little value. Elder Lu promptly agreed upon hearing him, "This will be no problem. We are relying on you to slay the beast. It is only proper for you to have its inner core." Marquis Nanlong's expression relaxed after hearing Han Li's request. "That's right. Even if fellow Taoist hadn't mentioned it, we would have given the core to you anyway." Han Li smiled after hearing them and said, "Since you have both agreed, I won't push matters further and be too greedy. I agree to head into the valley alongside you two fellow Taoists." With fellow Taoist Han by our side, the treasure will be acquired very smoothly. We will be relying on you, Brother Han." Seeing that Han Li had agreed, Marquis Nanlong and Elder Lu couldn't contain their excitement and spoke in succession. Not at all carried away by their praise, Han Li smiled and said, "You both value me too greatly. I am well aware that you two will be the leaders in the valley and I will only be acting as support, considering my cultivation. Also, it will only be with our combined efforts that we'll be able to escape unscathed. This is natural. Since we sought out fellow Taoist Han to cooperate with us, we trust you greatly. If those treacherous villains from the Ghost Spirit sect had acquired the Yin-Yang ring, I would have had to directly kill them." When Marquis Nanlong mentioned the Ghost Spirit sect, he gritted his teeth. It appeared that the damage he had suffered from his previous battle was truly frightening. When Han Li heard this, he couldn't help but take another glance at Marquis Nanlong. While he still appeared well, it was unknown how much of his vitality he had managed to recover. "Speaking of the Ghost Spirit sect, do you two fellow Taoists know about the method they are using to enter the valley? What is your take on it?" Han Li asked. Marquis Nanlong coldly chuckled and a strange expression appeared on his face. "What is there to say about it? We merely interfered with their plans to monopolize the treasures. With other cultivators entering the valley, not only will it conceal our tracks but it will also prevent us from being surrounded by the Ghost Spirit sect." With slight surprise, Han Li said, "From what you've said, could it be that the both of you had deliberately leaked the information that the Ghost Spirit sect had a method to enter Devilfall Valley?" Marquis Nanlong's face then changed to a sullen expression. "We are indeed behind the matter. Before we journeyed to the Mulan Plains, I had known the Ghost Spirit sect was researching a method to enter Devilfall Valley. Since they have suddenly grown hostile with me, I will not be polite." Han Li didn't give his own thoughts on the situation and simply nodded, his mind wandering. As for Elder Lu, he frowned and slowly said, "However, I didn't expect that the Ghost Spirit sect would bluntly issue the Devilfall medallions and sell them to various sects in limited quantities. As a result, they guaranteed themselves to be the largest power entering the valley. I fear the Ghost Spirit sect plans on having these cultivators scout the way on their behalf. As a result, the valley's treasures will no longer be monopolized by them, but the danger will be vastly reduced as well." Stroking his chin, Han Li smiled and said, "There is no such thing as a perfect situation in this world. Your actions have caused us more benefits than harm. It is likely the Ghost Spirit sect's elders are gritting their teeth with resentment." With roused spirits, Marquis Nanlong said, "Fellow Taoist Han's words are correct. This has caused the Ghost Spirit sect to suffer for the time being. As for the rest of my hatred, I will have to settle accounts after I emerge from the valley." Afterwards, the three began to discuss the movements of the Ghost Spirit sect and chatted about the arrangements and details of entering Devilfall Valley. 7 days later, the miasma surrounding the myriad Link Mountains had nearly disappeared. The many cultivators that had remained hidden nearby suddenly appeared in great numbers and made their way towards Devilfall Valley one after another. There were also cultivators who possessed lower cultivation and those that were unwilling to enter, who were merely taking advantage of the weakened miasma to search for spirit beasts and medicines in the mountains. Devilfall Valley was located in the northwest area of the myriad Link Mountains, spanning an area of tens of thousands of kilometers. However, the battle amongst ancient devil cultivators had caused the surrounding valley and sky to be layered with fearsome ancient restrictions. They were all incredibly difficult to deal with and overlapped in such a way that it formed an impenetrable barrier. The sole area that lacked these restrictions was the entrance to Devilfall Valley. It was 300 meters wide and narrowed as it went tens of kilometers within. This path was originally easy to pass through, but the effects of the ancient battles had ravaged the area, leaving it densely filled with spatial tiers. Glaring white light shined from some of the tiers while others were dim and completely invisible. The sizes of these tiers varied anywhere from a few inches to several tens of meters wide, allowing them to engulf several tens of men without problem. As for the small tiers, they were similarly incredibly deadly blades hanging in the air. Most terrible of all is that over time, these spatial tiers would wander, as well as open and disappear intermittently. There was no pattern to their appearance. Because of these fearsome spatial tiers, almost no cultivators had ever made it out of the valley alive, even bringing countless nascent soul eccentrics to their end. The reason for Devilfall Valley's reputation as the most dangerous area in the heavenly south was mostly attributed to its spatial tiers. But this time would be different. According to the Ghost Spirit sect, one would be able to safely pass into the valley, creating a disturbance throughout the heavenly south. Suddenly, cultivators began to eye the treasures with greed, and the several hundred Devil Fall medallions were cleanly divided up eagerly. There were also a few cultivators that were unable to acquire a Devil Fall medallion and could only gather around this area in hopes that they could somehow manage to sneak into the valley. Chapter 805. Cultivators gathering vines covered the small valley's surroundings as a ball of white light shot towards it. Within the white light, there was a beautiful green-robed woman sitting upright on top of a snow-white bird. In the blink of an eye, the bird arrived above the small valley and folded its wings, diving towards the dense vines below. The woman raised her hand and launched a spell seal down below, causing the scene to tremble with green light. The vines suddenly disappeared to reveal a green light barrier. The woman dismounted from the bird and vanished through the barrier with a flash of white light. The barrier disappeared to reveal 6 cultivators all clothed in green as well. They were sitting around a 5-pointed spell formation about 20 meters wide at the entrance of the small valley. With one of the cultivators sitting cross-legged at each of the spell formation's corners, it began to flicker with spirit light. The remaining cultivator was a long-bearded old man sitting at the center of the spell formation with his eyes closed. Suddenly the old man opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. There was a white light slowly descending onto them. A moment later, a green-robed woman appeared in front of the old man and saluted him as soon as she landed. The green-robed woman lowered her head in respect and said, "This disciple greets her Marshal Senior. The miasma on the mountain range has completely disappeared. There are many cultivators that have already gathered in front of Devil Fall Valley." The long-bearded old man twirled his beard and slowly asked, "Has the ghost spirit sect made an appearance yet?" After a moment of thought, the woman carefully replied, "Apart from a few, a majority of the ghost spirit sect have yet to take action." The long-bearded old man snorted and said, "Since the ghost spirit sect have yet to take action, we must not move hastily either. So long as we pay attention to their elders, we won't encounter any mishap. Marshal Nishan, continue monitoring their movements, and as soon as there is a change, immediately report back." "Yes, this disciple will set off." The green-robed woman accepted his orders without any opposition. After saluting the old man once more, she flew off on the spirit bird. The old man watched as the green-robed woman left until she disappeared, and his eyes brightly glinted as he momentarily sank into thought. The 5 cultivators sitting around the spell formation were completely unperturbed by the appearance of the woman surnamed Han. They all remained completely still as if they were made of wood. The long-bearded old man didn't find this out of the ordinary at all and closed his eyes once more. On the top of a lofty mountain, there was a middle-aged, gray-robed Taoist priest standing on top of a boulder. He was staring in the direction of Devil Fall Valley with a squint as raging winds blew against him. The Taoist priest turned his head to look at 2 sinister puppets at his side with a trace of satisfaction. He muttered, "With these 2 nascent soul-level ancient puppets, I'll reap a great harvest from this journey to Devil Fall Valley." With that said, the Taoist priest raised his arm and struck the puppets with a spell seal. In an instant, the puppets quickly shrunk and shot into his sleeve. Soon, the Taoist priest tore through the skies in the direction of Devil Fall Valley as a streak of red light. In another corner of the sky, there were 3 streaks of light arranged in a row, flying towards Devil Fall Valley. If Han Li were to see the trio, he would be greatly surprised as he would recognize 2 of them. One was a sallow-faced yellow-robed old man, ancestor Ling Hu of Yellow Maple Valley. By his side was a white-robed woman with a pale complexion and a chilly expression, the Grand Elder of the Masked Moon Sect and Nangong Wan's senior martial sister. The one that Han Li wouldn't recognize was the old man, who had a steep brow and a lion's nose. The 3 were completely silent as they hurried on their way and soon disappeared into specks of light that faded from the sky without a trace. At the same time, many cultivators began to appear near the myriad Link Mountains, seeming completely confident in their abilities. As of current, Han Li had already arrived nearby Devil Fall Valley. He was sitting on a mound several kilometers away from its entrance, pensively looking in the direction of Devil Fall Valley. At that moment, Han Li used his spiritual sense to probe a radius of 10 some kilometers nearby. He found that over 1,000 cultivators had already gathered here with many nascent soul eccentrics hidden amongst them. While these cultivators weren't characters on par with the 3 great Heavenly South cultivators, they were all exceptional individuals who wielded strange and troublesome secret abilities. Han Li wasn't so conceited as to believe that he had nothing to fear from cultivators that weren't on the level of the 3 great Heavenly South cultivators or the Mulan Divine Sages. It would only take a single mistake for him to lose his life in the valley. As Han Li pondered, he would occasionally take the measure of the entrance to Devil Fall Valley. If it weren't for the cultivators that were gathered there, Han Li wouldn't have believed that such a common mountain opening would be the entrance to Devil Fall Valley. However, there were roiling gray clouds above the entrance that surged with spiritual qi. It was an odd omen that left a cold impression on those who saw it. From the outside, the entrance appeared only 30 meters wide, but he was only able to see 300 meters into the valley when he attempted to probe it with his spiritual sense. A restriction of the valley had blocked him from seeing any further, and he was unable to personally witness the so-called spatial tiers. Although Han Li could forcefully puncture the restrictions with his spiritual sense, he hesitated to do so at an area as dangerous as Devil Fall Valley and cautiously withdrew his spiritual sense. Soon after, Han Li sat cross-legged on the mound and he closed his eyes. Time slowly passed by until half a day later when Han Li sensed a familiar aura amongst the increasing number of cultivators that gathered there. After some thought, Han Li was able to identify them and he frowned. During that moment, there was a nearby voice that shouted with alarm, "The Mulan have arrived." The Mulan spell warriors also wished to search for treasures in Devil Fall Valley. Following that announcement, an uproar filled the entrance and Han Li felt his heart tremble. When he opened his eyes, he saw a strange flying carriage moving in their direction. The carriage's body was round and over 60 meters in length. It sparkled with silver light and was engraved with talisman characters all over its body. There were over 10 cultivators dressed in Mulan robes standing in the carriage, revealing them to be Mulan spell warriors without a doubt. When Han Li saw this, he wore an astonished expression. Although he had heard rumors that the Mulan were going to arrive, he hadn't believed it to be true. After all, the Heavenly South may have made peace with the Mulan, but the battle at the border had left both sides with vast injuries. The Mulan had formed a deep hatred between many sects, and without the passage of several hundred years, this hatred wouldn't easily disperse. Under such circumstances, it was rather inconceivable that the Mulan would dare to enter so deep into the heart of the Heavenly South to look for treasures in Devil Fall Valley. Could it be that they had no fear that vengeful cultivators would plot against them from behind? Just as Han Li thought this, the huge carriage arrived above the entrance to Devil Fall Valley, clearly revealing the faces of the spell warriors it contained. Han Li glanced at the two in the lead and came to a realization. With those two in charge, they had no fear of retaliation from common cultivators. However, it was something of a mystery as to Han Li why the three great Heavenly South cultivators would allow them entry. The two spell warriors leading them were the scholarly divine sage surnamed Zhong and the woman surnamed Lu who guarded the ancient lantern. The flying carriage dropped on a small mountain not far from Han Li. After the spell warriors walked out of the carriage, Spell Warrior Lu struck the chariot with a spell seal and it shrunk in size. When the others at the entrance of Devil Fall Valley saw this, they were astonished and felt the same surprise as Han Li. Just as the cultivators watched the Mulan's arrival with cold and hostile gazes, light flashed from the horizon to reveal over 100 streaks of light flying towards Devil Fall Valley. "It's the Ghost Spirit Sect." Shouts echoed from those who recognized them, and the attention directed at the Mulan shifted toward the sky. As for Han Li, he also glanced upward with a cold snort. The speed of these traveling lights couldn't be considered fast. They calmly arrived above the valley's entrance and descended 300 meters away from it. The lights disappeared to reveal over 100 black-clothed cultivators, all of them Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators. The three leading them caught Han Li's attention. He recognized the one standing to the left, the Ghost Spirit Deputy Sect Master, Wang Tiangu. His heart stirred and he swept his gaze past the crowd only to spot Wang Chan and Yen Ruyan. Wang Chan appeared to be in good health and still had all his limbs, but Yen Ruyan appeared somewhat sallow. Could it be the Een Devil execution didn't injure him? Or did he just restore his limb and hide it? As these thoughts quickly appeared in Han Li's mind, he wasn't able to come up with an answer. But given Han Li's current abilities and reputation, Wang Chan could no longer be considered a threat. As a result, his attention turned to the other two nascent soul cultivators in the lead. The cultivator at the center was a middle-aged man wearing wide robes whose harsh expression possessed an uncommon air of authority. From a glance, one could tell he was in charge. To his right was an old man with a pale complexion that had peppered hair, sharp eyes and a sinister aura. While they were both nascent soul cultivators, they appeared unfamiliar to Han Li, as if they hadn't participated at the battle at the border. However, the old man's mid-nascent soul cultivation caught Han Li's attention. Chapter 806. One-way transportation formation. The Ghost Spirit Sect's Taoist shattered soul hadn't come, to Han Li's surprise. This unfamiliar old man came in his place. However, mobilizing 3 nascent soul cultivators was quite a show of force even from a sect as large as the Ghost Spirit sect. But considering that they were trying to oversee an area as dangerous as Devilfall Valley, it was still somewhat lacking. Could it be that the Ghost Spirit sect had made other preparations? Just as Han Li pondered this, the Ghost Spirit sect cultivators hurriedly scattered around the valley entrance, appearing to set up a huge spell formation. The nearby cultivators didn't disturb them and simply watched from the side. As for the Mulan spell warriors, they were also gathered together. Their leaders, the scholarly man surnamed Zhong and spell warrior Lu, were currently discussing something with soft voices. Han Li stared at the spell formation with clear eyes and a calm expression. But a short moment later, Han Li's expression stirred and he looked to the sky with bewilderment. At that moment, light flashed from the distance and a blinding streak of white light suddenly shot across the sky like a bolt of lightning, scattering any clouds that came across its path in a display of astonishing momentum. By then the other cultivators also saw this shocking occurrence. In an instant, the white light suddenly arrived above the valley entrance, fading away to reveal an azure-robed old man with an expressionless face. Wei Wuya. He's also come. Could it be that the 9 Nations Union are also determined to acquire the treasures in Devilfall Valley? An uproar surged amongst the nearby cultivators when they clearly saw the old man's face. But what was cause for even greater surprise was how Wei Wuya slowly descended in front of the Ghost Spirit sect. When the middle-aged Ghost Spirit sect elder with the unfriendly face saw this, he smiled and saluted Wei Wuya. Brother Wei, you finally arrived. I believed you had been delayed by other affairs. If that were the case, we would have had no choice but to postpone entering the valley. Since I've made an agreement with fellow Taoist Wang, I won't rashly change my mind. But it will be best if you spoke honestly. If the valley doesn't have the items that you've described, don't blame me if I become hostile. Wei Wuya ignored the middle-aged man's smile. It came as no surprise, the 9 Nations Union didn't have a good relationship with the Devil Dao. Be at ease, fellow Taoist. I wouldn't dare to trick you. The middle-aged man ignored Wei Wuya's bold words and continued to welcome him. The scene caused the nearby cultivators to watch with astonishment. Wei Wuya was the Grand Elder of the 9 Nations Union and apparently was now working with the Devil Dao. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, how could they possibly believe it? Han Li frowned at the sight of this. Now if he were to clash with the Ghost Spirit sect inside Devilfall Valley, his only choice would be to flee given that Wei Wuya was sided with them. This was something beyond his expectations. As Han Li pondered this, he couldn't help but glance at the scholarly man surnamed Zhong. If no other late nascent soul cultivators were going to enter Devilfall Valley, then these two would have the strongest cultivations. The Mulan divine sage was calmly staring at Wei Wuya with his arms held behind his back, and it was unknown what he was thinking. As for spell warrior Lu, she seemed surprised to see Wei Wuya appear here. Although Wei Wuya's presence had come as a shock to many, the cultivators present were still watching the Ghost Spirit sect disciples as they finished laying down their spell formation. After half a day's time, the spell formation had now reached over 300 meters in width as it was being constructed. As Han Li saw it being set up, he slowly became completely bewildered. The spell formation appeared to be a portion of an ancient transportation formation that he had studied once before, but there were a few minute differences where portions were either simplified or more complex. It had clearly been altered greatly. Han Li squinted his eyes and stared at the spell formation in silence. Although his attainments in spell formations were great, he wasn't unable to unravel the secrets of the spell formation in a short amount of time. He could only frown in thought. 2 hours later, the spell formation was finally complete and the Ghost Spirit sect disciples began to place various mid-grade spirit stones around it. Originally standing to the side, Wang Chenggu suddenly stood at the center of the spell formation in a blur. He then slapped his storage pouch and took out a jade box. The other 2 Ghost Spirit sect elders didn't appear surprised in the slightest by Wang Chenggu's actions. Wang Chenggu opened the jade box and revealed a golden yellow spirit stone. The spirit stone shined magnificently and immediately released a wave of astonishing spiritual chi upon leaving the jade box. A high-grade spirit stone. Someone suddenly shouted with alarm, much to the surprise of the cultivators who heard this. Han Li's expression changed upon hearing this as well. The spiritual power of a high-grade spirit stone was only equivalent to about 100 mid-grade spirit stones. But in truth, 100 mid-grade spirit stones were far less valuable than a high-grade spirit stone. A high-grade spirit stone cost at least 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones and were hardly ever purchased. The reason for this was because high-grade spirit stone mines were easily detected. As a result, there were few that still existed. As of current, these spirit stones were only rarely found deep at the end of a mid-grade spirit stone mine. Unfortunately, many ancient and formidable spell formations and restrictions all required the use of high-grade spirit stones. Even common spell formations were enhanced when activated with the power of these spirit stones. Additionally, a high-grade spirit stone is able to supply a nascent soul cultivator with a great amount of spiritual power. As a result, the price of high-grade spirit stones is incredibly high, and they only become rarer with the passage of time, nearly vanishing from the heavenly south. As for the peak-grade spirit stones from legend, they had already disappeared before the times of antiquity had come to an end. They now only remained in legends. Han Li couldn't help but grow fervent as he saw Wang Tiangu solemnly place the gold attribute high-grade spirit stone at the center of the spell formation. Han Li had killed many cultivators, but never once had he acquired a high-grade spirit stone. Even if he attempted to find one at a market city or such, it would be a hopeless affair. After all, high-grade spirit stones were all stored away by few large sects in the cultivation world in case there was ever a need for them. Now that the Ghost Spirit sect had taken out a high-grade spirit stone, it appeared they viewed this matter with the utmost importance. Of course, it now made sense why they were selling Devilfall medallions at such an incredible price. After placing the high-grade spirit stone in the proper location, Wang Tiangu returned to the side of the middle-aged elder and whispered a few words. The middle-aged cultivator nodded and then gave the command for the Ghost Spirit sect disciples to withdraw from the spell formation. The disciples each took out a faint yellow formation flag after withdrawing from the formation. With great familiarity, they immediately raised the flags into the air and quickly assumed a strange formation. At that moment, the spell formation began to glow as if it were accumulating power. Could it be that this person was the true sect lord? Why else would Wang Tiangu treat him with such respect despite their similarities in cultivation? Han Li stared at the middle-aged cultivator and his mind began to ponder as he examined the fierce-looking man. At that moment, black chi suddenly wrapped around the middle-aged cultivator's body and he slowly rose into the air. He swept his eyes across the ground and said, "I am the Ghost Spirit Sect's Wang Tianxing, the Ghost Spirit Sect's master. I won't speak any nonsense. The path to enter Devilfall Valley has already been established. With the spatial tears already shrunken and stabilized, we can now enter the valley. Our sect's many spell formation masters have thought long and hard as to how to create a particular transportation formation that allows us to easily enter the valley. However, this transportation is somewhat unusual. It requires the use of a metal attribute high-grade spirit stone in order to activate. It is only with great generosity and a heavy heart that we were able to bring out such a spirit stone, but as a result, there is a limit to the number of people that we can bring. So long as you possess a Devilfall medallion, you will be allowed to use the spell formation to enter the valley, regardless of your affiliation. I hope fellow Taoists won't blame me. There are other matters that I must first make clear. This is a one-way transportation formation. Because the teleportation location isn't set, there is a very small possibility of teleporting people into a spatial tear. If this occurs, then we can only say that your luck wasn't enough and we cannot take the blame. After all, the transportation method isn't fully researched and was something produced in a rush, so there is a certain amount of danger. Those that are unwilling to brave the danger shouldn't use my sect's transportation formation." With that said, the middle-aged cultivator boldly folded his arms and immediately added, "If you do not have a Devilfall medallion, don't think you can sneak in. When everyone with a medallion is teleported, the spell formation will be destroyed." Although those words weren't spoken loudly, they were clearly heard by everyone in the valley's entrance. For a time, cultivators began to whisper or use voice transmissions to discuss the matter. A young voice suddenly spoke from within the forest with a puzzled tone. "Since we are using the transportation formation to enter, how will we get out? Will your esteemed sect be placing down another spell formation inside?" As soon as this was asked, many nodded in agreement. As for Han Li, he coldly smiled upon hearing this question. Wang Tianxing emotionlessly replied, "There is no need for this fellow Taoist to worry. From what I know, Devilfall Valley has many ancient restrictions that may prevent you from entering the valley, but there should be little resistance in preventing you from leaving. There may even be ancient transportation formations that are intact inside the valley. If so, it should be a simple matter to use them to leave." Chapter 807. Entering the valley. After hearing the Ghost Spirit Sect Master mention the ancient teleportation formations, A few cultivators rejoiced at his words while others remained skeptical. After all, few truly knew of the internal situation of Devilfall Valley. To put everyone's hearts at ease, I will have Quanzi and Elder Zhong go across first. We will have everyone else cross afterwards. Wang Tianxing finished and waved his arm towards Wang Chan and Yen Rian. The silver-masked Wang Chan and Yen Rian walked towards the center of the spell formation and stood next to the mid-nascent soul old man. Soon after Wang Tianxing gave the command, the cultivators simultaneously pointed the flags down, shooting an arm-thick rainbow beam of light towards various points of the spell formation. Suddenly, the entire spell formation began to hum and the spirit stones around it began to brightly shine. This scene stirred the nearby cultivators, but Wang Tianxing paid them little notice. Wang Qiangu then brought 8 core formation cultivators with him towards the spell formation. In that moment, the other cultivators clearly saw that while the spell formation may appear enormous, it seemed to only be able to teleport 3 people at a time. As a result, the Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators had to be teleported in batches. Seeing that the Ghost Spirit Sect had rushed to take the first step, the other cultivators grew tempted to follow them. However, cultivators were often cunning and cautious. For a time, no one dared to step forward and clearly wished to see others make an attempt first. After all, the Ghost Spirit Sect's reputation wasn't very great and the slightest mistake could lead to certain death. Han Li stood up on the mound, taking in a better view of the scene. Wang Tianxing coldly laughed upon seeing the cultivators' responses and he raised his arms towards the sky. The sky above him began to stir and the valley's surroundings gradually became quieter. Despite the awkward atmosphere, the Mulan began to move. Over 10 Mulan spell warriors silently walked towards the huge formation behind the scholarly man surnamed Zhong and the woman surnamed Lu. A trace of black chi flickered across Wang Tianxing's face after seeing this, but soon disappeared. As for the taciturn Wei Wuya, he calmly faced Elder Zhong and looked at him. Before the Mulan spell warriors made their way into the spell formation, Elder Zhong flung his sleeve, shooting over 10 streaks of azure light from his sleeve into the sky. Wang Tianxing then expressionlessly waved his hand and caught the lights, only to reveal 10 medallions. Although Wang Tianxing didn't participate in the battle at the border, he already knew of the divine sage's identity. As such, he took a breath and slowly said, "Good. The quantity will suffice. Please go in." Elder Zhong nodded and several spell warriors moved from behind him, entering the spell formation. Suddenly, the Ghost Spirit Sect disciples floating in the air activated the formation and sent the Mulan into the valley in groups of 3. When Elder Zhong walked into the spell formation, he glanced at Wei Wuya and casually said, "If the target location of this transportation formation is random, then it'd be best if your sect's disciples don't encounter us." Showing no fear, Wei Wuya faced the Mulan divine sage and replied, "How could something so convenient happen in this world? If something like that truly happens, it can only be by the wills of the heavens." "The will of heavens? Then so be it." Divine Sage Zhong coldly chuckled and disappeared with white light alongside 2 of his juniors. After that was said, Wang Tianxing glanced at the empty spell formation with a trace of a scowl. When the others saw that the Mulan were able to safely use the transportation formation, they couldn't help but lose their composure. Many cultivators began to take out their Devilfall medallions and walk towards the transportation formation. Over the span of a few minutes, the transportation formation flickered with light many times, sending over 300 people into Devilfall Valley, about a fourth of the total number of Devilfall medallions. As for the high-grade spirit stone at the spell formation center, it had already begun to dim. Its spiritual power appeared nearly exhausted. Han Li indifferently watched all of this as he stood on top of the mound and made note of all the cultivators who entered the valley. Suddenly, Han Li's gaze shifted to 6 green-robed cultivators that approached the spell formation. The one leading them was the controlling spirit sect's Grand Elder, Dongmen Tuesday. Han Li didn't have a particularly good impression of. Although they had never engaged each other in a direct confrontation, Han Li felt that he should be careful around this person considering his involvement in dealing with the Mulan spy, Gu Shuangpu. But with his vastly powerful abilities, Han Li didn't need to pay too much attention to him. At that moment, the 5 green-robed cultivators escorting Dongmen Tu simultaneously turned their heads in the direction of Han Li. At the same time, Han Li's assimilated second nascent soul suddenly began to intensely stir. Were it not for Han Li's quick reaction to immediately concentrate and forcefully dominate it with his spiritual sense, he feared it would have manifested on its own. At that same moment, Han Li used his spiritual sense to carefully observe the 5 green-robed cultivators. Elemental Spirit Nascents. These early nascent soul cultivators gave off a strange impression similar to his second nascent soul. As a result, he couldn't help but squint at them, not knowing where they came from. Of course, Dongmin too also noticed his escorts acting strangely, and he hurriedly turned his gaze to Han Li, happening to exchange glances with him. A trace of astonishment appeared on Dongmin too's face, but he soon turned his head around as if nothing had happened and walked into the spell formation. As for Wang Qinggu, he appeared greatly shocked upon seeing that Dongmin too was being accompanied by 5 other nascent soul cultivators. As for Wei Wuya, he closely examined several of the green-robed cultivators and wore a pensive expression. Staring at these 5 cultivators, Wang Tianxing asked with a deep tone, "Brother Dongmin, these fellow Taoists are quite unfamiliar. Could you introduce them to me?" In his cunning, Dongmin too casually responded, "I'll be happy to once the matter with Devil Fall Valley is concluded." Wang Tianxing inwardly cursed him, but he knew that Dongmin too wouldn't tell the truth. Unwilling to let this drag on, he gave the order to his disciples to teleport the 6 nascent soul cultivators in 2 groups. In the instant that Dongmin too was teleported, he unconsciously glanced at Han Li with a malicious expression. Although his action was well hidden, Han Li had clearly seen it with his spiritual sense. It appeared that Dongmin too was able to sense the spirit nascent inside his body. This would prove troublesome. With the elemental spirit nascents following him, he had suddenly become a fearsome foe. It was a pity that the wood spirit nascent still wasn't fully assimilated. It seemed that Han Li would have to be much more careful after he entered the valley. Soon after Dongmin too was teleported, another group of 3 appeared behind them. Han Li wore a wry smile upon seeing them. They were Senior Marshal Brother Cheng and 2 other nascent soul cultivators that were nearing the end of their lifespan. Han Li sighed and watched the 3 teleport into the valley. Afterward, his attention shifted to the high-grade spirit stone that sat at the center of the spell formation. It had already grown mostly lightless. Han Li's gaze flickered, and without any further hesitation, he soared into the sky and flew over in a streak of azure light. He soon descended in front of the spell formation and tossed his Devil Fall medallion towards Wang Tianxing. Wei Wuya's figure blurred and he appeared 100 meters away from Han Li. "Fellow Taoist Han, you've also arrived. With your young age, your prospects are limitless. There should be no need for you brave such danger." Han Li calmly replied, "Many thanks for your kindness, Brother Wei, but there is a reason I must enter Devil Fall Valley." Wei Wuya frowned and stared at Han Li's expression for a moment more before his expression grew sullen. "Since fellow Taoist Han has decided, I won't speak of the matter further. I just hope that our goals differ." With that said, Wei Wuya blurred and reappeared back in his original position. After seeing Wei Wuya speak to this youth with such a serious tone, how could Wang Tianxing not know who Han Li was? With a calm expression, he examined Han Li with shock filling his heart. He had heard of Han Li many years ago when Wang Chan had suffered a massive loss which allowed Han Li to escape back when they both only possessed foundation establishment stage cultivations. After the passage of time, he had reappeared in the heavenly South Continent as a nascent soul cultivator. Additionally, the youth had once again developed a deep hatred towards Ghost Spirit sect and escaped their grasp once more. Several years had passed since the incident at the Mulan Plains, while his reputation soared and he displayed abilities that left other cultivators in awe, raising him to become an existence on par with the 3 great heavenly South cultivators. When Wang Tianxing heard about this, the matter was far from good, and he took Han Li's name to heart. Now that Han Li had arrived before them, he wished to figure out who this person was. Unfortunately for him, Han Li was already standing at the center of the spell formation with his eyes shut and a neutral expression, leaving no openings for anybody else to approach him. This caused Wang Tianxing's heart to tremble and he was touched with a faint sense of trepidation. Regardless, he was able to wave his hand with a relaxed posture and the disciples in the air activated the formation, sending Han Li off in a series of hums. After a chain of teleportations, Han Li felt a wave of uneasiness, but he eventually recovered his bearings and began to examine his surroundings. He found himself near a mostly collapsed stone cliff and was surrounded by overgrown grass that reached half a person tall. In the distance he saw a chain of short, unbroken hills. There wasn't a person to be seen. However, this wasn't strange in the least, as Devil Fall Valley spanned hundreds of thousands of kilometers. If 2 people weren't teleported together, it would be incredibly difficult to find them. When Han Li turned around to look around about him, he couldn't help but wear an astonished expression. Chapter 808. Death in the Valley. There was a depression not far behind Han Li. It was over 300 meters wide and completely barren, as if it wasn't created naturally. With a changed expression, Hanli released his spiritual sense and quickly searched a perimeter of 15 kilometers around him. After discovering no trace of any other cultivators, he looked at the depression and slowly made his way towards it. When Hanli arrived at the edge of the depression, he closely examined it, and soon a trace of alarm appeared on his face. This wasn't a depression but a symmetrically round pit. The pit was filled with ash of an unknown depth, and it was impossible to see through it. Hanli stared at the large hole for a moment more with a pensive expression. He then formed an incantation gesture with his hands and swept up a 30-meter-tall gale in front of him. "Go!" He uttered the command and waved his sleeve, as the gale swept the ash from the center of the pit. The wind swept up the ash and rock everywhere it traveled. A moment later, the hole's true appearance was revealed as a slab of dark red volcanic rock that appeared incredibly smooth. "This is..." At a glance, Hanli realized this was something formed from high-temperature fires, likely along with the formation of the hole. Shock appeared on his face as he further thought about the matter. Could it be that something similar to a fireball created the hole? If he were to strike a stone surface with a fireball, something of a much smaller scale would be created. The result would pale in comparison to this, which would be over 100 times larger that he could create. Could it be that the abilities of an ancient cultivator were so ferocious? As Hanli lost himself in thought, he eventually sighed and shook his head. After some further thought, he believed the pit was more likely caused by some sort of fire attribute ancient treasure. But even so, this demonstrated that ancient cultivators' abilities were far greater than present cultivators. Afterwards, Hanli slowly walked around the stone pit once more, but didn't discover anything else notable about it. He then came to a stop and raised his head to the sky. As of current, it should be about noon, but there was no sun in the sky where he was teleported. Instead, it was replaced by an endless cloud of yellow haze that shined with dim light. This didn't come as a shock to Hanli, since there was some sort of restriction that covered the entire sky. He reckoned that as of current, he wouldn't be able to fly very high, or else he would trigger the restriction. Of course, Hanli still had to test his hypothesis. He took out a gold-devouring beetle from his storage pouch and tossed it into the air. Hanli then raised his head and emotionlessly watched the beetle. When it had reached about 180 meters in height, a blue lightning bolt suddenly appeared out of nowhere and struck the gold-devouring beetle. The insect promptly spun as it fell over 20 meters, but managed to unfold its wings and recover as if nothing had happened. Hanli wore a pensive expression when he saw this. After commanding the beetle to return, he got his bearings, and in a flicker of light, he slowly made his way west. He didn't dare to fly quickly through this strange land for fear that he could come across a restriction or a spatial tear and lead himself into an untimely demise. As for the matter of Violet Spirit and Marquis Nanlong, Hanli moved out to prepare to handle both of their affairs. Seizing the Spirit Kindle fruit and joined together with Marquis Nanlong to kill the ancient flame toad. Although the Ghost Spirit sect Nascent Soul Elder had found the Spirit Kindle fruit when he entered the valley, he wasn't able to precisely remember its location. It would take some time before they found it. Chapter 809, Matters Unfolding, Go! The loud man roared. The stone block revolved once in the air and struck the rainbow light barrier in a burst of light. The two swords transformed into streaks of light and followed after the stone block. As expected, the stone block magic treasure was exceptional. Before it even struck, it carried the faint sounds of a storm. Soon, a booming explosion sounded out, accompanied by a pulse of various colored light while the nearby earth swayed. When the other two saw the stone block's might, they wore a hopeful smile, but their smiles soon froze on their faces. In the intertwining lights, the rainbow light suddenly grew brighter and suppressed the three magic treasures for a time before they were struck back with a clear ring sounding out from the rainbow light. In the three's alarm, they hastily regained control of their magic treasures and glanced at each other with expressions of dismay. The ferocity of this restriction was far beyond what they had anticipated. The large man snorted, but just as he thought to say something further, the rainbow light surrounding them suddenly flashed and turned red. Before the three even realized what was going on, the restriction began to condense clouds of flame, suddenly raising the temperature within the area. What's going on? Wasn't this restriction not supposed to be an offensive type? The scarred large man shouted in alarm, but the other two weren't able to answer him. The fiery clouds above them had already begun to press down on them. In that moment, The hooded member amongst the three began to summon magic treasures all around his body in an attempt to protect himself. He also slapped several talismans on his body, forming various colored barriers twinkling around him. The fiery clouds then engulfed the three. Soon, 3 miserable screams were heard, only for silence to follow shortly afterwards. A moment later, the fire cloud disappeared and the light barrier turned back to normal. There was no one amongst the rubble, only 3 magic treasures shining with greatly dimmed radiance. While there weren't many cultivators that had encountered such misfortune when they first entered Devilfall Valley, over half of them that did had died. Whenever one encountered misfortune in the valley, they immediately feared for their life. There was even a nascent soul elder of a mid-grade sect that perished as a result of a spatial tear in a moment of carelessness. Ignorant of what had happened to the various other cultivators, Hanli was treading with great care regardless. But at that moment he encountered a pleasant surprise. Standing in the air above a wasteland with his hands behind his back, Hanli was glancing below him with eyes that brilliantly flickered with blue light. If someone were to see the blue light shining from his eyes, they would think of him as demonic, not that Hanli would pay them any heed. It appeared as if there was nothing in front of him. He found nothing with his spiritual sense either, but with his bright sight spirit eyes, Hanli was able to spot a meter-long arc of light. It was about 40 meters ahead of him and shined with a faint light. Hanli took a deep breath and the blue light in his eyes slightly weakened as his expression wavered. He was now completely certain that the bright spirit eyes were able to see spatial tears that his spiritual sense wasn't able to detect. This pleasant surprise justified the large quantity of green liquid he had used to create the bright sight spirit water over the years. As a result, he was now able to cleanly avoid the most common danger in Devilfall Valley. The sole problem was that he could only detect spatial tears when using the ability to its fullest extent. He would overlook a spatial tear if he were even slightly careless. As for the magic power consumption of the bright sight spirit eyes, it wasn't much to speak of. However, it would be troublesome if Marquis Nanlong noticed something strange about his eyes after he met up with him. Hanli didn't wish for others to know about this ability. Hanli lowered his head in thought and something soon came to mind. He slapped his storage pouch and he took out a cloak that sparkled with azure light. This cloak wasn't ordinary clothing. It was a top-grade magic tool that Hanli had acquired in the war. This item had no other function than to conceal one's face, preventing any others from looking at one's true appearance. Of course, this effect didn't need a continuous supply of magic power and it wouldn't work against those with a far higher cultivation than him. Apart from the Mulan Divine Sage and Wei Wuya, there shouldn't be anyone that was capable of seeing through it. After properly wearing the cloak, Hanli took another glance at the indistinct spatial tear and flew past it in a streak of azure light. In a dense forest with trees reaching into the sky, there was a tall woman with a common appearance that was currently flying around the forest at a low altitude. While her face wasn't particularly special, her eyes were exceptionally bright and clear. She occasionally glanced around as if looking for something. After a short time, the woman eventually passed through the forest and arrived at the other end. She came to a sudden stop with an expression of surprise. It seems this isn't the place. The signs left behind by the ghost spirit sect elder aren't here. It should be in another place. But to have me find the spirit kindle fruit and wait for him, does he have other goals inside Devilfall Valley? The woman then raised her head and glanced towards the yellow sky. Her eyes seemed vacant as if she were absorbed in her thoughts. Suddenly, her expression stirred and she shot back into the forest in a blur. She concealed her presence with several techniques, hid below a huge tree and then remained completely still. She saw 3 different colored streaks of light flying across the distance. Their speed wasn't fast, but it was clear that there were 3 old men traveling together. In an instant, the 3 streaks of light arrived above the forest. The silver-haired old man amongst them sensed something and glanced down toward the woman's hiding spot. What? Has Brother Ching discovered something? A purple-robed old man with a wrinkled face asked. The silver-haired old man replied, It's nothing. There's just a core formation woman hidden down below in the forest. It seems she doesn't wish to meet anybody. The purple-robed old man couldn't help but excitedly ask, Since this woman is being so careful, could it be there are some treasures hidden inside? The third old man whose face was covered with azure chi calmly said, Brother Lin must be dreaming. This forest has no trace of a restriction, and there is only a core formation cultivator below us and it's a woman at that. Given how dangerous Devilfall Valley is, it is only natural for her to avoid us. Let's not involve ourselves and continue our search for treasure. We had best look for the treasures in the outer valley quickly, or we will have to head into the valley's depths. The retort hadn't angered the purple-robed old man. Instead, he smiled and agreed, Brother O's words hold reason. We don't need to pay any attention to the female cultivator. We can travel faster through this wretched place, but we still cannot use our full speed. We won't be able to search through such a large area in a short amount of time. We can't waste our time. The silver-haired old man also nodded, and they flew past the dense forest. When the woman saw that they left, she carefully walked out of the forest and glanced in the direction that they flew off in. Violet's spirit muttered to herself, that silver-haired old man should be Brother Han's senior martial brother. I didn't expect to find him here. Fortunately, it was only a false alarm. She and Hanli had agreed that she would first seek out traces related of the spirit kindle fruit in the outer valley. Afterwards, they would meet up and search for the spirit kindle fruit together. Violet's spirit had originally agreed to this condition with delight, but had felt somewhat puzzled by Han Li's condition. However, she knew that his other affairs had nothing to do with her, and as such, she didn't ask too much about the matter. As of current, she hadn't found her target in the forest. She hesitated for a moment before rushing in the direction the three old men had taken. In another forest of Devilfall Valley, there were 6 black-robed ghost sect disciples that were searching through it. Wang Chan and Yen Rian were among them. In the forest above, there was a pale old man floating motionlessly in the air. As for the Ghost Spirit Sect Master Wang Tiangu and the other Ghost Spirit Sect disciples, they were nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a cry of alarm echoed through a certain portion of the forest. Soon after, a disciple's cheery voice arrived at the old man's ear, "I found it. It's here." The old man's expression stirred, and he flew over in a streak of black light. When the others heard this, they all rushed towards him. "Where?" the old man coldly asked as he stood in the air above the disciple, glancing around. The disciple pointed to one of the trees and respectfully said, "Elder Zhong, it's here." Elder Zhong's gaze followed the disciple's finger, and he raised his brow. The large tree appeared rather peculiar. Not only did its roots divide into 2, but a thick branch extended to either side of it. The tree appeared almost like a huge person. The old man nodded and said with a stiff face, "Not bad. This tree could be the one, and if it actually is, we will heavily reward you when we leave the valley." When the disciple heard this, he hastily replied with delighted thanks. Elder Zhong slowly descended and flew twice around the huge tree and then stopped at its side. He stared at it for a moment more and grasped his fingers towards the tree. A trace of black yin qi slowly flew out from the tree and shot into his hands. Elder Zhong smiled and commanded, "It is truly here. Call for the others to come." As time passed by, the other cultivators in the valley became further scattered. Apart from a few that had a specific objective in mind, they all began to randomly search in hopes of finding treasure. But to the disappointment of a majority of the cultivators, only a few were lucky in their search around the outer valley. A majority were left without any gains. As a result, most of them concluded that the rumors were false and all the true treasures in the valley lay deep in its depths. The more impatient and confident cultivators began to slowly make their way towards the valley's center. As for Han Li, his first day in Devilfall Valley was quite calm. As he traveled, he wasted no time searching for treasures. There was nowhere that was safe. It was quite possible that anywhere he went was protected with restrictions, so he found it best to stay away. Although he flew at a slow speed, he gradually grew closer to the location he had agreed upon with Marquis Nanlong, and became aware of his location in the valley. Chapter 8:10. Into the valley. On the west side of Devilfall Valley, there was a small brown mountain with 2 men on top of it. A white-robed old man who had a kind face was sitting cross-legged, while the other was standing. He wore embroidered robes and a tall crown, and his facial hair dropped down to his chest. They were Marquis Nanlong and the Heaven Peak Sect elder Lu Weiing. Marquis Nanlong held both of his hands behind his back as he stood 20 meters in front of Lu Weiing. He appeared to be aloofly looking into the distance, but a trace of worry appeared in his eyes. Lu Weiing sensed Marquis Nanlong's worry and said, "Brother Nanlong, there is no need to be so worried. He could have teleported to an area farther away and will take more time to arrive. Did we not personally see him teleport through the spell formation?" Marquis Nanlong sighed and turned his head to the old man. With a helpless tone he said, "Your words aren't untrue. However, you should also know that the many dangers of Devilfall Valley aren't easily dealt with, no matter how vast one's abilities are. We need this person or our journey to Devilfall Valley will be a waste." Lu Weiing opened his eyes and grumbled, We do need the yin-yang ring in order to go through the Great North Essence lights, but is the ancient flame toad truly that powerful? If it isn't, we should have just taken the ring instead of bringing him along. Marquis Nanlong frowned and said, I hadn't personally witnessed how powerful it was, but from Master Tsang Kuan's records, it is said to be exceptionally fearsome. It is best that we find a cultivator with the ability to restrain the beast, or it will take too much effort and consume too much of our strength. I don't want to leave myself open in a place as dangerous as this. After a moment of consideration, Lu Weiying said, Your words are reasonable. It seems you've grown more careful and wary after what happened in the Mulan Plains. But from the records I've read about the ancient flame toad, it wasn't well known in times of antiquity. It was even said that it shouldn't be very hard to deal with, but since Master Tsang Kuan had vouched for its formidability, I reckon this beast should be a mutant variant. Possessing another thought in mind, Marquis Nanlong didn't entirely agree. A mutant variant? It's possible. However, I also feel that the beast didn't have any natural predators in the valley and cultivated for countless years, resulting in its vast power. Lu Weiying closed his eyes once more and slowly said, Since matters have already reached this stage, there is no point in further speaking about it. We must eliminate the flame toad either way. As for the passage leading to the flame toad, it is covered in Great North Essence lights. One wouldn't be able to go through it without any preparations. We don't have to worry about someone else finding the ancient cultivator remains before us. Marquis Nanlong smiled after hearing Lu Weiying speak so calmly. Just as he thought to say something in return, his expression suddenly changed and he hastily turned around to look at the sky. He saw an azure light slowly streaking towards them. He's finally arrived. Familiar with Han Li's flying light, Marquis Nanlong was able to recognize him at a glance and wore a smile on his face. When Lu Weiying heard him, he hastily opened his eyes and stood up. It appeared the old man was also somewhat worried despite his calm appearance. The azure streak appeared to be flying carefully. After a while it finally arrived before them. The azure light faded away to reveal a cloaked silhouette. Astonished that his spiritual sense wasn't able to see through the cloak, Marquis Nanlong hesitantly asked, Is that you, fellow Taoist Han? What? Is there someone else that has agreed to meet you here? Han Li rubbed the hood of his mantle and smiled. At the same time, his gaze flickered to Lu Weiying. Lu Weiying also discovered the peculiarity of Han Li's cloak, but appeared indifferent. Fellow Taoist must be joking. Brother Lu and I have been waiting for you for a while. Marquis Nanlong was relieved to hear Han Li's voice, but he was somewhat baffled at the cloak that Han Li wore. Seeing that Han Li hadn't mentioned it, he didn't ask about it as it was only a minor matter. The three then began to discuss how to eliminate the ancient flame toad. Before arriving at the ancient flame toad's lair, they needed to first enter the valley depths. The valley depths was actually a large area at the heart of Devilfall Valley that was confined within a particularly formidable ancient restriction. As such, there wasn't really a path to enter in there. As light revolved around the border of the valley depths, one could easily find over a dozen paths inside of varying sizes. However, these paths were all layered with multiple restrictions. If one wished to pass them, they had to dissolve the restrictions one by one or face the consequences of using brute force. The might of these ancient restrictions was fantastical and they all were merciless. One was better off if they didn't strike at them. If a restriction was attacked, it would retaliate without restraint. In the past, Master Tsang Kuan had studied these restrictions for many days with his deep understanding of spell formations, but he had eventually given up. Although it was still possible to dissolve these restrictions, it was too time-consuming to attempt it alone. Later on, Master Tsang Kuan came up with an idea. With a chance coincidence, he found a secret path concealed by Great North Essence lights. The path was well hidden, and the Great North Essence lights would exterminate any cultivators who wandered in without any prior knowledge. But with the yin-yang ring in hand, it should be quite easy to enter the valley depths. Han Li and the two decided to immediately take off into the sky and fly directly towards the valley depths. Just as they ascended into the sky, Marquis Nanlong slapped his storage pouch and took out several bells, several inches large and all differing in color. He then hung them at his waist, much to Han Li's surprise. Seeing that Han Li was curious, Marquis Nanlong explained, These are response bells. So long as an area around a spatial tear fluctuates, they will sound out. Although it cannot respond to all spatial tears, it will give a warning for most of them. Han Li nodded and the three began to streak through the sky. As they flew towards the valley depths, the bells proved quite useful. Whenever a spatial tear appeared, they would immediately ring, alerting the three and preventing them from running across the tiers. However, these spatial tears had to be detectable through some way or another. If they were truly incorporeal, the bells would give no warning. Knowing this, Han Li used his bright sight spirit eyes to look for any invisible spatial tiers. As a result, he discovered one to their side. When they flew past it, the bells did not ring. Having seen this, Han Li grew far warier. However, Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying were able to fly faster and with more ease due to the convenience of the bell. Since the three didn't encounter any more invisible spatial tiers on their way, Han Li didn't need to provide a warning and he happily kept silent. Nearly a day later, they arrived outside the valley depths in front of an unfamiliar mountain ridge. The mountain ridge was a continuous link of over 10 small mountains, appearing to be a miniature mountain range spanning tens of kilometers. Behind the mountain ridge, there was a crimson light that blocked the yellow sky. It appeared demonic. That must be the valley depths. The crimson light should be an extremely formidable restriction. We cannot provoke it or we will surely suffer. Although this was the first time Marquis Nanlong had seen the crimson light, he immediately knew to be wary of it. Han Li squinted and looked at the crimson light without emotion. Given how strange it was, he wouldn't have been in a rush to approach it regardless of what Marquis Nanlong said. But for what purpose did the ancient devil cultivators arrange so many formidable restrictions around Devilfall Valley? Just what was this valley's original purpose and what secrets were they guarding? The valley may as well have been a prison. On a whim, these thoughts appeared in Han Li's mind, but soon he laughed at himself. What kind of monster would need such a huge valley as a prison? That was impossible. It was more likely that this was a stronghold for the devil cultivators. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong led the way, flying directly towards two of the mountains on the mountain ridge. After a moment, Marquis Nanlong raised his hand and the three stopped, slowly floating down to the ground. There was green grass and mountain stone ahead of them with huge trees and overgrown vines. It all appeared completely ordinary. Despite the excitement on his face, Marquis Nanlong coolly said, "We're here." It didn't look like this originally. When Master Tsang Kuan arrived here, he deployed an illusion technique to conceal the passage entrance. I'll dissolve the illusion now. He waved his sleeve and released a white jade pendant. It circled once above his head before stopping. Then after he muttered an incantation, he formed a hand gesture and struck the jade pendant with several spell seals of varying colors. All of the spell seals were cleanly absorbed by the jade pendant and soon after, white light brilliantly glowed from it and it trembled, releasing a clear ring. With a loud shout, a large white mist emerged from the jade pendant and swept away at everything in front of it. An astonishing change occurred as the mountain rocks and the rest of the scenery began to distort as if a painting was being torn apart. With a ring, the white light swept away the scenery and it returned back into the jade pendant before disappearing. Han Li and the other two then stood in front of an unfamiliar scene. Chapter 8:11. Gray mist. The verdant and wild scenery completely faded away and was replaced with a strange scene. There were now white stones everywhere, each of which were shaped into ovals and sleek. The larger ones were the size of a skull and the smaller ones were the size of a fist. In the distance, there was a large expanse of dense gray mist that couldn't be seen through. However, the gray mist was confined to an area of around 300 meters with crimson light to either side of it. The light pushed into the mist as it were a tide, but the mist would push back as if it were an embankment. Lu Weiying slowly asked, "This is the passage that you were talking about?" Marquis Nanlong hesitated for a moment and said, "That's right. It's here. Does Brother Lu feel that something is wrong?" Lu Weiying glanced at the mist and said, "The crimson light is certain to be the inner valley's restriction. However, the mist seems unordinary. Did Master Tsang Kuan's records mention anything about the mist?" Marquis Nanlong pondered and said, "No, he hadn't mentioned the mist. It shouldn't be too important." Lu Weiying shook his head and wore a solemn expression. "I feel that the gray mist isn't ordinary. It's better to be careful." Han Li then said, "Then let's test if there is any problem with it." Marquis Nanlong stroked his palm. "It is exactly as fellow Taoist Han says. I have trained many eternal flight orioles and normally use them to search for medicinal herbs, but they will do in testing the mist as well." Lu Weiying didn't oppose him, so Marquis Nanlong took out an exquisite spirit beast pouch and flung it into the air. With a low cry, a small bird with golden feathers shot into the air from the pouch and it began to circle in the air. Marquis Nanlong raised his hand and tossed out an azure talisman, striking the small bird with it. The bird then spread out its wings and a small azure barrier appeared on its body. With a cry, the The small bird shot into the gray mist in a streak of golden light. Before the bird reached the mist, Han Li's eyes had already begun to shine with blue light. Making full use of the bright sight spirit eyes, he glanced around and his expression made a sudden change. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Wang were completely focused on the small bird. The eternal flight oriole headed straight into the gray mist and disappeared. Since Han Li wasn't able to clearly see into the mist, he didn't send his spiritual sense into it due to carefulness. He simply turned to watch Marquis Nanlong's expression, who had closed his eyes and focused on his connection to the bird. His expression was calm, clearly revealing that nothing had happened to the bird. Just as Han Li thought this, Marquis Nanlong's body suddenly trembled and he opened his eyes with a pale complexion. Lu Weiying stared at Marquis Nanlong and hurriedly asked, "What, did something happen?" Marquis Nanlong replied, "There is a monster in that mist that swallowed the bird whole. It seems to be." Han Li and Lu Weiying glanced at each other with astonishment. Marquis Nanlong pondered for a long while before finally answering, "It seems to be a huge python. The gray mist should be a demonic fog that it spat out." A huge python? That seems strange. Why hadn't Master Tsang Kuan's records mentioned it? Could it be? The huge python was something that arrived at the passageway after his time here. Han Li finished Lu Weiying's speculative words. "Yes, that was exactly what I meant." Marquis Nanlong nodded. "Your words are reasonable, but how can something like a huge python safely exist inside Devilfall Valley? It seems to be an extraordinary demon beast, likely some ancient variant. If we do not slay it, we won't be able to enter the valley depths. This will be quite troublesome." With a cold glint flickering from his eyes, Lu Weiying said, "It's no problem. Since the gray mist isn't a restriction, we don't need to be too fearful of it. With our combined powers, this ancient beast shouldn't be difficult to deal with. I reckon it won't be much more powerful than the ancient flame toad. We may not know how powerful the ancient beast is, but we will have to eliminate it in order to continue. Let us deal with it together." Marquis Nanlong then opened his mouth and spat out a small sword flickering with golden light. The old man rolled his hands and summoned a brilliant white formation flag into his hand. When Han Li saw this, he bitterly smiled, seeing that the two had already came to a decision to immediately attack. Han Li suddenly faced an empty area and his expression sank, saying, "I don't object to dealing with the beast, but before we start, how about we first ask for this fellow Taoist to come out of hiding? How long does your esteemed self plan on hiding there?" He flicked his finger, sending several streaks of azure sword chi to strike where he was looking. In a series of explosions, a silhouette covered in yellow light suddenly appeared, holding a large shield in his hand. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying were dumbstruck at the sight of this. The silhouette in the yellow light was a lanky man that appeared over 40 years old. He hastily bowed to the three nascent soul cultivators, but his face was filled with terror. "This is a misunderstanding. Seniors, please do not be angry. I only just arrived here and will immediately depart." As soon as Lu Weiying saw this person, he shouted in alarm, "Huang Tianming. It's you?" A trace of hostility appeared on Marquis Nanlong's face and he sternly asked, "What? Brother Lu recognizes this person?" Lu Weiying's expression grew unsightly as he stared at the lanky man and coldly said, "This cultivator belongs to a small sect of our Righteous Tao Alliance. His cultivation isn't anything special, but I heard he had acquired an ancient concealment talisman that is wondrously effective. I didn't think this matter to be true, but here he was, completely concealed from us. Seniors, I only followed you because I was curious about your techniques." Hearing that they spoke with an unfriendly tone, the lanky man blanched. "Since you secretly followed behind us, you can't be up to anything good. Brother Lu, he is a member of your Righteous Tao Alliance. What do you want to do with him?" Lu Weiying's face turned expressionless and he squinted his eyes. "I intend on killing him." With that said, his body blurred and he disappeared without a trace. When the lanky man heard this, he felt his heart drop. Out of complete fear of the three nascent soul cultivators, he covered himself in light and took to the skies. At that moment, Lu Weiying had used some sort of movement technique and appeared where the lanky man had originally stood. He raised his head to coldly look at the streak of yellow light that was flying away. Then with a tremble of his hand, he launched the white flag into the air. The flag turned into a white wind as it chased the yellow light with amazing speed, whistling through the air. Soon the lanky man was overtaken. In an attempt to block the white wind, he raised his shield. After a series of fierce trembles, the shield shattered into fragments as the wind pushed through, cutting the lanky man into 1,000 pieces, filling the sky with a bloody mist as his last miserable scream spread through the air. When Lu Weiying saw this, he nodded and waved his hand, summoning the white wind back into his hand as a white flag. Marquis Nanlong clapped and smiled. Good. With that settled, we don't have to fear about this matter leaking. Lu Weiying casually replied, it was nothing. That mere core formation cultivator was deserving of more than just death for daring to follow us. He then reached towards the blood mist and summoned a faint yellow talisman and a storage pouch into his grasp. Lu Weiying took a quick look at the items before putting them away. We were truly lucky to have fellow Taoist Han here, or we would have encountered unexpected troubles. It is no wonder Brother Han has such a grand reputation, given that he was able to see through such a powerful concealment technique. Han Li smiled and aloofly said, it was nothing but luck. You two weren't able to see through it only because he snuck in while you two were distracted. When Marquis Nanlong heard Han Li's modest words, he shook his head and said nothing more. At that moment, Lu Weiying returned to them wearing a serious expression. Let us move quickly and avoid having any other unexpected troubles appear. Han Li nodded and with a flip of his hand, a sparkling formation flag appeared in his grasp. Rubbing his chin, he proposed, when we kill the huge python, it will cause quite a commotion. I will first lay down an isolation formation so that the disturbances of the battle remain within the restriction. This way we won't have to worry about any of the cultivators nearby. Lu Weiying smiled and couldn't help but offer a word of praise. Brother Han is truly an attentive person. That will be for the best. Han Li immediately flew off and began to arrange formation flags one after another. A short time later, he had finished placing down a large spell formation. The spell formation's main purpose was to dampen sound and spiritual chi fluctuations. With such a specific and simple function, it was able to be placed down in a short amount of time. When Han Li returned to them, Lu Weiying waved the flag in his hand and calmly said, since fellow Taoist Han has finished laying down the formation, I will use the hurricane flag to disperse the fog. That way the python will have nowhere to hide. With that said, he tossed the flag into the air and began to mutter an incantation. When Marquis Nanlong saw this, he pointed to the small golden sword in front of him. Suddenly, the sword flew through the air and revolved once before brilliantly glowing with golden light. In the blink of an eye, the sword expanded to a length of 20 meters as it floated above him. Chapter 8:12. The ancient python Lu Weiying finished his incantation and pointed to the spell flag. Trembling, the flag suddenly unfolded, shining with a blinding light. Gusts of wind repeatedly blew around it like a storm, eventually gathering enough force to condense into 10 or so white wind dragons, all rushing towards the mist with overbearing momentum. As for Marquis Nanlong's huge golden sword, it shot out with a hum and began to revolve above the mist. It seemed Marquis Nanlong was planning to wait for the mist to disperse before striking at the ancient beast with a thunderous blow as soon as it appeared. Han Li silently flung out his sleeve, summoning a small bell that flashed with silver light and flew off into the distance in a flash of light. The wind dragons seemed to race each other as they struck headfirst into the mist. The gray mist roiled for a spell before being torn apart by a tornado from within. However, the dispersion of the mist only lasted for a short moment as a strange hiss filled the air. Suddenly, a muffled boom sounded through the mist. A huge snake tail with the thickness of a water jar suddenly tossed one of the wind dragons from the mist and dispersed the tornado. Then with 2 more thuds, the snake tail easily smashed 2 more wind dragons from within. When Lu Weiying saw this, he was shocked and immediately grasped his hands in a strange incantation gesture, uttering, "Explode!" The remaining wind dragons suddenly flashed with white light and ruptured. The explosive winds devastated the mist, scattering most of it with ferocious gales and revealing the monster that laid within. It was coiled up and appeared to be the size of a mountain. With its body revealed, the golden sword took the opportunity to silently strike at it. As this occurred, Han Li shot a spell seal at the silver bell. In a brilliant flash of light, it suddenly grew 3 meters tall. With a clear ring, a silver wave suddenly rushed out from the shining bell and moved to engulf the huge python in a joint attack with the huge golden sword. The python was slow to react and simply further shrunk into its coil in response to the attacks, remaining still. Marquis Nanlong was overjoyed by the sight of this, and poured even more spiritual power into his sword, enlarging it slightly further. But before the golden sword could strike, a layer of green light suddenly enveloped the python's body without a warning. A huge boom sounded out as golden and green light intertwined, but soon the green light overwhelmed the golden sword and repelled it. As that happened, the three cultivators were shocked. Immediately after the golden sword was repealed, the silver sound wave struck the python's barrier and was scattered without effort. The two attacks seemed to have awakened it, and it slowly withdrew its head to look at Han Li and the others. At that moment, the gray mist had already cleanly scattered and the huge python had revealed itself before them. The python had a body as black as iron. It was over 200 meters long and was exceptionally thick with black palm-sized scales covering its body. It had faint green serpent eyes that currently held an ominous glint. Han Li felt his heart tremble. Just as he thought to recall his silver bell, the huge python suddenly extended itself in a blur, and the silver bell that was 100 meters away from it disappeared without a trace. Before Han Li realized what had happened, Marquis Nanlong's huge golden sword also disappeared from the sky with only a blur from the python. At that moment, Han Li had already processed what had happened. The huge python had extended itself with fantastical speed, swallowing the treasures in the blink of an eye. It happened so fast that they were unable to react. Han Li grimaced. The python was giant, but its movements were still amazingly fast. When Marquis Nanlong saw that the sword was swallowed, his alarm was soon replaced with joy, as he had spent over 100 years tempering his linked magic treasure. The huge snake's exterior defenses may be formidable, but since it had taken the initiative to swallow the sword into its stomach, wasn't it seeking its own death? With that thought, Marquis Nanlong hastily commanded the golden flying sword to display its full might within the python's stomach and directly cleave through the beast. But in that short time his expression froze. Although his magic treasure was still connected to his spiritual sense, it was restrained within the huge python's stomach and didn't budge in the slightest. In that moment he couldn't help but grow nervous. After all, if his own magic treasure suffered any damage, his consciousness would be heavily damaged as well. Fellow Taoists, my flying sword has been restrained. This python is no ordinary beast. Be careful. With that said, Marquis Nanlong solemnly sighed and he raised his hand. A dark green ring flew off from his finger and floated in front of him. The ring pulsed with light and was faintly inscribed with various talisman characters. Lu Weiying was alarmed to discover that their magic treasures had failed, and he hastily attempted to recall his spell flag. Then with a wave of his hand, he released several talismans into the air, and they soon burst with white light, transforming in tens of blinding white fireballs that floated in front of him. Han Li astonishedly glanced at the white fireballs and felt some familiarity towards them, but now was not the time to think of the matter. He then turned his head around and slapped his storage pouch, summoning 4 streaks of white light around him. 3 wolves, 2 flame oxen, and a green snake appeared in front of him. They were the 6 puppets that he had acquired from Taoist Heaven Crystal formed the Grand Trade Meet. After he acquired them, he had yet to truly use them. Now that he faced this formidable ancient python, it was a good opportunity to test their strength. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying saw Han Li's puppets and momentarily revealed a trace of surprise. The 3 were all vastly experienced cultivators. With a solemn exchange of glances, they all executed their various abilities in a joint attack against the python. However, an ominous glint began to condense from the python's eyes as it stared at the 3 cultivators. It raised its head and spat out a mouthful of liquid towards them, filling the air with a fishy scent. In their alarm, the 3 hastily raised light barriers around them and held their breaths. In the next moment, they discovered that while the fishy scent was putrid, it wasn't poisonous. Regardless, it had still caused them to hesitate. In that moment of delay, the huge python widely opened its mouth and began to suddenly inhale, expanding its body. In the blink of an eye, the entirety of the stone and earth in front of the python was sucked into its mouth. The 3 cultivators were caught off guard and they felt a huge force pulling on them. They were rendered completely immobile as they resisted being sucked into Python's mouth. Han Li's 6 puppets were brought to the python's mouth in the blink of an eye, offering no resistance to the attractive force. A trace of surprise appeared on Han Li's face, but his heart remained calm. Azure light flashed from his body, causing it to grow incredibly heavy as it sunk into the ground. Then with a mental command, the 6 puppets brought to the python's side began to attack. The red oxen's horns began to flash with red light and shot 4 beams of light into the python's gaping mouth. Just as the python confidently believed that it could suck Han Li and the others into its stomach, it was struck at its exposed tongue. Red light flashed and a series of thuds soon followed. The huge python groaned and closed its mouth. Although the damage to its tongue was uncertain, it had stopped breathing in for the time being. During that moment of pause, Hanli regained control of the three white wolf puppets. Their bodies brightly glowed with white light and they regained their bearing on the ground with claws glowing with several inches of light. The wolves then brandished its vicious fangs before blurring from sight, flying towards the beast in streaks of light. Clangs sounded out as the wolves struck the python's head. For some unknown reason, the green light hadn't appeared when the wolves struck, but the wolves' shining claws and incisive fangs weren't able to harm the black scales. They were only able to leave behind white marks. Then two of the wolves immediately blurred and split up, shooting towards the huge python's eyes. They were bare and without the protection of scales. With a quick purple blur, two muffled thuds sounded out. The two white wolves were scattered with a fast lightning flick of the python's tongue and were sent flying. The building-sized head of the python tilted to the side and began to close its mouth on the white wolf puppets. But just as it attempted to swallow them, the green snake puppet suddenly grew to 40 meters in size and pounced at it. Additionally, the two red oxen had shot out another attack from their horns. Provoked by the puppet's strikes, the huge python roared and it quickly swayed its head, spouting a black mist from its nostrils. In the blink of an eye, its entire head disappeared from view. As for two of the white wolf puppets, they had taken this opportunity to run away. But suddenly two figures shot out from the black mist and held down the two white wolves. They were two snake heads that appeared completely identical to the first. This had all happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the cultivators realized what happened, the black chi had already disappeared to reveal the python's true form. This is a three-headed ebony snake. How is this possible? The three shouted with disbelief. They faced a three-headed python that was furiously glaring at them. The center python head was hissing with its tongue as the other two heads were chomping down on two of the wolf puppets. Then, the still air rippled as soon as the word, "explode," was uttered. With two huge booms, the puppets in the snake's jaws suddenly shined with blinding white light. Chapter 8:13. Beheading the python. Upon seeing the white wolf puppets had been restrained, Hanli immediately formed an incantation gesture and ordered his puppets to self-detonate without any hesitation. While the scales of the three huge pythons may be incredibly hardy, the insides of their mouths were a different story. Given that the white wolf puppets were crafted from countless precious materials, the power of their detonations were nothing to underestimate. As expected, the two serpent heads screamed in unbearable pain, but the middle serpent head was completely unaffected by the explosions, apart from being further enraged. In a blur of black, the green snake puppet flying towards it was flung 40 meters back by a wave of the python's tail. At that same moment, it moved forward and chomped down on one of the red ox puppets, shattering it to pieces and denying Hanli the opportunity to detonate it. As for Marquis Nanlong and Lu Wang, they had finally awoken from their shock after seeing that Hanli's puppets continued to fight. Lu Wang was the first to act, sending his tens of brilliant white fireballs into the sky. As for Marquis Nanlong, he waved his hand and struck the dark green ring he had summoned with a spell seal. Soon the ring began to blur and split into 2, then 4, then 8. In a single breath, the ring had created over 100 phantoms of itself. With the true ring mixed among them, they shot forward in a wave of green light. Hanli calmly waved his hand and summoned a pitch-black item that swelled in the air above him. In a flash of black light, it had transformed into a mountain that was over 40 meters tall, and only continued to grow under Hanli's command. It was the thousand-fold mountain. Given the massive size and extraordinary defenses of the ancient python, this treasure should be more appropriate in dealing with it. With its incredible speed, Hanli first had to restrain it before he would be able to land a strike. Just as Hanli pondered over how to do this, the python's left and right heads seemed to have recovered from the previous explosions and released 2 beams of gray light from their mouths. Lu Wang's white fireballs ruptured upon being struck, but the beams of gray light found themselves at a deadlock with the resulting wave of flames from the ruptured fireballs. As for the dark green rings, they swept past the battle between the wave of white flames and gray beams, while Hanli's thousand-fold mountain slowly followed after them. The huge python felt threatened by the barrage of green light and its center head howled. Its body glowed with a layer of green light before widely opening its mouth and pouncing forward, sweeping away the dark green ring phantasms. But one of the rings hiding in the rear dodged out of the way, and in a blur, it appeared above the python's head. Light shined brightly from the ring as it transformed into a streak of green chi, striking down with thunderous momentum. Suddenly, the dark green ring massively expanded and constricted the huge python with all its might, sinking deep into the python's flesh. The python suddenly felt that 7 inches of its flesh were constrained and felt an immense wave of pain radiating from the area. The main python head began to wildly thrash about as if desperate to break free from the green ring's restriction. The 2 other heads were also affected by the pain and were unable to sustain the beams of gray light that were restraining the white wave of flames. When Lu Weiying saw this, his expression brightened and he took advantage of the opportunity to command the white flames forward. The wave of white flames surged to over 40 meters tall and engulfed the huge python. However, the green light covering the huge python's body was formidable, and held firm against the white flames. While the dark green ring may be restricting its head, its body had yet to suffer any damage. Suddenly, black light began to shine above the python as a black mountain about 100 meters tall appeared above it. The mountain began to revolve in the air, releasing black clouds below it and trapping the huge python. The huge python turned sluggish within the black clouds as if weighed down by an immense pressure. Using the opportunity given, the black mountain began to fall. Sensing that matters were far from good, the python raised each of its heads with strained effort and released several balls of light towards the sky to block the black mountain's descent. But before they could reach the mountain, they were dissolved by the black clouds surrounding them. Unwilling to let matters stand and wait for death, the huge python used the entirety of its strength to slap its tail downward and launch itself out from within the black clouds. But at that moment, the white flames surrounding its body suddenly turned into several thick chains and wrapped around its body. The huge python was only able to fly about 30 meters before it came crashing to the ground. Eventually, the mountain smashed down on it and the entire area around it brilliantly glowed with black light, preventing anyone from seeing what was happening within. The python's head screamed wretchedly before the mountain smashed to the ground with a deafening tremble. Marquis Nanlong revealed a smile and Lu Weiying sighed. However, Han Li was frowning as he watched the scene before him. Black light slightly faded away to reveal the black mountain. The huge python still wasn't entirely dead as there was still one head that wasn't crushed. It was screaming as it waved its head back and forth with all its might. The immense vitality it displayed as it flailed about in its craze was a sight to behold. Lu Weiying snorted and waved his hand. A streak of white light fiercely shot through the air and arrived above the python. It revolved once in a flourish and then easily sliced through the python's vulnerable neck. As a result, the python's headless body sprayed a fountain of blood 10 meters into the air before finally collapsing to the ground. The old man's expression relaxed after finishing off the python and he muttered, "It's finally done. However, it is somewhat surprising. This 3-headed ebony snake wasn't as fearsome as the legends described." Marquis Nanlong shook his head and hesitantly said, "It's possible that this wasn't a true specimen. Don't forget, a true 3-headed ebony serpent is winged and is said that each of the 3 heads also have different elemental abilities. This serpent can't have been genuine or we wouldn't have been able to deal with it so easily. Perhaps this serpent is a variant of another breed. Either way, we shouldn't delve too deeply into its origins. Let us head into the passage," Han Li calmly said. He then pointed to his huge mountain and it quickly shrunk, returning to his sleeve in a streak of black light, revealing the smashed corpse of the huge python underneath it. Marquis Nanlong waved his hand and a streak of gold and green light flew back to him, revealing his golden sword and the dark green ring. The flying sword returned into his body and the ring was worn back on his hand. Lu Weiying glanced at the ruined corpse several times before arriving at its side. He casually reached out to one of the python's head and summoned a thumb-sized green core into his hand. With a trace of joy on his face, he looked at the other 2 heads and withdrew a core from each of them. At that moment, Han Li, who had finished collecting his puppet beast fragments, and Marquis Nanlong had arrived. Lu Weiying handed each of them one of the cores without saying another word. Han Li accepted the item and took a glance at it before indifferently putting it away. Marquis Nanlong did the same. Soon after, Lu Weiying turned the huge python's body to ashes with a single fireball and said, "It would have been troublesome to slay this beast if we were alone, but with our powers combined, slaying ancient beasts of this level shouldn't be much of a challenge. If the ancient flame toad is this easy to deal with, then this journey will be quite laid back." Marquis Nanlong sighed and wryly smiled. "I hope it will be that way, but it is likely that the ancient flame toad will be somewhat more troublesome. After all, it caused even Master Tsang Kuan to flee. Although he was greatly weakened at the time, the beast is certain to be formidable." After some thought, Lu Weiying replied with a silent nod. By then, Han Li had already flown around and collected the concealment formation flags. When he returned, he said, "Let's go. We'll find out how formidable the ancient flame toad is soon enough." With that said, he took the lead, moving forward. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiing glanced at each other and closely followed after him. After all, they had to rely on Han Li's yin-yang ring to pass through the Great North Essence lights. With the huge python Slade, the path was now open. There was a 300-meter wide stone road surrounded by a barrier of red light that was incapable of being seen through. The three cultivators flew 15 meters above the ground with a careful speed. When they traveled over 10 kilometers on the road, the scenery changed and they came across a faint yellow wall. There was a pitch-black cave in the stone wall over 20 meters wide. It's here. After we pass through it, we should find ourselves in the valley's depths. The cave passage is over 5 kilometers long and is covered in Great North Essence lights. Marquis Nanlong sighed and turned to Han Li, saying, "Fellow Taoist Han, we'll be needing to use your yin-yang ring." Lu Weiing rubbed his chin and curiously said, "Since we know there are Great North Essence lights in the cave, can't we find another way to pass through? Or is this the only way through?" Marquis Nanlong shook his head and said, "There is no other way in besides this one. Brother Lu, strike the rock with your magic treasure and you will soon realize why." "All right, I'll strike it." Unresigned, Lu Weiing flung his sleeve and released a white light from his hand, fiercely striking at the stone wall. At that moment, Han Li clearly saw a rather strange short saber traveling within the streak of white light. It appeared to be a rarely seen flying saber magic treasure. Chapter 8:14. Tail silver powder. Under Han Li's attentive gaze, the flying saber chopped at the stone wall in a display of blinding white radiance. Then, with a slight change in expression, Lu Weiing waved his hand and recalled the flying saber. Han Li clearly saw that the flying saber strike had left a shallow inch-long mark with faint grains of silver light floating around the area. "That is..." Lu Weiing revealed a trace of surprise and hastily stepped forward to look at the saber mark. After carefully examining it, he muttered, "Tailstar silver. This cave is made out of tailstar silver, or?" When they heard the words Tailstar silver, Han Li's expression vastly changed and he also stepped forward. He extended his finger and softly stroked the slash mark, examining the dust on his finger. Han Li had naturally heard of Tailstar silver as it was a material that could enhance the durability of a magic treasure. Its effects were only inferior to materials as precious as refined crystal. It was no wonder that Lu Weiing's strike barely damaged it. Regardless of whether it be in the scattered star seas or the heavenly south continent, it was something that was nearly extinguished. Han Li stared at the saber mark and silently raised his hand. Over 10 small azure swords shot out of his sleeve and directly struck the stone wall. The other two were alarmed, but they immediately realized what Han Li was doing. With a series of clangs, over 10 several-inch deep holes appeared in the wall, each hole producing silver light specks. Han Li momentarily revealed surprise and he said, "It truly is Tailstar silver and it is mixed into the rock. Moreover, it isn't evenly distributed, so it isn't man-made. There should be a vein of Tailstar silver within." Seeing that Han Li's swords had struck deeper than Lu Weiing's saber, the other both had a change of expression, but Lu Weiing's eyes betrayed a trace of greed as he stared at the rock wall in silence. A fiery passion also appeared on Marquis Nanlong's face, but after some thought he regained his calm. Marquis Nanlong calmly said, "Let's go. We'll search for the treasures in the valley depths first." Lu Weiing hesitated and wore an expression of reluctance. "Go? Tailstar silver is an incredibly valuable treasure. Wouldn't it be better to dig this out first?" Marquis Nanlong frowned and faced Lu Weiing, speaking with a deep tone. "Brother Lu, how can you be so foolish at a time like this? Did you not personally witness how hard Tailstar silver is? It may be possible that there is an entire vein of it, but a fist-sized chunk of or can only be refined into a minuscule amount of it. How much time and magic power would you have to waste before it is worth it? And while this item may be precious, don't forget that what we lack isn't wealth, but materials to increase our cultivation and lifespan. When we reach our end, these possessions will mean nothing." Lu Weiing paused for a moment before repeatedly nodding in realization. He saluted Marquis Nanlong with gratefulness and said, "Brother Nanlong, you are completely right. I was overcome with greed and lost sight of our main objective. Many thanks for reminding me." Afterwards, he paid the wall no more attention and walked into the cave as if afraid of being lured by the Tailstar silver. Marquis Nanlong's expression relaxed and he called out to Han Li before following after Lu Weiing. Han Li was also reluctant to part with the Tailstar silver ore and he unconsciously walked with slowed steps. Even though he had the auric essence-infused flying swords and enough spirit milk to restore his magic power, Cutting out enough Tailstar silver or still wouldn't be an easy task. And if he followed through, he would also provoke envy from the other party members. Concluding that pursuing the Tailstar silver would be unwise, Hanli could only sigh and follow his two party members into the cave. At that moment, Hanli suddenly heard a voice from the back of his mind. Hee hee. There is so much Tailstar silver. I've spent so many years looking for it, but I wasn't able to find any. Devilfall Valley deserves its reputation. The silver is able to be used in puppet refinement. With a bit of Tailstar silver mixed into the puppet's body, common magic treasures wouldn't be able to harm them. You must take all of it. The monarch of Soul Divergence spoke with an excited tone. Hanli bluntly rebuked him. Take all of it? Old eccentric, are you dreaming? This is Tailstar silver or not a vein. How can I take it away? Chip at it and take it away piece by piece? The old man snorted and said, Since I've mentioned it, there is a method of course. Youngster Han, don't you have those gold-devouring beetles? I can teach you a method to control the gold-devouring beetles and have them drill through the rock and consume the Tailstar silver. They will then spit it out as crystallized silver. This method was something that I had acquired from an insect cultivator I killed. This applies to all spirit insects, but it is particularly suitable for your gold-devouring beetles. Alright then, how about you teach it to me? I'll immediately have the gold-devouring beetles search for the Tailstar silver. Hanli immediately replied with delight, perhaps not only for Tailstar silver, but also the mighty incantation. First let me tell you that regardless of how much Tailstar silver you acquire, you will have to set aside enough for the final puppet I will refine. Also, you cannot waste it for other uses, particularly for mixing it with your magic treasure. If there is still Tailstar silver after I refine the puppet body, you can use the rest as you wish. Hanli couldn't help but smile and said, Senior might not know this, but my magic treasures have already been tempered with refined crystal. It is quite a bit more effective than Tailstar silver. The monarch of Soul Divergence paused before yelling in alarm, Refined crystal? You had such a heaven-defying material? Do you still have any left over? It will be greatly useful to me even if you only have a little bit left. There seemed to be a trace of delight in his voice. Hanli bluntly replied, You should know that I use a set of flying swords. While I had acquired a large chunk of refined crystal, it was barely enough to temper my flying swords. There is nothing left over. There is nothing left? What a waste. The old man's tone was filled with sorrow and disappointment. When Hanli heard this, he couldn't help but inwardly roll his eyes. Using the refined crystal on his own magic treasure couldn't be considered a waste, but since he was asking for a favor, he pretended not to hear this. At that moment, Hanli had followed the two into the cave, but had managed to keep a distance away from them, intentionally or otherwise, to prevent them from discovering anything strange. The cave was dark, but this was easily solved for cultivators by pouring spiritual power into their eyes. Due to this, they were able to see clearly without any problems. The cave's width and height were exactly the same as the entrance, and the colors of the stone were a consistent yellow. Along the way, Hanli casually used one of his swords to cut the stone wall. As a result, it revealed specks of silver light, much to Hanli's astonishment. As Hanli walked forward, he learned the insect control technique from the monarch of Soul Divergence. Although the incantation for the technique was cryptic due to being formed from ancient characters, Hanli was able to learn it with a bit of explanation from the old eccentric. With a sudden understanding, Hanli was able to smoothly employ the technique. With the technique imparted, the old man grew silent once more. Hanli contemplated the incantation a moment more and verified that it was correct before casually brushing his sleeve across his waist and removing a spirit beast pouch. A short moment later, gold-devouring beetles began to silently fly from his sleeve and across the passageway. With his other party members over 30 meters ahead of him, they were unable to sense Hanli's actions. In the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the gold-devouring beetles had completely left him. Hanli then withdrew the sleeve and formed an incantation gesture. Following that, he uttered an incantation in his mind and spread it with his spiritual sense to the cave entrance where a large swarm of gold-devouring beetles was gathered. The gold-devouring beetles suddenly shined with golden light and the flying insects soon grew vague as they tunneled into the stone walls without the slightest resistance. They were no longer in sight and the rock surface wasn't damaged in the slightest. Sensing this with his spiritual sense, Hanli recalled it with relief and began to quicken his steps. After walking for a time more, they arrived at the start of a winding road. The other two had stopped walking, much to Hanli's shock. He hastily looked forward and saw that the passageway had doubled in width. The spacious path was covered with stalagmites and stalactites that faintly released lines of silver light, illuminating the cave. The silver lines were exceptionally strange. Although they were incorporeal, they each appeared to nearly contain their own form. Marquis Nanlong stared at the lines of silver ahead of him and deeply sighed. These must be the Great North Essence lights. Although you two fellow Taoists might know something of it, I must warn you to not rashly use any spiritual power or treasures apart from the yin-yang ring when inside. If the Great North Essence lights sense any spiritual power leak, we will certainly die. Han Li grew silent and he didn't reply. He simply waved his sleeve and summoned a jet black ring that circled once in the air before dropping into his hand, revealing a flicker of light. Soon after, a huge net of dark green light glowed from behind it and enveloped both of the flood dragon and the lizard. Countless green fist-sized fireballs then condensed from the net and rained down upon the lizard beast with a thunderous explosion. Black light intertwined with green flames illuminated the area and then faded away a moment later to reveal a charred lizard corpse. Elder Zhong swept his sleeve and blew the ancient beast over 30 meters away in a gale, revealing a crack in the ice beneath it. The crack led downward, revealing a passage underneath it that shined with a faint white light. Go! Elder Zhong gloomily commanded. Then he shot into the passage in a black blur and the other ghost spirit sect cultivators followed after him without hesitation. Wang Chan and Yen Rian were amongst the group of disciples, but Wang Qinggu and the ghost spirit sect master were nowhere to be seen. Soon, the ghost spirit sect cultivators all entered the crack in the ice and the scene above ground became calm once more. However, snow continued to fall down and a sheet of ice froze over the ancient beast's body, turning it into an unremarkable snow mound. In the forest the ghost spirit sect had first visited, Violet Spirit looked at what appeared to be a small familiar mound. After spending the time it took to finish a cup of tea lost in thought, she raised her head to look for any huge trees around her. Then, she lowered her head to look at the earth mound below her before shooting a streak of white light at the mound with a flick of her finger. With a muffled pang, a 3-meter-wide hole appeared in the earth in front of her. Gray ash scattered from the hole, revealing a damp hole with scorched tree roots. With a smile on her face, Violet Spirit muttered, "This should be it." The ghost spirit sect was able to find it much quicker than I did. However, they didn't expect that someone would be looking for their tracks. They left in such a hurry that they left a trail behind. With a wave of her sleeve, the earth pit was reburied and she took out an azure talisman. After that she walked once around the large trees nearby and stuck it onto one of them. Then in a flicker of azure light, the talisman sank into the tree and disappeared without a trace. Finished with the talisman, she flew off after confirming her direction. In a huge canyon, an old Taoist was looking down at the various colored restriction in front of him and muttered to himself. There were 2 puppets with fiendish appearances standing motionlessly behind him. At the other edge of the canyon, there was a mass of crimson light that continuously wavered. It was one of the passageways into the valley depths. The path was short but it was filled with several formidable ancient restrictions. Although the old Taoist was skilled with spell formations, it was likely he wouldn't be able to dissolve the restrictions in a short amount of time. Perhaps lacking the time to find another entrance or due to an immediate need to enter the valley depths, he began to test the restrictions but remained hesitant. What? Does Taoist Heaven Crystal feel that he can't take on the restrictions alone? How about I help? Suddenly the old Taoist heard a gloomy voice speak from behind him. The old man was Taoist Heaven Crystal who had exchanged the soul stones with Han Li at Soaring Heaven City. As for the 2 fiendish puppets standing behind him, they were 2 of the ancient puppets that he had repaired, each possessing the power of an early nascent soul cultivator. When he had tested their power, it took great effort for him to subdue one of them. With these servants under him, he had gathered the courage to enter Devil Fall Valley in search of treasure. At that moment, Taoist Heaven Crystal quickly turned around, startled from hearing a voice speak from behind. About 200 meters behind him, there were several green-robed cultivators silently floating in the air. The one who spoke was the leading green-robed man that had a gloomy expression and long facial hair. When Taoist Heaven Crystal examined them he felt his heart drop. These men were all nascent soul cultivators. Difficulty suppressing the amazement in his heart, he wryly smiled and said, "So it was the controlling spirit sect's fellow Taoist Dongmen. I do not recognize these other fellow Taoists. Are they also elders from your sect?" The controlling spirit sect Master Dongmen too glanced at the 2 fiendish puppets and said, You should consider them as such for the time being. Moreover, those two puppets behind you seem exceptional. Their power can't be underestimated. Taoist Heaven Crystal cautiously said, fellow Taoist Dongmen must be joking. How can these meager puppets draw your attention? Nevertheless, how do you plan on comparing with me? Dongmen too stared at the old Taoist and said, although I've resided in the controlling spirit sect for long, I didn't make much outside contact. Despite this, I've heard of your reputation as a spell formation master. As lacking as I may be, I've also studied something of spell formations. Alone, it would take us too long to break through the restrictions, but together the odds will be far greater. When Taoist Heaven Crystal heard him, he frowned in thought and still appeared hesitant. Dongmen Tu's expression turned gloomy, but he remained patient as he said, what? Does fellow Taoist Heaven Crystal believe that I will be a liability? How about this? Let's have our cooperation be limited to dissolving the restrictions. After that we'll go our separate ways and I won't make things difficult for you without reason. And don't forget that even if you can break the restrictions alone, it will take up too much of your time. The valley depths are where one is most likely to find treasures, but I fear they will be swept away by the others by the time you get inside. According to my knowledge, this path to enter the valley depths has been well studied by other spell formation masters. When Taoist Heaven Crystal heard this, his heart stirred and he raised his head to look at the other 5 green-robed cultivators standing behind him. He eventually nodded and said, since you made the offer, I will accept. We will work together to break the restrictions, but after we enter the valley depths, we will go about our own business. Dongmen Tu immediately smiled and quickly said, hee, that will do. Fellow Taoist Heaven Crystal, please rest assured. Given the power of your 2 puppets, how could I force you to do anything? After we enter the depths, we'll rely on luck in our search for treasures. Chapter 8:16. The Valley Depths. After glancing at everything in front of him, Hanli couldn't help but wear a peculiar expression and mutter, this is the Valley Depths? At the bottom of a steep 3-kilometer-tall cliff, there was a small cave that he just emerged from not long ago. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying stood side by side as they glanced at the scene before them, both of them wearing odd expressions. There a huge mountain range before them with countless mountains of varying sizes. It reached out as far as the eye could see. Additionally, the world that surrounded them had areas glowing with rainbow light, be it sky or earth. The areas of rainbow light varied in size, with some reaching several kilometers in size, covering the sky, while the small ones were only about a meter large and shined with weaker radiance, but all of them were extremely beautiful. What caused Han Li and the others to be astonished was not the clouds of light, but the chaotic nature of the spiritual sense around them. Regardless of the attribute of spiritual qi, they all mingled together and gave people of a feeling of immense unease, as if the very world would lash out at them with a single wrong move. Marquis Nanlong sighed after recollecting his thoughts and said, this place is certainly where the ancient cultivators fought. The worldly spiritual qi is thoroughly destroyed here. As a result, it will have an influence on any of our techniques. Han Li wryly smiled and pointed to the sky. That is only a secondary concern. That is what is going to be most troublesome. About a kilometer above them in the sky, there was a group of over 10-foot-long arcs of white light floating there. It greatly startled Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying when they clearly saw what it was. Lu Weiying shouted in astonishment, how can there be so many spatial tiers? And how can they wander? Marquis Nanlong's expression also grew unsightly. After noticing Marquis Nanlong's change in expression, Han Li chuckled and said, this should be expected. Since this was the battlegrounds of ancient cultivators, there should be more spatial tears here than the outside. Why else would so many nascent soul cultivators enter only to never return? We can only rely on Master Tsangkuan's map on the path forward, or else. Brother Han does make sense. We definitely can't take any risks and tread off the path. Else there may be some invisible spatial tears there. However, there was still much to fear from the wandering spatial tears, but so long as they paid attention to them, they shouldn't pose much danger. After saying this, the Marquis regained his calm. Lu Weiying tensely frowned as he stared at another arc filled with spatial tears. He pensively mentioned, however, the number of these spatial tears is over 10 times greater than that on the outside. Those words only apply if the invisible spatial tears don't wander as well. If the invisible spatial tears roam and scatter like the visible ones, then Master Tsangkuan's map might not also be very safe. When Han Li heard this, he was stunned and he turned his head. Blue light brightly shined from his eyes as he glanced at an area over 300 meters away, discovering a vague arc of light motionlessly floating there. He calmed down after looking at it for a while. But then, just as he pondered about whether or not he should leak this information to the other two, Marquis Nanlong hesitantly spoke as if misunderstanding Han Li's pondering for worry. "There is no need for you fellow Taoists to be worried. The invisible spatial tiers don't move. Master Tsang Kuan has mentioned this in his records." Lu Weiying's spirit stirred and he suspiciously asked, "Is Brother Nanlong certain? How did Master Tsang Kuan learn about it?" Marquis Nanlong looked at the two and calmly said, "Brother Lu should realize that in the past, Master Tsang Kuan had suffered from grave injuries. He reckoned that he encountered at least 4 areas that were guarded with formidable restrictions along the path. There were also a few areas that seemed amiss. He wasn't able to determine whether they were spell formations of abnormalities produced from spiritual chi fluctuations. Han Li was quite curious about these areas as he knew that they were likely to contain treasures left behind from ancient cultivators. Although Han Li felt eager excitement to explore these areas, he restrained himself. Although Han Li possessed some understanding of certain ancient cultivator restrictions, he also knew full well ancient were incredibly formidable. Only spatial tiers posed a greater danger than they did. Even with his bright-sight spirit eyes being able to see through, there was still a significant chance of him provoking a profound spell formation. Currently, common ancient treasures no longer tempted him. Having entered the valley, so long as he acquired the core of the ancient flame toad, the remnant treasures of the ancient cultivator, the spirit kindle fruit and the tailstar silver, it can be considered that he had reaped massive gains. With the benefits and drawbacks considered, Han Li abandoned any intention of doing anything dangerous. Then his gaze was drawn over to Lu Weiying. The old man wore a sullen expression and he occasionally glanced into the distance. Han Li inwardly sighed. It seemed that if the old man couldn't acquire the items he wanted from the ancient cultivator remains, he would most likely have to search the valley depths. It wasn't a matter of greed, but rather desperation. Han Li knew that if his lifespan also reached his end, he would also take the risk. After all, if he succeeded, his life would be prolonged and his cultivation art would advance. As Han Li considered this, he couldn't help but a trace of sorrow. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong ceased flying and looked to the area in front of him, his expression wavering. Han Li frowned at the sight of this and faintly felt a sense of dread. He glanced around him and he immediately stared at Marquis Nanlong's back in silence. Below them was a small mountain that was over 300 meters tall. It was entirely unremarkable. Ahead of them was an extremely tall mountain range. It was clearly said that it would take a day's travel to reach the nest of the ancient flame toad, but they hadn't flown long enough, so it was clear this wasn't their objective. Lu Weiying was puzzled by this sudden stop. Appearing surprised, he puzzlingly asked, "Brother Nanlong, what happened? Why aren't we moving forward?" When Marquis Nanlong heard this, he slowly turned around to look at his other 2 party members. He bitterly smiled and said, "It seems we've encountered a problem. We might need to brave a bit of danger." The old man's expression blanked and he bewilderedly said, "Brother Nanlong, what do you mean?" Han Li stroked his nose but he remained silent. However, he also wore a curious expression. "Fellow Taoists, do you see the 2 mountains in the distance?" Marquis Nanlong pointed to 2 mountains that highly remembered one another. "Of course, does this problem have something to do with them?" Lu Weiying astonishedly asked. "Precisely." Marquis Nanlong spoke with complete certainty. Chapter 8:17. 10 Supreme Poisons. Lu Weiying noticed nothing out of the ordinary about the 2 mountains and bafflingly asked, "Is there something wrong with these 2 mountains? From now on we're setting off to one of those 2 mountains. The point where they join together will be the ancient flame toad's nest. However, there is a group of soaring purple-lined scorpions that dwell on the left side of the mountain range. Although they only number in the tens, each one of them is ferocious. I fear that we will most likely alarm them. Will be quite troublesome." Lu Weiying shouted in alarm, "Soaring purple-lined scorpions? Those fearsome insects that eliminated all the cultivators of the ocean mist sect in the state of Wangshui?" When Han Li heard the name soaring purple-lined scorpions, he felt a wave of shock. Marquis Nanlong sighed and said, "That's right. It's those vicious insects. Additionally, this lot is much more fearsome than the swarm that emerged in the state of Wangshui. They've lived for tens of thousands of years and their bodies are entirely black-purple." Lu Weiying lost his composure and glared at Marquis Nanlong. He bluntly said, "Fellow Taoist Nanlong, don't tell me you're joking? How could we afford to provoke purple-lined scorpions? If there were only 2 of 3 of them we could deal with them if we were careful, but there are over 10 of them. Wouldn't we be sending ourselves to our deaths if we approached them? The Marquis wore a helpless expression and explained, there is one other path, but it is even more dangerous. The other path is filled with a large number of invisible spatial tiers. It isn't something that we can tread through. Since we can't identify the location of the invisible tiers, the purple-line scorpions is definitely the safer option. Lu Weiying remained dumbfounded for a long while. Needless to say, purple-line scorpions were preferable to spatial tiers, particularly invisible ones. When Han Li heard of the invisible spatial tiers, he looked into the distance and his gaze began to wander. Han Li finally broke his silence and spoke with a wry tone. It seemed the Master Tsang Kuan had taken the path with the spatial tiers. He should have been able to avoid them with his abilities. When Marquis Nanlong heard this, he bitterly smiled and said, Brother Han is right. Without Master Tsang Kuan's abilities, we have no way to safely avoid the spatial tears. In comparison, a battle with the purple-line scorpions is far less dangerous. Lu Weiying strongly shook his head and said, that won't do. We definitely cannot fight the purple-line scorpions. You only heard of what had happened in the state of Wangshui, but I personally took part in the purple-line scorpions' extermination as a representative of the Heaven Peak sect. They are fearsome beyond your imagination. Provoking all of them at once is a death sentence. The old man's fear towards the scorpions was beyond what Marquis Nanlong had anticipated. He originally believed that they would have prevailed over the scorpions despite a bit of challenge. Now he wore an expression of hesitation. At that moment, Han Li frowned and began to recall the information of the purple-line scorpions from the exotic insect rankings. Soaring purple-line scorpions were ranked 14 on the rankings of exotic insects, close to the ranking of gold-devouring beetles. If it weren't for the small number of eggs that the scorpions laid in their limited numbers, their ranking would likely be above the gold-devouring beetles. Although they didn't have the same ability to devour everything like the gold-devouring beetles, their defenses were about the same and couldn't be harmed by ordinary magic treasures. Additionally, their speed was amazingly fast and they were incredibly venomous, earning them their high position on the exotic insect rankings. Not to mention that these purple-line scorpions had resided in Devilfall Valley for countless years. They had already reached the peak form of maturation where their bodies turned black-purple. However, it appeared Marquis Nanlong only knew a smidgen on how fearsome these insects were. Contrarily, the old man had witnessed their power before and paled at the mention of them. As Marquis Nanlong's expression turned gloomy, Han Li coldly chuckled. Marquis Nanlong had only mentioned the purple-line scorpions after they've arrived this far. It seemed it wasn't done out of any good intentions but to keep them from fleeing. Since they had arrived so far, they would both feel reluctant at returning without having made any gains and feel obliged to face the danger. Han Li continued weighing his options as he considered the danger of dealing with the purple-line scorpions and what there was to gain. After all, he would have to reveal his abilities to see through spatial tears in order to take the other path. As it was his most crucial ability for guiding him through the valley, he wouldn't tell it to others unless it was absolutely necessary. While Han Li pondered with a lowered head, Lu Weiying stood in place with a gloomy expression, fear betrayed from his eyes. Marquis Nanlong also glanced at the mountains with the purple-line scorpions with a wavering expression. For a time, the three stood in place without knowing whether to advance or retreat. After a long spell of silence, Han Li's expression stirred and he lifted his head to reveal a slight smile. Although Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying appeared absent-minded, they were closely paying attention to the actions of their companions and noticed Han Li's movements. Marquis Nanlong immediately turned his head to look at Han Li and he asked, "What? Could it be that Brother Han has a good idea?" A trace of hope could be heard from his tone. Lu Weiying also turned to look at Han Li with excitement. However, Han Li didn't immediately reply. Instead, he grasped high storage pouch, taking out a small green bottle. He asked, "Have you two fellow Taoists heard of the 10 supreme poisons?" Lu Weiying said with a start, "The 10 supreme poisons? I've heard of it before. I heard that they possessed an inconceivably venomous. Even if cultivators like us were to make contact with the poison, we could come to an immediate end. I have heard that Wei Wuya mainly cultivated venomous techniques, allowing him to utilize one of the 10 supreme poisons, corpse venom. When other cultivators fight him, they dare not to grow too close to him or they would risk perishing without warning." Marquis Nanlong looked at the small bottle in Han Lil's hand and quickly said, "However, I heard that a few of the 10 supreme poisons had other miraculous uses apart from their deadly applications. Could it be that fellow Taoist Han has one of these poisons?" Han Li raised the small bottle and explained, it seems there is no need for me to say anything. You've already guessed it. This bottle contains one of the 10 supreme poisons, jade dove. It is said that this poison is refined from the saliva of a demon bird with a jade beak. Brother Han means to say. A trace of happiness appeared on Lu Weiying's face. Han Li promptly answered, the purple-lined scorpions may be durable, but so long as we use the poison to draw them away from the mountains, it will give us the opportunity to cross it. How can we draw them away with the poison? Oh I forgot that fellow Taoist was skilled in puppet techniques. Smearing a few puppets with the poison will be enough to attract the scorpions. At that moment Marquis Nanlong wore a smile. Once that was said, Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he mused. Marquis Nanlong speaks of the matter quite easily and has pushed the matter completely onto me with only a few words. Rather, his eternal flight orioles would do just as well. Last time, several of my puppets were destroyed in the fight against the huge python. Although Han Li felt somewhat dissatisfied, he calmly nodded. Because this was but a small matter, he wasn't going to have a falling out over it. After all, they were still only halfway to their objective, and the poison was originally one of the treasures left behind by Master Tsang Kuan after all. With Han Li's medicinal experience, Han Li was to recognize the poison with a single smell and he immediately put it away. Now that he thought about it, it was quite possible that Master Tsang Kuan had left behind the poison in preparation to deal with purple-lined scorpions. However, it seemed excessively affectionate and out of character for Master Tsang Kuan to think of scheme every step for his descendants to acquire treasure. Having recalled Master Tsang Kuan's ruins, he recalled the portrait of the three-headed six-armed demon beast, feeling that there was something mysterious about it. Since Marquis Nanlong has previously said that he was a descendant of Master Tsang Kuan, he should know something of it. But regardless of whatever there is that is amiss, Han Li was only cared with acquiring the core of the ancient flame toad. He wouldn't involve himself in matters that didn't concern him and risk attracting problems to himself. As Han Li came to this conclusion, his hands continued to move. With a casual slap of his storage pouch, he summoned 5 streaks of light from his storage pouch, revealing themselves to be huge ape puppets. Han Li promptly took out several small jade bottles and poured in a drop of the jade dove poison into each of them before properly sealing the bottles. He then gave them to the ape puppets for them to tightly grasp. Then under the guidance of Marquis Nanlong, Han Li ordered his huge ape puppets to silently make their way to the left mountaintop. After they made it part of the way, Han Li turned to his party and said, "Let us set out too. We can't be too far away from the puppets. When the puppets attract the scorpions, we'll have to move as quickly as possible across the mountain or we may miss our chance." The Marquis and the old man raised no objections and they closely followed after the ape puppets alongside him. Soon the ape puppets arrived at the mountain peak. Han Li and the others were a couple kilometers away in concealment. At that moment, the ape puppets used the entirety of their strength to crush the small bottles in their hands. Suddenly, a putrid smell immediately spread through the mountain and the ape puppets flew off to one side of the mountain. Chapter 8:18. Lava. Although Han Li's plan seemed reasonable, it wasn't guaranteed that the poison would have any effect. As a matter of fact, Han Li wasn't completely certain of the poison itself. After all, everything he knew of the 10 supreme poisons was from records. He hadn't personally experienced them. A moment later, any doubts the 3 cultivators possessed were completely banished. When the huge ape puppets had flown 100 meters, the previously still mountain was filled with bewildered screams. As soon as Han Li heard them, he suddenly felt the chi and blood in his body roil while his mind did cloud over. He nearly fell from the sky. In his alarm, he hastily circulated the entirety of the spiritual chi in his body and stopped himself from falling. He then turned his head to look at his party members with his bright-side eyes. They weren't in any better shape and their bodies also shook several times before they managed to recover. Han Li frowned, overwhelmed with shock. That strange scream attack hadn't targeted his spiritual sense but the chi that the body possessed. Despite how powerful his spiritual sense was, it had no method of blocking this scream attack. It came as a surprise to him that the purple-lined scorpions possessed this innate ability. It was clear to see that the records didn't describe everything. As Han Li was mulling over what had happened, he saw 10 or so purple-black streaks shoot out from the mountain and chase after the huge ape puppets in a blur. In that moment, Han Li hastily ordered the puppets to fly at their greatest speed and tear through the sky in streaks of white light. Although it was only for an instant, Han Li was able to roughly see the purple-black streaks. In addition to their astonishing 3-meter-long bodies, They had a pair of transparent wings and a purple-black carapace that shined with light. Aside from their size and wings, they appeared completely the same as an ordinary scorpion. The scorpion at the very front of the swarm was twice as large as the others, appearing to be their leader. With the dreadful appearance of yellow mist trailing from its mouth, Hanli couldn't help but stare at it. The huge apes were clearly slower than the purple insects, but they had a head start. They drew the purple-lined scorpions away for the time being and soon became black dots in the distance. Soon Hanli loudly shouted, "Go! Some of the puppets have already been caught in restrictions. They will be overtaken soon." As soon as that was said, Hanli ceased concealing himself and shot forward, streaking through the air. His other two party members immediately set out after him, making their way to the mountaintop. All three knew that if they didn't rush past the mountain in this instant, it would be extremely troublesome given the speed of the purple-lined scorpions. Fortunately, they all moved quickly. Even without using the thunderstorm wings, Hanli was able to fly towards the mountain in the blink of an eye with his deeper cultivation. At that moment he felt the connections to his ape puppets disappear one by one. Dread filling his heart, Hanli sped past the scorpion's nest. When the cultivators made it to the other side of the mountain, they felt a wave of relief. Marquis Nanlong smiled and said, "Fortunately, thanks to Brother Han's jade dove poison and his puppets, we were able to make it past that trial. It would have been quite a hassle otherwise." Hanli looked at Marquis Nanlong and calmly said, "It was nothing. It was only a matter of chance." Hanli skirted over the matter, knowing that the jade dove poison was originally something that Master Tsang Kuan had left behind. Lu Weiying also complimented Hanli for easily resolving the matter. Hanli smiled and muttered a few words in response before heading on their way. After continuing on for half a day without anything else happening, the temperature in the air began to rise. The mountain ridge also became verdant as they continued forward, a stark contrast to the barren land that had surrounded them before. Eventually they arrived at a point where even the mountain rocks had become a fire-red color. A few of the nearby mountains even had cracks glowing with lava scattered across them that released burning air and gray ash like a prison of scorching earth. Hanli and Lu Weiying revealed surprise upon seeing this, but Marquis Nanlong remained calm as he knew that they hadn't deviated from the path. Not long after, the three arrived at a huge red mountain that was over 10 kilometers tall. Most of the mountain was covered in glowing red clouds and was surrounded by much smaller mountains, making it appear far more prominent. When Marquis Nanlong saw the mountain, he stopped flying and the light surrounding him vanished. Hanli and the old man glanced at each other with excitement, knowing that they had arrived. Marquis Nanlong let out a long sigh and he turned around saying, "Fellow Taoists, there is a cave below the mountain, which is the nest of the ancient flame toad and where the ancient cultivator remains reside. It is said that the creature is powerful. Let's talk about how we should deal with it." Below the mountain? Hanli raised his brow when he heard this and he soon spread out his spiritual sense. As expected, there was a huge fire-red cave inside the mountain that occasionally released waves of burning winds. Fearing that any further prying would alert the flame toad within, Hanli withdrew his spiritual sense. Lu Weiying quickly said, "What is there to discuss? Fellow Taoist Han will take charge with his ice attribute techniques and we will provide support in slaying the flame toad." "Brother Lu, this matter isn't so simple. According to Tsang Kuan's records, the ancient flame toad's nest is half submerged in lava. The beast will be able to flee into the lava when it is injured and quickly recover. Additionally, we will not have the advantage in that environment. Our best plan of action would be to place down a spell formation and draw the toad out of its nest. I have prepared an ice attribute spell formation precisely for this reason." Lu Weiying raised no objections after hearing the Marquis, and Hanli didn't find anything amiss about it either. With their plan of attack decided, they began to make preparations. In addition to Marquis Nanlong's formation, Hanli also placed down his own spell formations to deal with any unexpected occurrences. With that done, the cultivators concealed themselves as they waited for Hanli to lure the flame toad out of its cave. Hanli slapped his storage pouch and took out his remaining white wolf puppet. He then sat down near the edge of the spell formation and sent the puppet into the mountain cave. Chapter 8:19. Lure. Controlling the puppet with a trace of his spiritual sense, Hanli was able to clearly see the entirety of the cave's interior. There was a natural-made tunnel that was about 30 meters long ahead of the wolf puppet. The stone walls were black and red and there were occasional threads of flame that leaked through cracks, causing the nearby air to be warped by heat. Hanli was convinced that if weaker cultivators were to enter the passage, they wouldn't be able to defend against the heat and would shortly lose consciousness. Since the white wolf was a mechanical puppet, the problem didn't apply to it. Not long after, it arrived in an underground world of red. The area was a kilometer wide, but a majority of it was submerged in boiling lava. The sound of it splattering inspired a fear of being boiled alive. Surrounding the lake was glowing scarlet ground that was covered in sparse greenery. The plants came as a surprise, but it was clear to see that it was a rare type of spirit grass. However, the white wolf puppet showed no interest in the spirit grass and focused on a protrusion in the lava. The monster was currently lying on its back and was loudly breathing in its sleep. Its body was 10 meters wide, nearly 20 meters long. With the addition of its glowing fire-red body, it possessed an unordinary aura. Occasionally when the beast breathed, it would release a cloud of red mist around itself. This must be the ancient flame toad. Han Li was able to clearly see the beast and carefully examined it for a long while. Afterwards, he turned his attention towards the stone platform jutting from the lava lake. The stone platform appeared ancient. Although the platform's surroundings were caved with many decorative designs and talisman characters, its four corners were already worn down. At the center of the platform were the remains of a green-robed cultivator, haphazardly lying down. The robes were simple but had a strange style. At a glance, one could tell they weren't clothes from a modern cultivator. Additionally, despite the years that had passed, the gown still appeared new as it glowed with a faint green light. The remains inside the robes had long rotted away, only revealing translucent bones as clear as crystal. Having closely examined the remains, Han Li glanced at the ancient flame toad before withdrawing his strand of spiritual sense from the puppet and having the spiritual sense sneak towards the remains. He decided to first take a look at whether or not the body possessed any treasures. At first glance, he wasn't able to discover the existence or any treasures or a storage pouch on the body, much to his worry. However, it was possible the treasures were hidden near the stone platform or were perhaps hidden inside the green robes. The strand of spiritual sense arrived above the remains, but when it sank down to them, a change occurred. The green robes brightly shone and created a barrier of green light around it, repelling the strand of spiritual sense and causing a wave of odd spiritual chi fluctuations nearby. The sleeping ancient flame toad seemed to detect this and quickly opened its eyes, glancing around to find the white wolf puppet at the cave's entrance. Not good. Han Li shouted in his mind. The strand of spiritual sense immediately returned to the wolf puppet and the puppet hastily turned around and fled in a streak of white light. At that same time, the round flame toad flipped over and leaped into the air before landing on a huge rock in a crouched position. It glanced at the white wolf's afterimage and furiously croaked. Soon after, it pounced off the rock and chased after the puppet while enveloped in a red mist. The ancient flame toad is on its way. Be on guard. Hidden near the spell formation, Han Li's lips moved as he sent a voice transmission to his two party members. Their faces froze as they glanced at the mountain from a distance. A white streak shot out from within and directly flew towards the party of cultivators. A moment later, a ball wrapped in red mist flew out from the cave, closely chasing after it. Its speed was just as fast as an early nascent soul cultivator. Han Li's expression stirred at the sight of this. Fortunately, the white wolf puppet was specialized in speed, otherwise it might not have been able to lure it out. With that thought, Han Li willed the wolf puppet to rush at full power without regard to the puppet's integrity. Afterwards, he flipped his hand to summon a ball of blue flame into his palm. When the other two cultivators saw this, they prepared their magic treasures with serious expressions as they quietly waited next to the spell formations. While the distance between the cultivators and the huge mountain appeared great, the white streak and the ball of fire-red mist crossed the distance in the blink of an eye. A stern expression then appeared on Han Li's face as the blue flame in his palm roiled, growing larger. But when the white streak arrived near the spell formation and was just about to rush inside, the flame toad seemed to grow impatient. It loudly croaked and spat out a scarlet fireball while it was still over 100 meters away. When the fireball left its mouth, it wasn't even the size of a head, but when it reached 10 meters out, it suddenly expanded to a gigantic size and overtook the white wolf puppet in a storm of raging flames. Soon, the puppet released a muffled explosion from within the flames. The flames traveled incredibly quickly and not even a single trace of the puppet remained behind. Han Li was shaken by the sight of this. The toad's demonic flames were at least an entire level beyond a cultivator's nascent flame. He grew doubtful about whether or not his celestial ice flames would be able to restrain it, but he wasn't too worried. After all, he still had two even more ferocious methods to slay the beast: the purple apex flames and the aureate sword formation. Not to mention that he would be able to slay the beast if he released all the core formation-grade puppets he possessed, but in doing so he would take a massive loss. The puppets would likely prove far more useful in other situations. At that moment, the flame toad croaked with satisfaction at having killed the enemy that intruded upon its lair. Then in a blur of red mist, it turned around in a preparation to return. In that moment, the three cultivators glanced at each other with dismay. Hanli felt particularly anxious. Since the flame toad's core was a matter of life and death for Nangongwan, Hanli couldn't allow it to escape. A harsh expression on his face, his figure blurred and he shot towards it in a streak of azure light, his lone figure appearing at the edge of the spell formation. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiing were stunned when they saw this, but they soon realized what Han Li planned. Han Li's appearance had alarmed the flame toad just as he had intended. When the ancient flame toad saw that Han Li immediately retreated after fighting, it couldn't help but be puzzled. Since the beast wasn't very intelligent, it blurred forward without much thought and vigorously chased after Han Li. Han Li was overjoyed upon seeing this. After traveling a short distance, the flame toad became surrounded in a barrier of faint blue light. Several white lights flashed from the light barrier, releasing several ice dragons that coiled around the barrier, turning it icy and cold. The flame toad was alarmed and unconsciously came to a stop as it wildly looked around it before releasing a menacing croak. At the same time, light shined from either side of the light barrier and Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiing simultaneously appeared. When the two saw that the flame toad was trapped by the spell formation, they began to unleash attacks without restraint. Marquis Nanlong tossed the jade ring from his hand and Lu Weiing unleashed twin blue halberds that spiraled towards the flame toad. As expected, the spell formation's barrier didn't obstruct their treasures in the slightest and their attacks penetrated the ice barrier to strike the flame toad within. The ice dragons surrounding the light barrier all flew up from it at once and attacked with brandished fangs. When Han Li saw this from a distance, he seized the opportunity to activate a formation flag in his hand, releasing a supplementary restriction in the formation to join together with his party's attacks. When the flame toad saw this, it knew that things were far from good. It released a world-shaking howl and its body suddenly shrank before violently expanding, unleashing its life-saving ability. As soon as the beast howled, foot-long shields of scarlet light appeared all over the flame toad's body. Afterwards, they stuck to its body, creating 3 impenetrable barriers of fiery light. At that moment, the green jade ring, the ice dragons, and the blue twin halberds struck the fiery barrier simultaneously. Then a rumble shook the ice barrier and various colored lights collided, releasing a blinding burst of light. But when the flame toad beast wildly roared again, a meter-wide beam of light suddenly shot out from its mouth, striking a side of the ice barrier. The barrier groaned as it withstood the attack, but after only a moment, a large hole was easily melted through it. Chapter 820, Beast-slaying red light brightly shined from the center of the ice barrier and the huge pillar of flame swept all around the ancient flame toad. Regardless of whether it be the ice dragons or magic treasures, they were all forcefully knocked away. The ancient flame toad's silhouette could be faintly seen within the pillar of light. The column of flame quickly dispersed, and knowing that it was trapped, the ancient flame toad took advantage of this opportunity to attempt an escape. It transformed into a ball of raging flames and shot itself towards the hole it just made in the barrier. When Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiing saw this, they hastily commanded their magic treasures to block the beast from escaping the spell formation, but they were too late. In the blink of an eye, it arrived next to the ice barrier, but then a sharp whistle erupted from the distance as soon as the toad's front legs left the barrier. The toad saw a streak of black light appear and sweep towards it. Immediately after, it felt a burning and icy sensation from its leg, suddenly discovering that a large portion of it was missing. The flame toad trembled for a moment before roaring with unbearable pain. Despite the beast's powerful abilities, it became overwhelmed by pain and promptly fell from the sky. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiing rejoiced at the sight of this and immediately commanded their treasures to surround the flame toad and unleash a flurry of attacks. The dark green ring blurred several times and transformed into several hundred phantoms, revolving around the flame toad in an attempt to restrain it. As for the twin blue halberds, they turned into 20-meter-long ice pythons in a flash of blue light before pouncing at the toad. Showing itself to be a great beast deserving the fear from Master Tsongkuan in the past, It showed no sign of being affected from having a missing limb and condensed a dense layer of small light shields around its body in preparation to receive the attacks. The green ring phantoms were incapable of growing any closer to the flame toad's body and restraining it. They were only able to strike at the light shields to little effect. As for the two ice pythons, they were able to restrain the fire element light shields with their own ice attribute attacks. With each pounce they smashed another light shield, but the number of shields seemed endless and the attacks had little effect. But 6 beams of blue light soon joined the barrage of attacks, shattering the light shields with flashes of light. With a loud rumble, the ancient flame toad was overwhelmed despite its attempts to resist. When Marquis Nanlong saw this, he looked to the side in surprise, spotting Han Li who had appeared nearby at an unknown time. Han Li had his arm raised, black chi scattering from it. Behind him, there were 6 tortoise puppets that were each emitting bowl-thick beams of light that were striking the flame toad. Han Li turned his eyes to glance at the flame toad's severed limb that fell outside the ice barrier. Although it was separated from its body, it still glowed with red light and floated near the ice barrier as if it still possessed spiritual power. When Han Li saw this, his eyes betrayed a trace of astonishment. A moment ago when Han Li saw that the flame toad was about to escape from the ice barrier, he unleashed the Een Devil execution in a moment of desperation. However, he didn't expect that the flame toad would still be so tenacious and fierce after it fell. It was still able to endure even under the attacks of 2 nascent soul cultivators and 6 of his puppets. It was no wonder why Master Tsang Kuan didn't dare to fight it while he was weakened. Lu Weiying shouted, "Fellow Taoist Han, those fire attribute shields surrounding his body are endless. I fear we will need you to restrain it with your ice attribute ability or it will take too much time." As golden and fiery red light intertwined, the huge sword was only able to penetrate halfway through the fireball before the sword was forcefully blocked. What appeared to be contempt appeared in the flame toad's eyes and it howled, rupturing the half-cut fireball. A large expanse of the scarlet light spread out before instantly condensing into a 6-meter-long red python. It leaped up and suddenly coiled around the huge sword, holding it in a rigid grip and restraining it. Han Li was initially stunned but he soon smirked. With his hands in an incantation seal, he pointed to the huge sword and it wildly flashed with golden light. Soon, arcs of lightning began to appear on the surface of the sword and they all struck the light python that was wrapped around the sword, forcefully repelling it. The huge sword took advantage of this opportunity to disappear with a tremble. A moment later, it made a reappearance above the ancient flame toad and struck down as blue flames surged from the sword's surface. Under the sword strike, the shields of light surrounding the flame toad were thoroughly frozen by the blue icy flames that surged from the huge sword and shattered. In a single breath, over 10 of the small shields were shattered and the huge sword continued downward, fiercely chopping down at the ancient toad's head. The flame toad didn't expect the situation to take such a dire turn. In its last attack, it had unleashed a fireball that condensed its body's essence flame, and without the chance to catch its breath, the huge sword had shattered its defenses and was cutting towards its head. Fear filled its eyes. Helpless, the flame toad could only open his mouth and launch its jet-black tongue from its mouth with a swoosh. At that same moment, it crouched on its hind legs ready to leap. If it were an ordinary treasure blade, the beast's action would have had an effect. After all, its tongue was incredibly durable and would be able to block common magic treasures without much effort. However, the bamboo cloud's warm swords had been refined with auric essence and were far sharper than ordinary flying swords. As soon as the tongue touched the sword, it was cleaved through in a flash of golden light while the sword continued its descent. Flash! Just as the ancient flame toad leaped up 3 meters, its huge head spun as it flew off its body. Additionally, the light shield surrounding the toad soon scattered into ashes. When Lu Weiying saw this, he shouted with delight, "It's done!" Marquis Nanlong sighed and wore a smile. He then held his hands in an incantation gesture and walked towards the ice barrier. "Wait a moment!" Han Li coldly shouted, stopping Marquis Nanlong from deactivating the ice barrier. "What is it, Brother Han?" Marquis Nanlong wore a bewildered expression and unconsciously placed his hand on his storage pouch. Lu Weiying also glanced at Han Li, his face revealing a trace of vigilance. Han Li turned a blind eye to their actions and calmly said, "It's only that I've yet to confirm that the flame toad is truly dead. Please don't be too hasty, Brother Nanlong." "What? The flame toad is still alive?" Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying were shocked to hear this and hastily glanced down toward the ice barrier. They discovered that there was something strange about the flame toad. Its severed head and body were still glowing with light and floating in the air. Chapter 821. Ancient Cultivator Remains. Two clouds of light extended from the separated pieces of the flame toad as they gradually merged together. Its body is immortal. The flame toad actually possesses such an ability? Marquis Nanlong cried out in alarm. Lu Weiying appeared just as shocked. Immortal? There is nothing in this world that is truly immortal. Its vitality is simply more powerful than common demon beasts. Having read many records, Han Li knew what an immortal body was. After he severed the ancient flame toad's arm, Han Li had noticed how strange it appeared and felt that something was amiss. As a result, he had shouted for Marquis Nanlong to not dissolve the barrier, denying the flame toad an opportunity to restore itself and escape. At that moment, Han Li wore a cold smile and pointed at the flame toad's head once more. The huge sword spun around once in the air before splitting into two and chopping down at each of the toad's body parts. In a flicker of blue light, two bangs sounded out. The flame toad's head and body were instantly covered in layers of frost. The scarlet lights was sealed within and were scattered by the flying sword strike. With the body destroyed, all that remained was a scarlet sphere, the ancient flame toad's demon core. When Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying saw the demon core, they both felt slight temptation. After all, it was the demon core of an ancient beast with an immortal body. It was likely that it possessed some strange attributes. But when the two recalled the abilities Han Li had earlier displayed as well as his grand reputation, their temptation towards the core was completely stifled. After all, they both clearly realized that with the abilities Han Li had displayed, their odds of victory against him would only be a coin toss. Additionally, it wasn't worth becoming hostile over the core of an unknown ancient beast. There would be far more opportunities for treasure in Devilfall Valley. Although Han Li didn't possess any mind-reading techniques, he could guess what the other two were thinking. In the recent battle with the Flame Toad, neither of them had displayed their full might, as if they were mostly relying on Han Li to slay the beast. As a result, Han Li had maintained a calm appearance, when in truth he grew even warier of the other two cultivators in case they were overcome with foolishness. Now that he saw that they had regained their calm after a momentary change in expression, Han Li felt relieved. Although he wasn't afraid of a fight, it would be better to avoid any risks altogether. Han Li waved his hand toward the ice barrier and summoned the demon core into his palm. Then with a clear ring, the two huge flying swords broke down into over 10 small swords before disappearing into his sleeve. Han Li lowered his head as he glanced at the fire-red demon core in his hand and released a long sigh. He had finally fulfilled one of his objectives in Devilfall Valley. Marquis Nanlong smiled and said, "It is quite fortunate that we had fellow Taoist Han here to slay the ancient flame toad. Let's move into the nest and take a look. Surely Brother Han is also interested in taking a look at the treasures on the remains." Of course. Han Li put away the demon core and nodded. Lu Weiying was happy to hear this, and the three soon entered the mountain cave after putting away their spell formations. To tell the truth, Han Li did think about secretly releasing Silvermoon so that she could seize the treasures in the cave first. But given that the other two cultivators were extremely cunning, had paid particularly close attention to Han Li and possessed cultivation superior to his own, it was very likely they would have noticed he had released Silvermoon. It was also worth mentioning that there was something odd about the cultivator remains. Since Han Li felt that there was something amiss, he decided to leave the matter be. The three turned into 3 streaks of light, entering the cave in an instant. The Marquis and Lu Weiying were surprised when they saw the lava, but soon ignored it as they glanced around, spotting the stone platform where the ancient cultivator remains laid with expressions of delight. Marquis Nanlong's expression faded and he coolly said, "It seems this should be the remains that Master Tsang Kuan mentioned. Let's go there together." Han Li and Lu Weiying raised no objections and they immediately moved towards the remains. Floating over 10 meters away from the stone platform, Han Li watched the remains with a trace of eager impatience. The other two were also eager and showed little restraint as they immediately released their spiritual sense to search the remains for treasures. When Han Li saw this, he wore a mysterious smile and said nothing further. He had already discovered something odd about the ancient remains and decided it would be better for the two to experience it for themselves. As a result, the two submerged the skeleton with their spiritual sense and green light burst from its robes. As a result, their spiritual sense was repelled before they were able to see anything, much to their alarm. With a surprised expression, Wei Liang muttered, There is something strange about those robes." Marquis Nanlong regained his calm and explained, It is merely a gown made from the silk of an green silkworm. Ancient cultivators made robes from this material to prevent other cultivators from probing them with their spiritual sense. Although they're rare in current times, it was a common item in ancient times. He then swept his hand at the air and summoned the green robe into his hand. As a result, the skeleton was revealed with a small black pouch wrapped around its waist. A storage pouch as expected. Lu Weiying shouted with joy. Marquis Nanlong also felt excitement and flung the green robes to the side as he stared at the black storage pouch with complete focus. When Han Li heard the sound made by the azure robes dropping to the ground, his expression faintly changed for just a moment. As the atmosphere grew tenser, Marquis Nanlong smiled to his two party members and suggested, "If you two are not opposed, will it be fine if I look through the storage pouch first?" "Of course you can. Brother Nanlong, please go ahead." Han Li glanced at the storage pouch and replied with a smile. As for Lu Weiying, he hesitated for a moment before nodding. Marquis Nanlong then stepped forward and carefully took the storage pouch into his hand. He swept through the general contents of it with his spiritual sense and his face became stiff. When Lu Weiying saw this, he couldn't help but say, "Brother Nanlong, what is inside? You may as well let us take a look." Marquis Nanlong nodded and flipped the storage pouch, immediately pouring out its contents in a flash of white light, producing a pile of items on the floor. "What in the world is this?" Lu Weiying shouted in alarm. A majority of the items that appeared were scarlet lumps of metal that were scorching hot. There were also a few items that were particularly eye-catching. A white jade box, a small purple mirror, a small yellow sword, a set of green flying needles and 2 black medicine bottles. Han Li narrowed his eyes when he saw those items and his expression stirred. Excluding the jade box and the medicine bottles, the rest of these items were rare ancient treasures without a doubt. As for the jade box and medicine bottles, they particularly piqued Han Li's interest. Both the box and the bottles were refined from a material that blocked him from seeing into them with his spiritual sense. Han Li frowned and said, "I've never seen those materials before, but they seem to only be half-finished." After some thought, Marquis Nanlong mused, "Half-finished? That does seem to be the case. If I've guessed correctly, these iron chunks should be the legendary spirit ores, extraordinary materials that ancient cultivators used to refine ancient treasures. It is said that the method to refine them is quite peculiar, needing a large number of rare materials and worldly energy for their creation. This ancient cultivator must have wanted to refine a particularly fearsome fire attribute treasure to have so many of them." Spirit ores. When Han Li heard the name, he immediately recalled that they were mentioned in an ancient record he had read. After a moment of thought, he remembered it to be a material used to refine rare ancient treasures, just as Marquis Nanlong had said. When Lu Weiying heard this, he revealed a trace of excitement before turning to look at the rest of the treasures and eventually staring at the jade box and medicine bottle. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong raised his hand and tossed the storage pouch over to Han Li. Han Li unconsciously caught it and was surprised for a moment before realizing what Marquis Nanlong intended. He bluntly weighed it in his hand and searched through it before tossing it over to Lu Weiying. Lu Weiying examined it and nodded when he confirmed there was no problem. "Let's each divide these treasures. How about we have each person select 2 items?" Mentioning the most crucial question of the matter before them, Marquis Nanlong wore a solemn expression. Chapter 822, The 7 Flame Fan. Han Li's gaze flickered. Having seen Lu Weiying's expression, he asked, "Could it be that Brother Lu is suggesting another method to split the treasures? If the jade box and medicine bottles were also ancient treasures, it wouldn't be a problem if we each got 2 items. But we still don't know what is inside the jade box or medicine bottles. Naturally, we should first take a look inside and split them in accordance to value." Marquis Nanlong interrupted him and said something that appeared fair. Lu Weiying frowned after he heard this, but he soon nodded and said, "I also find those terms agreeable. How about you, fellow Taoist Han?" "I have no objections. Let's do that then." Han Li replied without any further thought. "Fellow Taoist Han speaks quite frankly. I'll be taking a look at what is inside." Appearing quite satisfied at Han Li's response, Marquis Nanlong swept his hand and summoned the white box into his grasp. With a slap from his other hand, he attempted to open the box. White light shined the moment the box opened and a layer of white light appeared from it, repelling Marquis Nanlong's hand. "The box is under a restriction." After muttering to himself for a moment, golden light flashed from his hand and he grabbed the box once more. The white light blocked him once more and intertwined with the light from Marquis Nanlong's hand, but after a short moment, the golden light sparked and he managed to forcefully open the box before the white light completely disappeared. Han Li was blinded for a moment before clearly seeing a faintly yellow jade slip within the box. Lu Weiying wore an odd expression and Marquis Nanlong hesitated for a moment before placing the jade slip on his forehead. After sweeping through the contents of the jade slip in an instant, he wore an odd expression. "Fellow Taoists, have a look at it." Preventing the others from growing suspicious of him, Marquis Nanlong quickly tossed it over to Han Li. Han Li caught the jade slip and placed it against his forehead. A frown unconsciously appeared on his face a moment later and he gave the jade slip to Lu Weiying, who also quickly read through it. Before Lu Weiying even finished reading through it, he muttered, "The seven-flame fan? I've never heard of this ancient treasure. Is it powerful?" Marquis Nanlong mused and said, "I'm not sure, but given the difficult refinement method listed in the jade slip and the fact that it requires spirit ore, it should be quite formidable." Lu Weiying shook his head and returned the jade slip to Marquis Nanlong. "Even if it is powerful, it is no use. Although it details the refinement method, it requires over 81 fire attribute spirit materials with just as many supplementary materials. Among these are items that were long extinct from this world. The jade slip is now of little value and can only be used for research." Marquis Nanlong smiled and carelessly slipped the jade slip back into the box. Just as Han Li deemed the jade slip to be useless, he suddenly heard Silvermoon's delighted voice in his head. "The seven-flame fan? Master, does that jade slip truly contain the method to refine it?" Han Li's expression stirred and he replied, "That's right. Do you know of it?" Silvermoon's voice trembled and she excitedly said, "Master, if I remember correctly, the seven-flame fan is a divine spirit treasure, but its ranking was rather low amongst divine spirit treasures, ranked in the teens." Divine spirit treasure. When Han Li heard this, he couldn't help but speak with surprise. Before Han Li could continue, the monarch of Soul Divergence also spoke with excitement. "What? A divine spirit treasure? You must acquire the jade slip by all means. I wish to research divine spirit treasures in the past, but their refinement methods are quite difficult to come by." Silvermoon's tone turned harsh and she coldly said, "Old eccentric, what are you doing running your mouth?" The monarch of Soul Divergence chuckled and casually said, "Demon Fox, you're still holding the grudge from before? I only thought to do a bit of research on you because I've never heard of a tool spirit that was intelligent. Didn't your master accept as well?" "You." Han Li coldly said, "Enough, Silvermoon. The matter has already passed, don't cling on to it. However, it does come as a surprise that Senior knows of divine spirit treasures. However, now isn't the time to speak in detail. Let's put it off for later." Han Li then turned his gaze to the jade box and watched Marquis Nanlong open both of the black medicine bottles. Silvermoon tactfully dropped the matter. Although she still felt unhappy towards the monarch of Soul Divergence, she was still under the control of Han Li. With only a few simple words, he could order her to remain silent. When Marquis Nanlong opened a black medicine bottle, Han Li felt his mind shake when he smelled the comforting fragrance that emerged. Marquis Nanlong took out a glistening jade-green medicine pill from the bottle and held it in his palm. He hesitantly said, "This isn't a common type of ancient medicine pill. While I'm not sure what it is, it shouldn't be something harmful. I'll have to identify it with records." With an entranced gaze, Lu Weiying slowly said, "How many pills are in the bottle?" Marquis Nanlong faced Han Li and Lu Weiying and showed them the empty medicine bottle. "There is only the one pill, but it seems to be incredibly valuable. Let's look at the other medicine bottle," Lu Weiying impatiently said. Marquis Nanlong nodded and sealed the medicine pill in his hand up in the bottle before opening the other bottle to reveal an identical green medicine pill. As a result, the Marquis and the old man exchanged a glance of apprehension. Han Li smiled and calmly asked, "It seems this harvest has been quite good. There are 3 ancient treasures, 2 unknown medicine pills, and the refinement method for an ancient treasure. How do you think we should divide it?" Marquis Nanlong looked at the 2 medicine bottles in his hand and calmly said, "Although we don't know what these spirit pills are, fellow Taoist Han should know that we entered the valley in order to look for spiritual medicines. Fellow Taoist Lu and I plan on splitting them between us as a share of the treasure. Since this is the case, fellow Taoist Han can have first pick of the other ancient treasures. We hope you don't have any problem with this." When Han Li heard this, he frowned and glanced at the several treasures on the ground. Han Li stroked his chin and shook his head. "You two fellow Taoists should know the value of those ancient pills without me saying. To tell the truth, I might rather have one of those pills and increase my cultivation than take an ancient treasure. When the other two heard Han Li, their expressions grew tense. Marquis Nanlong's expression stirred for a moment before forcing a smile. Fellow Taoist Han's age is still young. There should be no need to fight against two people at the end of their lifespans for the two medicine pills. In only a short time, you have entered the early nascent soul stage. It should be quite easy for you to reach the tallest heights of cultivation. Han Li softly said, "My age and wanting the medicine pill are two different matters. With such an opportunity before me, it is only natural for me to want to seize it with all my might. However, I am willing to renounce all the other treasures for those two medicine pills. To tell the truth, I have no lack of ordinary ancient treasures." Lu Weiying grew nervous at Han Li's determined display and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Fellow Taoist Han must be joking. How could we possibly give up the two medicine pills? How about this, so long as Brother Han relinquishes his claim on the two medicine pills, we'll give him priority on picking the entire his share of treasures. Brother Nanlong, what do you think?" When Marquis Nanlong heard this, he grimaced but soon wore a bitter smile and said, "So long as he renounces his claim on the spirit pills, let's have fellow Taoist Han have first pick on two treasures." A trace of reluctance appeared on Marquis Nanlong's face. After all, most of his ancient treasures had been destroyed when the ghost spirit sect besieged him in the Mulan Plains. With so many ancient treasures before him, he felt unwilling to let them go. However, he knew those ancient spirit pills were far more valuable to him. At that moment, Han Li revealed a trace of hesitation on his face as if tempted by their proposal. When Lu Weiying saw this, he hastily took the opportunity to add on, "Fellow Taoist Han's lifespan is still very long. There will be time to look for other pills later. In comparison, you should find those ancient treasures to be useful to you now. Having another ancient treasure in your possession will be sure to save your life in any future battles." Han Li couldn't help but smile and said, "It seems that unless I give up on the spirit pills, it will be hard to distribute the treasures. Fine, since you two were so sincere, I will agree to give the spirit pills to you. I also don't need two ancient treasures, only the mirror. Also, give the treasure refinement method and spirit ore over to me. I am quite interested in tool refinement." Han Li reached out with his hand and summoned the purple mirror into his hand. The two glanced at each other for a moment and promptly responded, "Then let's do as you say, Brother Han." Although they felt puzzled that Han Li would want that instead of an ancient treasure, they were disinclined to further investigate the matter since they already had the ancient pills in hand. When Han Li heard their responses, he nodded with a calm expression and put the mirror away in a flash of light. Soon, he flung his sleeve and swept up the jade box and the crafting materials in a cloud of green light, causing them to disappear from sight. Chapter 823, Blood Curse Gate. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying each took a medicine bottle and carefully placed them into their storage pouches. Afterwards, the three glanced at the two remaining ancient treasures. It appeared that splitting them would be quite awkward. As the Marquis and the old man hesitated over the matter, Han Li blinked and smiled. "How about this? I am not lacking in ancient treasures, so if you two have enough spirit stones, I will let you two have them at the appropriate cost. We will respectfully accept Han Li's modest proposal. I've brought quite a number of spirit stones." Lu Weiying promptly agreed with joy. After all, ancient treasures were something that couldn't be bought. Marquis Nanlong particularly lacked ancient treasures and he happily agreed to Han Li's proposal. They promptly gathered together nearly all the spirit stones in their possession and handed them over to Han Li, resulting in a satisfactory conclusion for all parties involved. When Han Li saw that they had taken the two remaining ancient treasures, he casually waved his hand and summoned the azure silkworm robe into his hand before putting it away. The other two watched this with a blank expression, but since Han Li had given the two ancient treasures over to them, they left the matter alone. Although the robe was rare, there weren't many uses for it. With the treasures now divided amongst them, they harvested the grass that was growing at the side of the lava, resulting in several stalks per person. The spirit grass wasn't a common item since it was able to grow under such harsh conditions. It was revealed to be the flame attribute golden yang grass, a top-grade material used for refining flame attribute spirit pills. Without anything else there to capture their interest, the three gathered back together on the stone platform and discussed their plans moving forward. Han Li spoke first with a calm tone, "Since the treasure has been acquired, I am planning on leaving the valley depths and returning the way I came. Will you be returning with me?" Marquis Nanlong chuckled and said, "Fellow Taoist Han must be joking. Brother Lu and I have only just managed to enter the valley with great difficulty. We can't return so soon. Why are you so impatient to leave? With a casual tone, Han Li answered, It's nothing surprising. I've already made a profit and I don't want to take any further risks. The path of cultivation ahead of me is a long one. I have no interest in staying in an area as dangerous as this one and risk cutting that path short. Lu Weiying wore a beaming smile and said, Hee hee. I didn't think that fellow Taoist Han was so aware of his future path. It is a pity we won't be returning together. Fellow Taoist Han can go ahead and leave the valley first. Wearing an odd expression, Han Li asked, Leave alone? If I leave with the yin-yang ring, how will you two get past the Great North Essence lights? Marquis Nanlong quickly replied, Brother Han doesn't need to worry. We've already considered it. Master Tsang Kuan found a transportation formation in the valley depths during his time here. However, it is quite a distance away from here, so it would be faster for you to return the way you came. I would have told you about it previously if it were closer. Han Li's expression blanked for a moment, but he soon nodded and said, So it was like that. Then I must bid you farewell. I hope you two have a rich harvest. When Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying heard Han Li bid them farewell, they hastily replied, Many thanks for your kind words, fellow Taoist Han. Please go ahead. Han Li smiled and took a glance at the crystalline bones before flying out in a streak of azure light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. When Lu Weiying saw that Han Li had disappeared from sight, his smile vanished. As for Marquis Nanlong, he expressionlessly slapped his storage pouch and released several small golden birds, the eternal flight orioles that he had nurtured. They flew out of the cave and disappeared in streaks of light. Marquis Nanlong closed his eyes as if sensing something. When Lu Weiying saw this, he raised his brow, but remained silent as he waited. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Marquis Nanlong's eyes stirred and he opened them while saying, Han Li has truly left. At the very least he isn't anywhere near us. The eternal flight orioles have observed an area of 5 kilometers around us and they have found no trace of him. Lu Weiying frowned and asked, Didn't you say that his spiritual sense is particularly powerful? Couldn't he be hiding from you? Marquis Nanlong stroked his chin and wore an odd expression as he said, Relax. If he has truly concealed himself, then he definitely wouldn't be able to hide from me. However, I can't tell you the reason why I know this. Lu Weiying felt somewhat skeptical of Marquis Nanlong's confidence, but after a time more of thought, he clutched his hands in a spell incantation and cast spell seals all around him, forming a small barrier of light around them. Marquis Nanlong smiled, but a trace of disapproval was betrayed from his face. With the barrier laid down, Lu Weiying finally said, It isn't ever wrong to be too careful. We've never been able to see through fellow Taoist Han, Brother Nanlong. He truly gives us a sense of mystery. And don't you think there was something strange about the way he glanced at the skeleton? Marquis Nanlong shook his head and said, Brother Lu, you are too suspicious. Although that youngster Han possesses vast abilities, he couldn't possibly know the secret behind the bones. It should only be an incidental action. After all, the skeleton looked quite unordinary. It should be natural to want to take a look at it. After some more thought, Lu Weiying thoughtfully said, Regardless of whether he has seen through it, it is true that he didn't wish to stay here with us. Perhaps he feels that with his abilities he would be able to search for treasures alone in the valley. Then so long as he doesn't get in our way, all we can do is be more careful, considering that he might not have left the valley. Since too much time has passed, we should act quickly. Marquis Nanlong sighed and said, According to the records left behind by Master Tsang Kuan, the ancient cultivator skeleton is the key to dissolving the blood curse gate. Since the gate is sealed with such formidable restrictions, it is obviously no small matter. During times of antiquity, the blood curse gate was a storage of fantastical treasures. The diseased cultivator's transparent bones were a sign that they had opened the gate once before. Master Tsang Kuan's inability to acquire them is a great convenience to us. Lu Weiying continued, However, the treasures we've acquired shouldn't be nearly as valuable as those stored behind the blood curse gate. Alright, let's set off. Although the blood curse gate isn't far away, the quicker we acquire the treasures, the better. Your words are reasonable. Let us set off. I'm looking forward to seeing the items behind the blood curse gate. Were it not for Master Tsang Kuan spotting the cultivator remains near the blood curse gate, we would have had no chance of opening it. Those who placed the gate under the restrictions in the past can't have been too far away from it. However, it is odd as to how they died. There should be another story of what happened to those ancient cultivators. I don't have any interest in what happened to them in the past. Let us go, Brother Nanlong. Soon the two shot out of the passageway and were flying toward some unknown passage in the giant mountain. At that moment, Hanli was 50 kilometers away and on the route back to the outer valley. Silvermoon's puzzled voice asked from the back of his mind, Master, you're truly leaving? Those two are clearly concealing something from you. There is something strange about that skeleton. Hanli replied, Of course I know this. It most likely has something to do with other treasures. Although I am tempted, I have something more important to attend to, the spirit kindle fruit. And there are still other treasures in the valley I have use for. Since we've lagged too far behind the ghost spirit sect, I cannot afford to be drawn into Marquis Nanlong's and Lu Weiying's scheme. So it turned out that there truly are no other treasures in Devil Fall Valley that hold as much value to Master as the spirit kindle fruit. However, why did Master seize the azure silkworm gown at the very end? I don't believe that Master truly sought the item. Hanli grinned upon hearing this. Well, I'm sure that those two old men also had no idea why I took it. Silvermoon puzzledly asked, Master, what do you mean? Hanli didn't immediately reply. Instead, he extended his hand and slapped his storage pouch. In a flash of green light, a silk robe appeared in his hand. With a crackle, Hanli easily tore open the corner of the robe. Silvermoon exclaimed at the sight of this. Hanli's tear had revealed a small fabric of sorts that was written on with a primitive crudeness. Hanli then put away the azure robe and began to closely examine the fabric. As Hanli looked at the item, Silvermoon was able to catch sight of it as well. After a glance, she cried out, This is a map, likely of Devil Fall Valley. Remaining silent, Hanli stared at a few large symbols on the map and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Chapter 824. Deep Pool. While studying the crude map, Hanli saw that it appeared roughly similar to Devil Fall Valley. However, there were a few particular areas on the map that were thoroughly marked, detailing those sections of the valley as well as the nearby topography of the marked locations. Hanli was able to locate his own position with regards to the areas that were marked, but he was far too distant from them and was unsure of the dangers that lay ahead. Hanli muttered to himself for a moment before putting away the map and shaking his head. He knew that the map was certain to contain some important secrets, but he couldn't afford any distractions before he acquired the spirit kindle fruit. It was of tantamount importance. Silvermoon seemed to guess what Hanli was thinking and said little further. Hanli flipped his hand and took out the jade box he just acquired before placing it inside the bamboo tube he wore on his back. Hanli then said with an indifferent tone, Many materials required to craft the 7-flame fan should have gone extinct or disappeared long ago. Perhaps Senior can find some substitutions that can be acquired in the current cultivation world with his material equivalence knowledge. If I end up truly able to refine this treasure, I will hold you in the highest esteem. After a time of silence, the monarch of soul divergence coldly laughed and answered, Youngster, do you think I'm an idiot? Although I am quite interested in the divine spirit treasure, I'm not about to research the refinement method without a reason. Don't tell me you think I'm going to do that for some simple praise. Hanli didn't appear surprised. Instead, he coldly replied, Divine spirit treasures aren't easily refined. Although I do know that you are knowledgeable of material equivalence, I am not confident whether or not you can truly do this. But if you do succeed, I will spare no effort to fulfill any of your requests. Will that satisfy you? When he heard this, the monarch of soul divergence paused before coldly snorting. With an arrogant tone, he said, In the past, I had found a few materials for divine spirit treasures in some ancient cultivator ruins and learned of these world-defying treasures. As these treasures were something held in reverence by ancient cultivators, I grew quite curious and took particular note of them. Unfortunately, there was too little information on divine spirit treasures and I wasn't able to make any progress on them. Now that I've become neither human nor ghost, I don't wish to spend my remaining years of life on this task only for it to be in vain. Moreover, I will only be looking for a few substitute materials. I won't be doing something as difficult as creating a new method to refine them. And when I am done, don't forget that I will have a demand for you. Fine. I agree. Hanli agreed with a beaming smile. Since he had the genius who founded the great development arts at his disposal, Hanli didn't wish to waste this opportunity. Although he already possessed another divine spirit treasure, the Heaven Void Cauldron, he didn't know when he would be able to use it. Besides, divine spirit treasures were heaven-defying existences, so the more the better. The monarch of soul divergence was silent afterwards, perhaps already examining the refinement method inside the jade box. With that matter concluded, the light surrounding Han Li's body shined brightly and he flew forward at an even greater speed. In the mountain where the purple-lined scorpion's nest was located, Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying were heading underground inside an unfamiliar tunnel. It was dark to the point that they were only able to see 10 meters ahead of them despite their vast cultivation. As Lu Weiying followed 3 meters behind Marquis Nanlong, he slowly said, "Brother Nanlong, I didn't think that there would actually be a place so cold and damp inside the lava territory. I've now grown even more convinced that the Blood Curse Gate is here." Marquis Nanlong smiled and said, "So it turned out that Brother Lu was doubtful about it? You should know that the Blood Curse Gate wasn't even mentioned in the records left behind by Master Tsang Kuan, or else the Ghost Spirit sect would definitely be here. The Blood Curse Gate was a secret that was only passed down through his descendants." With narrowed eyes, Lu Weiying smiled and said, "But if it weren't for the fact you needed the power of 2 nascent soul cultivators to open the Blood Curse Gate, you might not have needed to take me along." With a chuckle, Marquis Nanlong casually said, "Brother Lu must be joking. We've been friends for many years. With such profit to be gained, it is only natural for me to ask you to come along. Why else would I have concealed this matter from that youngster Han?" Having heard this, Lu Weiying tactfully dropped the matter and said, "Then I must thank you for your kindness, Brother Nanlong. With only 2 people searching for treasures, it was prudent to be somewhat wary of the other party member. By letting Marquis Nanlong know that he had a precaution up his sleeve, there shouldn't be any falling out along the way. He especially didn't wish to fight in such unfamiliar territory." Marquis Nanlong knew what Lu Weiying was doing and he sneered in his mind while maintaining a calm expression. The two remained silent as they continued down the passageway and eventually saw a weak light ahead of them. The two rejoiced and immediately quickened their steps, arriving inside a large cave. The cave was over 300 meters wide and had meter-long stalactites sparkling with white light hanging from the ceiling. But the most eye-catching thing was the 30-meter-wide dark green pool at the center of the cave. Apart from its emerald color, there didn't seem to be anything exceptional about it. Discovering that there were no restrictions that existed nearby, Lu Weiying couldn't help but ask, "The Blood Curse Gate is really here?" Seeing that Lu Weiying had already changed his stance despite his previous confidence in the existence of the gate, Marquis Nanlong shot a glance at him before revealing a mysterious smile and saying, "It's here without a doubt." But since the Blood Curse Gate was such an important area, Master Tsang Kuan hid the area by concealing the restrictions before he left. He then turned his gaze to the pool at the center of the cave. Lu Weiying blankly turned toward it and suddenly began to examine the pool with a sudden realization. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong waved his sleeve and took out a small blue flag. Plop. The flag flew out of his hand and disappeared into the pool without a trace. Afterwards, he formed a hand incantation and began to mutter. The calm surface of the pool suddenly began to ripple and slowly revolve. The rotations grew in size and intensity until a large whirlpool appeared at its center, hums emitting from it. A water-split flag. "I didn't think that Brother Nanlong would have such a rare treasure," Lu Weiying said with astonishment. Marquis Nanlong shook his head and said, "It's nothing. Apart from splitting the water, it has no other abilities." He then softly yelled as he raised his hands, striking at the whirlpool with 2 spell seals. The pool grew 10 meters wide before creating a passage before them. Without uttering another word, Marquis Nanlong flew directly into the water. Lu Weiying paused for a second before quickly following suit. A moment later, Lu Weiying's expression paled. The pool wasn't simply deep, it was profoundly deep. He had already flown a kilometer downward and there was still no end in sight. As he glanced above to look at the top of the pool, he saw a speck of light and faintly felt apprehension and pressure weighing down on him. Fortunately, after traveling over 300 kilometers more, he saw that Marquis Nanlong suddenly slowed down. They had finally reached the bottom of the pool. Lu Weiying felt some relief and floated down, withdrawing the light that surrounded him. The pool's bottom was a round area that was over 30 meters wide, appearing even larger than the pool's surface. The water-split flag was inserted in the middle of the stone floor and glowing with blue light. Surrounding it was a tall, dark green wall of water that stretched all the way up to the pool's surface. Lu Weiying glanced at his surroundings and frowned, saying, "The Blood Curse Gate is exceptionally well hidden. No one would think to go a kilometer deep into the pool. However, it is baffling how Master Tsang Kuan managed to find this. As a person who possessed an outstanding spiritual sense, it is likely Master Tsang Kuan managed to directly sink his spiritual sense deep into the pool." Marquis Nanlong spoke with a tone of doubt. As he hadn't considered the matter before, he felt somewhat at a loss. That is certainly possible. Lu Weiying stroked his chin, but his gaze flickered. Marquis Nanlong muttered to himself for a moment before shaking his head and tossing the matter to the back of his mind. He then slapped his storage pouch and summoned a white jade pendant into his hand. He released the pendant into the air and it began to revolve around the two of them. Marquis Nanlong raised his hands and formed an incantation seal, launching streaks of various colored spell seals onto the pendant. The pendant cleanly absorbed them and soon shined with a blinding white light. It stopped in front of the barrier of water before screaming with phoenix cries. Marquis Nanlong raised his hand and pointed to the jade pendant. As it trembled, a white mist of light sprayed out in front of it. A strange scene occurred as the mist of white light passed through the water barrier and distorted the image as if ripping through a painting. As the light shattered, a 10-meter-tall arched stone gate appeared in its place with crimson light sparkling on the surface. A huge horned ghost head was carved onto the top of the stone gate, taking up most of the gate's surface. It appeared true to life and malevolent. This is the blood curse gate? Lu Weiying stroked his chin as he looked at it. For some reason, he suddenly felt a wave of apprehension upon seeing the gate. Chapter 825, Spirit Ether Garden. Marquis Nanlong glanced at the stone gate with a pensive expression before letting out a long sigh. That's right. This is the blood curse gate. Lu Weiying looked at it for a moment and worriedly asked, the blood qi on the gate seems to possess a strong devilish nature. Will there be any problems with it? Marquis Nanlong turned to look at Lu Weiying and said, the gate was sealed by ancient cultivators by using essence blood. Naturally, it will differ from common restrictions. What? Does Brother Lu want to turn back? Lu Weiying shook his head and solemnly said, turn back? Since we've already arrived, how could I do something so foolish? But we still be careful just in case. After a moment of thought, Marquis Nanlong's expression relaxed and he said, that is reasonable. The gate does give one a sense of discomfort. How about this? First we'll lay down several restrictions outside the gate. If anything strange occurs, we'll be able to escape without a problem. Good, then let's do that. Lu Weiying promptly nodded. As a result, Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying took out several spell formation setup tools and began to place them at the bottom of the pool. As Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying made their preparations for the blood curse gate, there were a group of people slowly traveling up a huge black stone mountain in another area of the valley. They were headed by a middle-aged cultivator with a stern face while an azure-robed old man stood by his side. They were Wang Tianxing, and Wei Wuya. As for Wang Chenggu, he was following 3 meters behind them. In addition to the 3 of them, there were 4 Ghost Spirit Sect core formation cultivators closely following behind them. Wang Chenggu glanced at the red mist not far above him and muttered, this wicked land is truly evil. Even remote areas have a restriction placed every 50 kilometers. You can't fly for more than 10 meters at a time. Wang Tianxing calmly replied, the more constrained the area, the more it illustrates we're in the right place. If we were the ancient cultivators, we would have placed restrictions most likely to dissuade other cultivators from treading here. After all, it would take at least a day by foot to travel through here. Wang Chenggu revealed an expression of helplessness and said with a chuckle, having spent so much effort on this, I certainly hope we didn't find the wrong place. We've already lost 3 disciples on the way here. At that moment, Wei Wuya was looking at the mountain top and expressionlessly said, after we entered the valley depths, we walked for 3 days. Don't tell me that we will have to walk for several more days before we arrive. Wang Tianxing didn't dare to neglect Wei Wuya and slowly said, be at ease, fellow Taoist Wei. We'll be there once we pass through this mountain. Once this is done, our Ghost Spirit Sect will be the greatest Devil Dao sect in the heavenly south and fellow Taoist Wei will break through to deity transformation stage. It is only a matter of time. Wei Wuya grew silent for a moment before he derisively snorted, to tell the truth, I don't put much stock in the legends of the Spirit Ether Garden. They were most likely false rumors spread by ancient cultivators. If there was such a space that linked the spirit world to ours, it should have already been found. How could it have been kept secret until now? Wang Tianxing didn't reveal any surprise and instead curiously asked, since Brother Wei didn't believe it, why did he immediately accept our invitation? Without further thought, Wei Wuya bluntly said, fellow Taoist Wang seemed to mobilize half of the elites of his sect for this matter. It seems that you have some confidence in your trip to Devil Fall Valley. Even if you don't find the Spirit Ether Garden, you should still find a secret ancient cultivator area. Since I knew this, I agreed to allow you to draw support from my reputation and suppress the other cultivators in the valley. The share of treasures you give to me should be quite generous." The ghost spirit sect roared with laughter and said, "Brother Wei is quite sharp. However, this is something you misunderstood. My sect has spent such efforts in order to truly travel to the Spirit Ether Garden. The Spirit Ether Garden isn't some false rumor. Rather, Devilfall Valley was created by ancient cultivators for the sole purpose of protecting the Spirit Ether Garden. Once we pass this mountain, it will only take 6 hours before you can personally see it with your own eyes. When we open the way to the pocket dimension it is located in, we will require much of fellow Taoist Wei's power." When Wu Weiya heard this, both excitement and surprise appeared on his face. "If you say this with such certainty, you must have acquired evidence that the Spirit Ether Garden exists." "That's right. Our sect has a certain confidence that the Spirit Ether Garden exists. As for the evidence, fellow Taoist Wei will know when he gets there." Once the black-robed middle-aged man finished speaking, he wore a mysterious expression. Although he was only an early nascent soul cultivator, his confident disposition gave Wei Wuya a feeling of unease. Wei Wuya nodded and his expression returned to normal, but he coldly smiled in his mind. No matter how extravagant the ghost spirit sect master's words may be, unless he personally saw the Spirit Ether Garden, he would remain completely skeptical. Of course he wouldn't say these words directly to him. He simply smiled and changed the subject, saying, "After your sect's elder Zhong entered the valley, he had his own matters to attend to. Now that such a long time has passed, do you think you could tell me about his whereabouts? He can't be like the other cultivators. Surely your sect didn't send a mid-nascent soul elder to Devilfall Valley on a trip of leisure?" Wang Tianxing didn't appear to mind his question and casually replied, "Brother Wei must be joking. I won't conceal this from you. Elder Zhong has been sent to collect treasures from another secret area of the valley. Of course, while the treasure may be precious, it isn't nearly as important as the Spirit Ether Garden." When Wei Wuya heard this, he dryly laughed and declined from asking further about the matter. As a result, the party of cultivators continued on their way in silence. In an expanse of rough and uneven stone, there were 7 ghost spirit sect disciples scattered around and continuously searching for something. The ghost spirit sect elder Zhong was floating at the area's center without making the slightest movement. Although his spiritual sense was able to easily envelop the wilderness for tens of kilometers around him, he needed to find a particular mark, something that could only be found with deliberate and meticulous effort. As a result, he stifled his impatience and sent the disciples under his command to slowly sift through the rocks. In another area of the valley, peals of thunder suddenly echoed from a ravine covered in rainbow light. Afterwards, following a storm of lightning and thunder, a group of cultivators emerged from the rainbow light. The ones leading them were a green-robed old man and an old Taoist. Although the two didn't appear to have suffered any injuries, they each had a miserable appearance and ashen complexions. They were Taoist Heaven Crystal and Dongmen Tu, the Grand Elder of the controlling spirit sect. The other 5 green-robed cultivators walked behind them with similarly ruined robes and pale complexions as if they had suffered through quite a bit of pain. As for the 2 fiendish puppets, they appeared entirely unchanged without even the slightest damage. After flying 100 meters away, Dongmen Tu turned around to glance at the ravine behind him before turning to look at the 2 fiendish puppets. "We've finally broken through the barrier and entered the valley depths. I didn't think that fellow Taoist Heaven Crystal's 2 puppets would rival the power of a cultivator at the peak of early nascent soul stage. How truly envious." Hearing this, Taoist Heaven Crystal said, "The puppets are merely puppets. No matter how powerful they may be, how could they compare to your subordinates? With their elemental techniques, I'm sure they would be able to contend against even a late nascent soul stage cultivator." Taoist Heaven Crystal was clearly wary of Dongmen Tuesday. As soon as they left the ravine, he kept his distance from him. His puppets stood behind him as they both began to flicker with various colored light. When Dongmen Tu saw this, his face grew sullen and he soon sighed. With a wry smile he said, "Isn't fellow Taoist Heaven Crystal overly wary of me? We've spent the last 2 days in a united effort to break through the formations. Fellow Taoist shouldn't have anything against me. Wouldn't it be better to reconsider joining hands and looking for treasure together? It'll be far safer than heading out alone. Brother Dongmen, I have nothing against you. It is just that I am fond of being alone. Please don't suggest joining hands again. Since we've already entered the valley depths, we should part ways." Taoist Heaven Crystal chuckled and saluted Dongmen Tuesday. However, he didn't depart and was instead staring at him with caution. When Dongmin Tu saw this, he frowned for a moment before smiling. Since fellow Taoist Heaven Crystal is unwilling, I won't force you. We will split up here. I hope you have a large harvest. Hehe. Then I wish you luck as well. Taoist Heaven Crystal's expression relaxed and he headed away with his puppets following after him. Dongmin Tu watched him as he departed into the distance and his face grew sullen. Dongmin Tu sighed with annoyance. That old ghost is truly too cautious. It's been 2 days and he hasn't let his guard down. With those 2 puppets, searching the valley depths would be far safer. He then glanced around and slapped his spirit beast pouch. With a gust of wind, a sparkling silver bat appeared in front of him. Dongmin Tu raised his hand and tossed a jet-black medicine pill into the mouth of the silver bat. The bat then flew once in the air before shooting off into the sky. When Dongmin Tu saw this, he hastily called out to the 5 cultivators behind him and led the way. In the blink of an eye, the party disappeared from sight. Chapter 826. Blood Curse Restriction. Marquis Nanlong stuck the final formation flag down at the corner of the pond. He wryly smiled, slapping his hands together and said, "How is it? Are you done with your preparations? With these spell formations placed down, even if a massive problem occurs, we'll be able to deal with it. Anything further would be a waste of time." Lu Weiying chuckled and said, "I would rather waste a bit more time than encounter any surprises. If there are truly only secret treasures hidden behind the gate, then that will be for the best. But if there is something else there, a little more preparation will be better. Although I covet ancient treasures greatly, I view my own life to be more valuable." When Marquis Nanlong heard this, he shook his head and said little further. At that moment, Lu Weiying finished placing down his final formation plate and activated his restriction, creating a layer of indistinct white mist around them. Lu Weiying nodded with satisfaction and turned his head to look at the stone gate glowing with crimson light. Marquis Nanlong had already grown somewhat impatient at this point. When he saw that Lu Weiying had finally finished, he immediately took a storage pouch from his waist and flung it into the air. Suddenly, white light poured out from it to reveal the crystalline remains of the ancient cultivator. The blood curse gate is quite strange. Breaking the gate's restrictions requires either the essence or flesh of the caster. The flesh is obviously gone, but a bit of the cultivator's essence should still be present in his bones. Marquis Nanlong spoke with a heavy voice. Then he spat out a golden flying sword and reached out to the floor as he clenched his hand into a fist. The bones suddenly floated off the ground and rose to 20 meters in the air. Marquis Nanlong flicked his finger and launched a white spell seal, striking his golden sword at its center. As it hummed, the sword trembled and the tip suddenly burst with blinding golden light. Soon after, the sword tip grew brighter until it released a ball of golden light. The ball of light then shot out and struck the bones that were floating in the air. The golden light suddenly ruptured. Countless streaks of sword chi suddenly wrapped all around the skeleton and completely enveloped it. An instant later, bone dust drifted down from the sky. Light flashed from Marquis Nanlong's eyes and he flung his sleeve. A mist of golden light shot out and swept up all the translucent grains of bone. As for the golden sword chi in the air, it had already disappeared. Marquis Nanlong nodded when he saw that the golden light had swept up the entirety of the translucent bone dust and turned to look at Lu Weiying. When Lu Weiying saw this, he knew what Marquis Nanlong wanted him to do. He clapped his hands together and took out a white flag. With a slight shake, winds began to gather around the flag. By then, Marquis Nanlong had already sat cross-legged and formed a hand gesture. With a muffled incantation, various colored spell seals flew from his hand and struck the golden mist that enveloped the bone dust. Under the influence of the spell seals, the bone dust within the golden mist began to slowly revolve. The translucent bone dust gradually twinkled with various colors, causing it to grow extremely bright. At that moment, Lu Weiying launched a probing strike at the stone gate. Rather than commanding an attack with his spell flag, he launched several fireballs towards the stone gate from his other hand. The fireballs roiled through the air as they grew close to the stone gate. Crimson light wildly flashed and came to life, condensing into a large mass of scarlet light and taking the form of a 3-meter-tall ghost face that was identical to the one carved on the stone gate. After it consumed the fireballs that were about to strike the gate, it flickered and immediately disappeared. When Lu Weiying saw the scene, he grew alarmed and with some hesitation he pointed the flag at the stone gate. The wind dragon that had condensed around the flag then screamed through the air as it charged at the stone gate. The ghost face reappeared and its mouth gaped open. A beam of light was shot out of its mouth, engulfing the wind dragon and dragging it into its mouth. Fury and alarm momentarily appeared on Lu Weiying's face. Lu Weiying and Marquis Nanlong couldn't help but glance at each other in dismay. Marquis Nanlong sighed and slowly said, "The blood curse gate is truly quite odd. Let's just dispel the restriction in accordance to the method Master Tsang Kuan described." Lu Weiying rubbed his chin and could only nod. Although he had more powerful attacks, the ghost face was truly bizarre. He wasn't willing to overreach himself and potentially ruin this matter. Given Master Tsang Kuan's magnificent reputation in the past, his method of dissolving the restriction should prove better. "Go!" Marquis Nanlong softly shouted before he pointed to the ball of golden light in the sky. It hummed and glowed magnificently before sweeping towards the stone gate. Crimson light flickered and the ghost face reappeared. But as the golden light approached the ghost face, it merged with the bone dust it was carrying and transformed into specks of white light before sticking onto the ghost face. When the ghost face touched the specks of light, it suddenly began to dissolve into gray smoke, and the gray smoke soon enveloped the entire stone gate. Howling ghostly wails loudly erupted from the center of the smoke and crimson light flickered without end. Thick crimson tentacles began to emerge from the mist and do their utmost to strike at the ground nearby as if the gate were coming to life. But in the blink of an eye, the gray smoke that enveloped it also disappeared. When Marquis Nanlong saw this, he shouted, "It's now!" He then pointed at the golden sword in front of him and he grasped his hand in an incantation gesture. The entirety of the spiritual power in his body was poured into the flying sword through a spell seal and the golden sword tore through the air in a blinding streak of light. Lu Weiying's face turned gloomy and he poured a majority of his spiritual power into the flag before tossing it out. In a flicker of white light, the flag transformed into several wind dragons, all whistling towards the stone gate. In the blink of an eye, the golden streak of light and the wind dragons entered the gray mist and a world-shaking tremble appeared as the gales, golden light and crimson light intertwined, resulting in a chaotic explosion. Gales wildly blew away the gray smoke that obscured the sight of the stone gate. When Marquis Nanlong saw what was behind it, he narrowed his eyes and saw that the crimson light had disappeared as if the restriction was completely dissolved. After looking around, Marquis Nanlong spotted his small golden sword embedded halfway into the stone gate. Sending a command with his spiritual sense, the small sword flew out from the stone gate and covered itself in a meter-long streak of golden light before wildly slashing at the gate. With violent rumbles, golden light brightly shined and chunks of the stone gate were crushed while the smell of blood filled the air. But when Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying clearly saw the fragments from the stone gate, their expressions had changed. The crushed fragments of stone seemed to resemble men and they seemed to be bleeding with black-tainted blood, the source of the bloody smell. The scene was truly awful to behold. Although the stone gate had been shattered, the two cultivators hadn't discovered anything extraordinary. Rather, there was a dark flight of stairs that led deep into the earth. "Let's go. I can clearly see that the blood-cursed gate is a mysterious treasure in of itself." Marquis Nanlong looked at the path below and called out to Lu Weiying. He then began to walk down in large strides. Lu Weiying stood in place for a long while. He glanced at the black-blooded remains of the blood-cursed gate and the passage that led underground. With a tense brow, he let out a long sigh and followed after Marquis Nanlong. To Lu Weiying's surprise, the passageway was rather short. It went down only about 60 meters before they arrived at an underground hall. The hall was only about 30 meters in length and was completely bare apart from an offerings table at its center. When Lu Weiying entered the hall, Marquis Nanlong was already standing at the center of the hall and was staring at the items on the table, his mind completely blank. Lu Weiying bewilderedly walked to his side and also felt his heart become completely shaken. Heaven Essence Fruit. If I am correct, once one of these is eaten, it can extend one's lifespan for 100 years. That purple mushroom is the legendary Heaven Mend mushroom. It should be over 10,000 years old. It should have the power to progress one's cultivation by several tens of years worth of time. That sparkling golden bamboo should be golden lightning bamboo, one of the 3 divine woods. And this. Lu Weiying woke up from his amazement and began to mutter without sense. He didn't seem to believe all the items that were laid before him and he unconsciously took a few steps forward to look at them closer. In Lu Weiying's excitement, Marquis Nanlong coldly said, "Fellow Taoist Lu, if I were you, I wouldn't act so rashly. Do you truly believe that the spirit medicines would just sit here ready for the taking? How about examining our surroundings?" Brother Nanlong, that does make sense. Lu Weiying woke up from his excitement and glanced around him in alarm. Lu Weiying eventually discovered a few talisman characters written on the walls and felt a wave of shock. This seems to be the legendary Sanctuary Guardian formation, a Buddhist spell formation. Why has it appeared here? Chapter 827. Minor Sanctuary Guardian Formation. Although Marquis Nanlong sounded calm, he stared at the medicine herbs with intense desire, wishing with all his heart to grab them. They were exactly what they both needed. Now that they were so close at hand, Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying found their excitement and greed to be nearly irrepressible. Just as Marquis Nanlong entered the room, he immediately caught sight of the medicine herbs and immediately reached for the herbs, but he hadn't expected for such a strange spell formation to exist there. As a result, he was repelled by a strong force and was forced to wait for Lu Weiying to catch up to him. When he heard Lu Weiying mention the name Sanctuary Guardian Formation, Marquis Nanlong felt his spirit shake with joy. When he encountered the restriction, he sensed that it was far different from any formation he had researched in the past, much to his worry. It was quite relieving that Lu Weiying knew it was. Marquis Nanlong forcefully stifled his excitement and asked, "Brother Lu, you know of this restriction?" In the past, I had acquired some cultivation records from a few Buddhist sections. Although I wasn't able to cultivate their techniques, I did research a few of their spell formations. The Minor Sanctuary Guardian formation was amongst the most amazing of them. Brother Nanlong, if it is truly that formation, it will be extremely troublesome. Lu Weiying glanced at the table and began to frown. Marquis Nanlong spoke with a tone of disbelief. "What do you mean? Could it be that the spell formation cannot be broken?" Lu Weiying wore a solemn expression and explained, "This Minor Sanctuary Guardian formation is an immortal isolating formation. It is one of the few restrictions in this world that can only be broken with brute force. There are no other ways of shattering it. We will need to continuously unleash a variety of attacks against the spell formation without end. Although its defensive abilities aren't above that of others, the spell formation is incredibly durable and will quickly restore itself unless it is completely destroyed. It is well deserving of being a Buddhist spell formation given its tenacious nature." As if verifying what he had just said, Lu Weiying waved his hand and shot a fireball at the table 10 meters in front of him. With a bang, the fireball exploded and disappeared before it even touched it. A layer of spiritual light condensed above the table and golden light brightly shined. Small strings of ancient talisman characters appeared on the barrier, resembling little silver flowers. Marquis Nanlong's expression grew sullen. Having seen this before, he didn't appear particularly alarmed. What's this?" Lu Weiying cried out in alarm. Marquis Nanlong unconsciously looked at him, seeing that he was currently staring at a portion of the golden barrier with an expression of amazement. In his astonishment, spiritual light flickered from Marquis Nanlong's eyes as he attempted to see as far into the barrier as he could. Through the golden light, he could see a silver alms bowl the size of a head floating in the air. The surface of the alms bowl had various profound talisman characters drifting on top of it. Floating around the bowl were 8 faint white jade talismans pointed towards it, and there were 3 exquisite items that were motionlessly floating above it. Marquis Nanlong attentively focused at the sight and saw that they were a small silver sword, a jet-black Buddhist staff and a blood-red pearl. Although the 3 items were only about an inch long, they emitted strands of light that intertwined together to cover the alms bowl that was floating above the table. Marquis Nanlong was dumbstruck. The alms bowl, jade talismans, and the 3 magic tools had all strangely disappeared from sight above the table. Then the golden barrier surrounded by talisman characters silently disappeared. What is happening? When the light barrier first appeared, those items weren't there, but when Lu Weiying struck it, those items appeared above it. Marquis Nanlong's mouth was shut tight as he saw the light barrier disappear before him, his eyes flickering with bewilderment. Lu Weiying didn't have this doubt. He simply looked at the items that had newly appeared and pondered for a moment. It is clear to see that the spirit medicines only served as a backdrop to the other items in the formation. What treasures could prove even more valuable than these heaven-defying medicine herbs? Although this was only conjecture, Lu Weiying felt his heart pound. His original misgivings and worries about the blood curse gate were now tossed to the back of his mind. "Brother Lu, it seems we've come to the right place. If we are able to break the Buddhist spell formation, our journey will not be in vain." Marquis Nanlong came to the same conclusion as Lu Weiying and smiled at him. Lu Weiying wore a faint smile and said, That's right. I didn't think that there would be so many secret treasures hidden behind the blood curse gate. However, dissolving the restriction isn't an easy matter. It won't be possible unless we spend a large chunk of time and sacrifice our strength. Not to mention sacrificing my strength, but I'd be willing to sacrifice 10 years of my lifespan in order to acquire those treasures. You said that only brute strength can dissolve the formation? It seems we're going to be quite busy. There is no time to lose. Let's start immediately. Marquis Nanlong then looked at Lu Weiying and openly said, and when we break the formation, shall we split the treasures evenly? Of course. Let's do as you say. Lu Weiying also wished to acquire the treasure and replied promptly, much to Marquis Nanlong's satisfaction. At that moment, the two increased the distance between them and developed a sense of vigilance against each other. Afterwards, Lu Weiying took out a white flag and flung it into the air before taking a seat with his hands held in an incantation gesture. Marquis Nanlong waved his sleeve and flung a golden sword into the air. Suddenly both a gale and sword chi were summoned. As they approached the table, the golden light barrier made another appearance and explosions began to continuously sound out deep underground. Near the top of a mountain, a streak of azure light was flying through the sky. It was Han Li who was hurrying on his way. He had already passed through the mountain with the purple-lined scorpions and was about to enter the cave to head back to the outer valley. Because Han Li had traveled along this path before, the journey went smoothly and quickly. What took a day's travel before would now only take him a third of the time. Just as he was 2 hours from the cave, he suddenly heard a chain of explosions in the distance. His expression stirred and he paused to take a look at the source in the distance. He quickly spread out his spiritual sense and sensed strange spiritual chi fluctuations. Han Li unconsciously narrowed his eyes and saw that there were faint flashes of white light coming from a mountain in the distance. If he wasn't mistaken, it was an area that he suspected to have restrictions. It was possibly an area that contained treasures from ancient cultivators. It appeared other cultivators also entered the valley depths in search for treasure. Just as Han Li pondered this, he shook his head. He was momentarily tempted to take advantage of the chaos for his own gain, but he soon stifled the idea. Since he was afraid of catching the attention of others, he only quickly swept his spiritual sense past them and didn't take a closer look at the treasure hunters. As of current, Han Li felt that it was better to avoid any troubles that could come his way. That in mind, he tore through the skies and soon disappeared. Tens of kilometers away in the direction that Han Li had looked, there were a group of a dozen cultivators that were furiously striking at a white barrier covering a small mountain. Those leading them was the Mulan divine sage Zhong and the woman surnamed Lu. The group of cultivators were all Mulan spell warriors. Just as Han Li flew off, divine sage Zhong's brow stirred and he unconsciously glanced in Han Li's direction. Spell warrior Lu noticed the scholarly man's glance and asked, "What? Has brother Zhong discovered something amiss?" The scholarly man indifferently replied, "It's nothing. I just felt a heavenly south cultivator sweep their spiritual sense past this direction. However, it seems they don't wish to interfere and they flew away after finding us. Since we're so close to breaking the restriction, let's not delve too deeply into the matter." Spell warrior Lu sighed and helplessly said, "Brother Zhong makes sense. We have reached the crucial moment for breaking the restriction. I hope it isn't like the other restriction we broke where there were no treasures to be found, not to mention the 2 men that we lost to spatial tears." When divine sage Zhong heard this, his face grew sullen. "There is nothing that we can do about that. There is no way we can guard against those invisible spatial tears. The low-grade spirit birds we prepared had all gone made once we entered the valley and they were completely uncontrollable. If we were able to have them scout ahead for us, we wouldn't have lost 2 men. Spell warrior Lu pensively said, "Those spirit birds didn't seem to go mad, but were overwhelmed by their fear of the inner valley. Could there be something here that is specialized in restraining demon beasts? The Blackwing hawk I borrowed is a grade 5 spirit beast, but even it wasn't able to hear my orders once we entered the valley. It is even unwilling to leave the spirit beast pouch. There is something truly odd about this Devilfall Valley." A cold glint appeared in the scholarly man's eyes and he gloomily said, "Perhaps. It is known as the most dangerous place in the heavenly south. Naturally, there will be something strange about this place. However, we didn't come here to unravel the valley's secrets but to search for ancient treasures and medicines on behalf of the Mulan. As such, we must continue even if we can't use spirit birds. We had to make a trade with the 4 superpowers of the heavenly south in order to come by this golden opportunity. We can't waste it now." Chapter 828. Joining together as Divine Sage Zhong and Cultivator Lu were having their discussion, Han Li had already flown over 50 kilometers away. Nothing else occurred on his way and he arrived at the cave after another hour of flight. When he arrived, he took out the yin-yang ring once more and entered the passageway with the treasure's protection. He quickly passed through the passage and quickened his steps when he saw the light of the cave's exit. Soon, his surroundings brightened and he found himself back in front of a cliff leading to the outer valley. Han Li raised his head to look at the dusky sky. Although it still gave him a feeling of unease, it was far better than the crimson light that covered the sky in the valley depths. After sweeping his spiritual sense over the nearby area and discovering there were no cultivators or any other oddities, Han Li sighed with relief and turned his gaze to the wall around the cave entrance. With a wave of his hand, an azure spell seal flew out and entered the stone wall without a trace. Soon after, Han Li silently formed another hand gesture as he began to slowly mutter an incantation while a strange scene followed. The unremarkable stone wall suddenly began to glow with a layer of blue light before a swarm of gold-devouring beetles flocked out from the wall, each of them carrying various-sized pieces of silver crystal. A few pieces were as large as a fist while others were as small as a grain of sand. In the blink of an eye, the pieces of silver crystal delivered by the beetles had formed a pile in front of Han Li. They were the crystallized tailstar silver ore. When the first pieces appeared, Han Li's expression was calm, but excitement began to show when tens of these crystals dropped down. Youngster Han. The tailstar silver ore vein is far bigger than I imagined. It seems I will be able to research using this material in creating puppets. Suddenly, the monarch of soul divergence's voice appeared in Han Li's mind. He couldn't help but betray his delight from his voice. After the gold-devouring beetles had deposited the last of the tailstar silver crystal, Han Li looked at the small pile of shimmering silver and smiled. That's right. I also didn't think the tailstar silver ore vein would contain this much. We've gathered quite the harvest. Han Li swung his sleeve over the ground and swept up the silver crystals into his storage pouch in an instant. Afterwards, he sharply whistled and the gold-devouring beetles revolved around him before rushing back into their storage pouch. Once this was done, Han Li slapped his storage pouch and a translucent ball appeared in his palm. He then blew a mist of azure light onto the pearl and a bean-sized speck of light appeared within the ball. Han Li stared at the pearl in his hand for a long while and slightly frowned before looking around him. After getting his bearings, his body glowed with azure light and he streaked through the sky. Han Li wasn't flying in a hurry and as he flew with the transparent ball in his hand, he would occasionally stop to look at it before adjusting his course and continuing on his way. After flying for tens of kilometers, he arrived above a wilderness and yelped with surprise before coming to a sudden stop. His body blurred and he quickly descended. By the time he was 100 meters above the wilderness, Han Li stopped and light flashed from his eyes. He saw a male cultivator's corpse split in half lying in the wilderness and the surroundings had already been stained dark red with the hardened blood. As for the cultivator's magic treasure and storage pouch, they were nowhere to be seen. Han Li glanced at the corpse for a moment and sighed. It seems someone had attacked him. After verifying that there were no spatial tears nearby, he knew there was only one possible conclusion. Han Li didn't linger there for long and quickly continued on his way. Han Li smiled and looked at Violet Spirit's flawless face before continuing. Lady Violet Spirit revealing her true appearance has come as a surprise to me. I had believed that it was easy for you to conceal. Violet Spirit pursed her lips and sweetly said, when I entered the valley, I had used a treasure to conceal my true appearance. However, there seems to be a restriction in the valley that has rendered it ineffective. Without it to conceal my true appearance, I have no choice to but wear it. What? Could it be that my uncouth appearance is below Brother Han's notice? Fairy Violet Spirit must be joking. With a wry chuckle, his expression suddenly became solemn as he said, that's enough joking around. Was this the first place you found that was marked? Violet Spirit withdrew her smile and answered, that's right. It should be genuine since the original mark was destroyed by the Ghost Spirit sect. However, finding it should prove to be no problem. When Han Li heard her mention the Ghost Spirit sect, he raised his brow and coldly smiled. Since that's the case, let's just follow the Ghost Spirit sect disciples. It should save us quite a bit of time. As Brother Han commands. A month ago, I placed a tracker unique to the Exquisite Sound sect onto the Ghost Spirit sect disciple who gave me the information. The tracker isn't something created from magic power but by a fragrance undetectable to others. While the range of this fragrance isn't large and it disappears after 2 months, it should still be enough to track down the ghost spirit sect disciple that I placed it on. I will have to trouble fellow Taoist violet spirit to lead the way. First, we will track down the ghost spirit sect disciple and rush past the marks they placed before. This way the spirit kindle fruit will be ours. Hanli nodded and then slowly stood up. A silver-tailed squirrel suddenly shot out from the dense forest and flew into the sky. It then sniffed the air before flying off in a certain direction. Soon after, 2 streaks of light flew in a circle before closely flying after it. Chapter 829. Portrait. As Hanli followed after the flying squirrel tracking the ghost spirit sect elder Zhong, the ghost spirit sect master's party had passed through a huge mountain and arrived at a basin. The basin was dim and damp with various sized puddles on the ground that made it miserable for the party of cultivators to walk through. Although they were able to use a few minor spell techniques to ward off the mud and dirty water, their speed was massively reduced. Regardless of their currently discomfort, none of them complained. When they had climbed over the huge mountain, they managed to survey everything that laid in the distance and caught sight of the huge altar located at the center of the basin. This was the first time that they had seen an intact building since they had entered Devilfall Valley. Based solely on that fact, it was needless to say that the place was unordinary. It was also likely that it had something to do with the Spirit Ether Garden. As a result, Wei Wuya and the Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators trudged on with burning anticipation despite their slowed steps. It wasn't that they hadn't thought of floating above the ground, but that they had nearly been struck by a bolt of crimson lightning when they tried. It seemed that the closer they were to the center of the basin, the more ferocious the restrictions became, eliminating any inclination of theirs to further test the restrictions. After walking through the mire for half a day, the party of cultivators eventually arrived near the altar with only shrubbery in their way. The altar appeared giant even at a distance. The altar was carved out of white mountain stone and stacked with huge steps. It was absolutely towering, reaching over a kilometer into the sky. It was a truly grand and imposing structure. But given its vast height and the distance from them, they were still unable to clearly see its base. Although Wei Wuya was treading through the murky water, his entire body emitted a faint green light that allowed him to slip through it in a smooth manner. He calmly said, "It should only take 4 hours at most before we arrive. Sect Master Wang, I am quite curious about the Spirit Ether Graden now that we are so close to it." Wang Tianxing faintly smiled and casually said, "Brother Wei, be at ease. When the time comes, I will be certain to tell you everything." Wei Wuya nodded and was about to ask something further when a green light suddenly flashed from the Ghost Spirit Sect disciple walking at the very front. The disciple tumbled back before his head rolled off his body, followed by his chest, landing in the murky waters with a splash. Spatial tear. When Wang Tianxing heard this, his expression vastly changed. Wei Wuya and Wang Tiangu also wore solemn expressions at the. Although Wei Wuya and Wang Tiangu didn't know what Wang Tianxing was plotting, their path had gone smoothly before this and they had grown relaxed and careless. Now that a spatial tear had appeared before them, they couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. When the other 3 Ghost Spirit Sect disciples saw this, their faces paled, and the entire party came to a stop. Wang Tianxing looked at the corpse of the disciple killed by the spatial tear and his expression wavered. During that moment, Wei Wuya closed his eyes and swept his spiritual sense around him before opening them once more. He expressionlessly shook his head and said, "This won't do. The spatial tears aren't large enough to be sensed with spiritual sense." When Wang Qinggu heard this, he flicked his fingers several times, launching 5 fireballs in succession. 3 of the fireballs disappeared without a trace while the other 2 exploded upon contacting the ground, leaving 2 large holes behind. Wang Qinggu said with a relaxed tone, "The spatial tear is very small and is only somewhat slanted. We'll be able to walk around it." With a gloomy tone, Wang Tianxing muttered, "Although this spatial tear is small, who knows how many we will encounter the rest of the way. We don't have many lives to spare. According to what I know, there shouldn't even be any spatial tears blocking our way. Could it be that that person has hidden something?" Wei Wuya's expression stirred when he heard this, but he said nothing. As for Wang Tiangu, he glanced at the altar in the distance before looking back at the corpse lying on the ground, appearing somewhat confused. "Then what should we do, Sect Master?" Wang Tianxing tensely frowned and he glanced at the sky without immediately replying. After a moment of silence, he let out a long sigh and said, Originally, I planned on waiting until we arrived at the altar before saying anything, but I no longer have a choice. I will tell you everything. When Wei Wuya and the others heard this, they glanced at each other with dismay. Wang Tianxing waved his sleeve in a flourish of silver light, summoning a plain scroll into his hand. The scroll was a meter long and shined with silver light. That is. Wang Tiangu couldn't help but cry out at the sight of the scroll. Wang Tianxing looked at Wang Tiangu and chuckled, "Of course you know what this is. You personally gave it to me after all. Everything I know about the Spirit Ether Garden is from this scroll." When Wang Tiangu heard this, he was stunned. The scroll was the portrait of Master Tsangkuan that had been inside his hidden lair in the Mulan Plains. Wang Tianxing tossed the scroll out and suspended it in the air in a ball of light. He then formed an incantation gesture and pointed at the scroll. With a crackle, the scroll quickly unfolded, revealing the portrait of a scholarly man wearing Confucian robes with a sword on his back as he looked to the sky at the rear of the portrait. Wang Tiangu and the others widely opened their eyes as they stared at the portrait. But after a while, none of them were able to sense anything from it. But when Wei Wuya swept his spiritual sense past the portrait, his expression stirred and a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. Wang Tianxing stirred upon seeing Wei Wuya's change in expression, and he said, as expected of a late nascent soul cultivator, "Fellow Taoist Wei was able to discover the mystery quite quickly. I was only able to find the peculiarity of the scroll because I had cultivated a certain secret technique. It's nothing special. It's like a spatial pocket magic tool that I had seen a long time ago. If fellow Taoist Wang hadn't mentioned it to me, I wouldn't have been able to easily discover it." Wei Wuya responded with an odd expression. Wang Tianxing smiled and asked no further. He then raised his hand and released a black spell seal from his sleeve, striking at the scroll. He then coldly snorted and said, "Are you not going to come out? Do you want me to use devil fire to force you out?" The others were alarmed to hear this and felt somewhat baffled. Wei Wuya also raised his brow in surprise and his face betrayed a trace of bewilderment. Afterwards, an inconceivable event occurred. A man's voice clearly left the scroll. "Isn't this earlier than we had agreed? Why would you summon me before you arrived? Now that you've called out to me in front of so many people, do you want to call off our deal?" Silver light shined from the scroll, and the scholarly man in the portrait suddenly turned around to reveal the face of a middle-aged man with long facial hair. However, he appeared quite displeased. Not only were the remaining ghost spirit sect disciples astonished by the scene, but Wang Tiangu's jaw dropped as well with an expression of astonishment. As for Wei Wuya, he only revealed his shock for a short moment before calming down. He then stared at the portrait with a pensive expression. Wang Tianxing snorted, "Didn't I repeatedly ask you if the route you gave me was completely safe? There was an invisible spatial tear here that slew my sect disciple. When I walked this path it was completely safe. How could there be a problem now?" The portrait's lips moved to rebuke him. "Then explain this." The ghost spirit sect master sullenly glanced at the disciple's corpse that lay near the invisible spatial tear. The portrait paused for a moment and muttered to himself before fading away from sight. Then in a flicker of light, an azure screen of light appeared in front of them. Soon after, a sphere of green light shot out from the curtain of light and transformed into a silhouette of the scholarly man from the portrait. His body appeared incorporeal as if he were made entirely of light. The light was so faint that it was almost as if the image could be blown away with a single breath. Wang Tiangu's mouth dried and he uttered with shock, "How should I address you? Could it be you are truly Master Tsangkuan? How were you able to maintain your soul past your lifespan and exist until now? The time I can emerge from the scroll is limited. If you have any questions, ask your sect master. I will be taking a look at the spatial tear." The scholarly man didn't pay any attention to Wang Tiangu's shock and looked in the direction of the spatial tear. He faintly frowned and spat out a ball of gray light from his mouth. With a bang, the ball of gray light was consumed by the spatial tear. The scholarly man appeared baffled at the sight of this. "How strange." The scholarly man's surprise soon disappeared and he calmly said, "In the past there were no spatial tears here. It seems to be a rare newly formed tear. You don't need to be too worried about it as it is merely a matter of coincidence. I will be returning now." Whoosh. His figure disappeared and the ball of green light flew back into the scroll as if unwilling to spend any more time outside than absolutely necessary. Chapter 830, Thousand Strands of Spiritual Sense. The scholarly man's silhouette disappeared in the blink of an eye, much to the astonishment of everyone nearby. Wei Wuya paused and said, Sect Master Wang, is that person truly Master Tsangkuan? Since this person only has a little bit of essence remaining, he can't pose much of a threat, regardless of how fearful he may have been in the past. Was he the one who told you about the Spirit Ether Garden? Wang Tianxing's face had relaxed when he heard that the spatial tear was something that had newly appeared. He then turned to Wei Wuya and said, to start with, we can say that he both is Master Tsangkuan and is not Master Tsangkuan. And yes, everything we know about the Spirit Ether Garden came from him. What do you mean? There is no need to keep it a mystery. Wei Wuya said with an annoyed tone. Wang Tianxing indifferently explained, Brother Wei misunderstands. The portrait soul you witnessed was the scattered soul of one of Master Tsangkuan's incarnations. When this incarnation probed into Devilfall Valley, it was destroyed by a restriction. As a result, Master Tsangkuan used a soul-nurturing technique to refine the soul fragment into a scroll magic tool for recovery. But now that the genuine Master Tsangkuan died countless years ago, this soul incarnation has become independent. It isn't strange to say that this soul incarnation has become a different person entirely. Wei Wuya expressed surprise when he heard this while Wang Tiangu pursed his lips and wryly chuckled. It wasn't clear whether or not he was bitter about not having discovered the secret of the scroll or because of his previously excitement. Wei Wuya nodded and coldly said, It seems you've reached an agreement with that soul remnant and he's told you about the Spirit Ether Garden. However, this has nothing to do with me. I only care about entering the garden. Now that I've reached this age, I only care about entering the deity transformation stage and ascending to the spirit realm. Brother Wei is quite a sensible individual. This way is for the best. Alright, since the spatial tear was only an anomaly, let's continue. The ghost spirit sect master smiled and pointed to one of the disciples to continue leading the way. The disciple paled when he saw this, but he continued onward nevertheless, avoiding the spatial tear in the way. Wei Wuya gradually quickened his steps and the other ghost spirit sect disciples followed suit, making their way toward the huge altar in the distance. Standing inside of a glacial area deeply layered in frost, Han Li raised his head toward the crimson light above him. He then faced Violet Spirit and said, What's going on? Your flying squirrel has gone mad. Not far behind them, there was a 200-meter wide ravine of ice. Han Li and Violet Spirit had passed through it to enter the valley depths. Surrounding them now was a land of ice, snow, and the howls of bone-chilling winds. However, Han Li's azure robes remained completely still as if unaffected by the frost. I don't know. My flying squirrel was doing fine on the outside, but when it passed through the ravine, it suddenly went mad. Fortunately, I withdrew it quickly before something could happen. Even after it entered the spirit beast pouch, it's still completely frantic. Violet Spirit frowned in complete confusion. Han Li muttered to himself before suddenly slapping his storage pouch. A small group of gold-devouring beetles were released and they buzzed as they gathered in a small cloud above his head before remaining completely still. Then with a mental command, the small group of beetles immediately returned to his storage pouch with complete obedience. Han Li stroked his chin and his gaze flickered as he slapped another storage pouch to summon a black streak of light. It revolved once above his head and then dropped down a meter in front of Han Li. The light faded away to reveal a small black monkey that was several inches tall, the Weeping Soul Beast. It yawned and blinked, blankly staring at Han Li as if it had just woken up. Han Li watched the beast for a long while before summoning a wave of azure light with a sweep of his sleeve. And in another flash of light, the Weeping Soul Beast disappeared from sight. Han Li pondered to himself for a moment and turned to Violet Spirit. Having come to a decision, he said, Since you've lost control of your flying squirrel, I have no choice but to rely on myself to track down the ghost spirit sect. Fortunately, we aren't too far away from them now that we've entered the valley depths. I will spread out my spiritual sense and look for any tracks they left behind. Guard me for the time being. Han Li was relieved that the gold-devouring beetles and the Weeping Soul Beast were unaffected by the valley depths. But this might have been expected as they were far from ordinary, being top-ranked exotic insects and a fearsome beast variant, respectively. Of course, Han Li couldn't have known that Marquis Nanlong's Eternal Flight Orioles were also unaffected by the valley, unlike the Mulan Spirit birds and Violet Spirit's flying squirrel. The cause behind this had something to do with a secret that lay hidden in the valley depths. Violet Spirit bit her lips and helplessly said, Then all we can do is rely on Brother Han's abilities. Han Li nodded and promptly sat down cross-legged. With his eyes closed, his body began to brilliantly shine with light as strands of qi occasionally floated in the air. Violet's spirit waited at the side, her clear eyes staring at Han Li's expressionless face. To tell the truth, she felt some unclear and unknown emotions towards Han Li. It wasn't entirely accurate to say that they were only good friends, and she had felt some delight when Han Li became dumbfounded upon seeing her true appearance. She definitely couldn't be considered his confidant either. Although she had gone through many trials and tribulations with Han Li until now, he had never truly laid his heart bare to her, as if intentionally increasing the distance between them. It seemed he had no intention of taking things any further. As a matter of fact, with Han Li's current status and cultivation, if he had proposed to marry her, she was still unsure whether or not she would accept. She had unintentionally found out from the Drifting Cloud Sect's cultivator song that Han Li already had a Dao companion by the name of Nangong Wan, much to her disappointment. It felt as if something of hers had been snatched away. Violet Spirit's mind remained in a daze as she stared at Han Li's face, her imagination running rampant. Of course, Han Li was completely ignorant of all of this. He had already released his spiritual sense to sweep through a 50-kilometer radius and see if there were any ghost spirit sect cultivators around. But as a result, his search ended in vain. Han Li frowned, but he wasn't discouraged. He then spread out his spiritual sense to scan over 100 kilometers away, but was still unable to discover the aura of any other cultivators. After some consideration, Han Li tossed the spirit beast pouch into the air, and he formed an incantation gesture with his hands, releasing over 1,000 gold-devouring beetles into the air. Go! Han Li widely opened his eyes and waved his hand, striking at the beetles with an azure spell seal. The beetles' swarm loudly buzzed before scattering and flying off in every direction. Han Li then closed his eyes once more, and the light surrounding his body became even more brilliant. When Violet Spirit saw this, she wore an expression of alarm. She didn't know what Han Li had just done. At that moment, Han Li had already reached the pinnacle of the Great Development Technique. He had forcefully divided his spiritual sense into over 1,000 different strands and sent almost all of them to attach themselves to each gold-devouring beetle, leaving behind only a few strands on his body to protect himself. His strands of spiritual sense were able to see through the eyes of the gold-devouring beetle that they possessed, but they weren't able to sense a cultivator's aura. The beetles had begun to spread out and look for traces of cultivators that might appear. Of course, there were beetles that came across a spatial tear or became trapped in a restriction, but this didn't pose much of a threat to something that lacked physical form, such as a strand of spiritual sense. Whenever a gold-devouring beetle met a mishap, the attached spiritual sense strand would abandon its host and return to Han Li's body, but there still were times where these strands were either destroyed or trapped. When this occurred, Han Li decisively severed his connection to those strands and turned his attention elsewhere. But for each strand of spiritual sense he lost, he couldn't help but grow pale. Fortunately, his spiritual sense was beyond powerful, and he was able to withstand these losses without much harm and recover quickly. With these 1,000 gold-devouring beetles swarming the sky, Han Li eventually found a clue leading to the route that the ghost spirit sect took moving forward. He immediately commanded all of his gold-devouring beetles to return. Once the last gold-devouring beetles returned to their pouch, Han Li opened his eyes with a cold smile. We're going. I found their trail. With that said, Han Li stood up and flew through the sky in an azure streak of light. When Violet Spirit saw this, she rejoiced and closely followed after him. Shortly after, Han Li and Violet Spirit appeared above an expanse of scattered stone. Han Li stared at the newly appeared hold with a strange expression. Han Li calmly said, "It seems this is one of the places with a sign placed here. If I remember correctly, there should be 2 marked locations that lead to the Spirit Kindle fruit. This is a prime opportunity to track them down." Then with a fling of his sleeve, a ball of white light flew from his sleeve and landed 10 meters away from them to reveal the wind-riding chariot. With a firm tone, Han Li ordered, "We'll quickly chase after them. You fly far too slowly, so climb into the chariot. We'll only be able to catch up to them if we fly several times faster than we do now." Several times faster? There are too many spatial tears in the valley. Isn't it too dangerous? Violet Spirit's expression changed in alarm. Chapter 831. Transforming the Mountain. I am only doing this because I am certain it will work. Han Li mysteriously smiled and continued, "Could it be that Lady Violet Spirit doesn't want to take any risks for the Spirit Kindle fruit?" Violet Spirit's clear eyes flickered for a moment before she sweetly smiled and said, "According to what I know of you, Brother Han definitely wouldn't take any risks unless he were absolutely certain. It seems you have a secret technique that allows you to see through the invisible spatial tiers. As such, I will respectfully follow your suggestion. Then with a blur, she boarded the wind-riding chariot. Han Li glanced at the woman with a trace of surprise but wordlessly commanded the chariot forward regardless. In the blink of an eye, the chariot tore through the air in a streak of white light and flew through the passage. According to Han Li's predictions, it would take less than half a day of traveling across this wasteland before they caught up to the party of Ghost Spirit sect disciples. When Han Li and Violet Spirit finally caught up to them, they saw that Elder Zhong's party was encountering some mishaps. Due to a mistake of a Ghost Spirit sect disciple, a nearby ancient restriction had been activated and they were currently occupied with trying to save themselves. With Han Li's spiritual sense and caution, Elder Zhong wasn't able to discover any trace of them. Rather, Han Li was able to use his powerful spiritual sense to observe them from a distance without detection. Han Li clearly felt that the spiritual chi fluctuations of the ancient restriction weren't very strong. With their mid-nascent soul stage Elder Zhong, the Ghost Spirit sect cultivators wouldn't be trapped for long. However, this small period of delay was a golden opportunity for Han Li to gain distance on them. Han Li urged the wind-riding chariot forward and steeled his heart, veering off the original route. Not long after, he avoided several spatial tiers on the way and left the Ghost Spirit sect cultivators far behind. With Violet Spirit by his side, the two arrived at a sparkling emerald green mountain range. Han Li's mind stirred when he saw it and he ordered the wind-riding chariot to slowly come to a stop. It should be here. Do you see the mountain that resembles a flying bird? That's the sign. Violet Spirit spoke with a tone of excitement upon seeing the mountains. At that same moment, she couldn't help but look in Han Li's direction. In truth, although Violet Spirit said she held complete confidence in Han Li, she still felt a lump in her throat when the wind-riding chariot traveled at lightning speed. It came as a surprise to her that Han Li's route was completely safe. They had avoided any spatial tears or ancient restrictions that may have laid along the way. Completely unbeknownst to her, Han Li also felt quite lucky. While he was able to see through spatial tiers with his bright sight spirit eyes, it was quite lucky that they hadn't activated any ancient restrictions on their way. With that thought, Han Li narrowed his eyes as he stared at a peculiar mountain in the distance. The direction that the bird beak pointed should be the location of the final mark leading to the spirit kindle fruit. While Violet Spirit waited, she saw that Han Li was mulling over his thoughts. She hesitantly proposed, "Brother Han, will we not set out now? How about we destroy the mountain before we go?" According to the Jade Slip, the location of the final mark should be in a desert around 500 kilometers away from the mountain. Is that right? That's right. What does Brother Han mean? Han Li calmly said, "It's quite simple. Even if we destroy the mountain, they will still able to see the damage was recent and know it was where the sign was located. And since the last location is the neighboring desert, it will only be a matter of time before they find it. The only method to buy us more time would be to place down an illusion formation covering the mountain to make it appear completely ordinary. In this way they will miss the sign." Brother Han's words are quite reasonable. But it will be a problem setting up an illusion formation large enough to cover the entire mountain and powerful enough to escape the spiritual sense of a nascent soul cultivator. Could it be that Brother Han is an expert in illusion techniques as well? Violet Spirit asked him with a tone of bewilderment. Han Li chuckled and said, "I'm not skilled in illusion techniques, but I have someone that is." Then with a casual wave, a streak of white light shot out from his sleeve. In a brilliant flash, a gorgeous white-clothed woman appeared. "Greetings, Master." Silvermoon curtsied to Han Li as soon as she appeared. "Who is she?" Violet Spirit couldn't help but cry out in alarm upon seeing Silvermoon appear. "This is Silvermoon. Consider her a subordinate of me," Han Li gave a vague answer before pointing to the mountain. "Silvermoon, do you have a method of placing an illusion formation around the mountain in a short amount of time?" Silvermoon respectfully replied, "With Master's illusion formation tools and my illusion techniques, it should be possible. However, my illusions aren't powerful enough to reliably escape the notice of a nascent soul cultivator's spiritual sense. Also, my illusion techniques won't last as long as a spell formation. It will only last 2 days before fading away." After some consideration, Han Li slapped his storage pouch and took out 2 glowing sets of spell formation tools. He handed them over to Silvermoon and said, "That's fine. Start setting it up. It will be fine however strong it may be. 2 days will also be enough." "Yes, Master." Silvermoon took the spell formations tools and began her work. At that moment, Han Li was looking at the bird-shaped mountain and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. He rolled his hands and then raised one, releasing an azure sword streak that was over 30 meters long. It assumed the shape of a flood dragon and coiled once around the mountain before shooting back to his body with a roar. The bird-shaped mountain suddenly became to crumble. The bird head and the wings instantly collapsed to rubble, carving out an ordinary shape from the mountain. Violet Spirit stared at the mountain, dumbfounded. Although she knew that her abilities couldn't hope to compare to Han Li's, it was quite alarming that he was able to exert such amazing might without even summoning a magic treasure. Although she had already heard that Han Li was a force only inferior to the three great Heavenly South cultivators, Violet Spirit had always felt somewhat skeptical of the rumors. After all, only until recently Han Li was a core formation cultivator such as herself. To garner such widespread fame shortly after entering the nascent soul stage was outlandish to Violet Spirit. She had originally believed that his reputation was a result of luck and his opportunistic methods. As Violet Spirit was awed by his display of might, Silvermoon had already flown to the cut mountain and began to place down the spell formation tools. Silvermoon acted quickly, and in the time it took to finish a meal, she was already done. Layers of white mist began to slowly rise from the mountain, covering a majority of it. Only the peak of the mountain was left uncovered. With this done, Silvermoon streaked towards the mountaintop in a ball of silver light and opened her mouth, spitting out a pink mist to cover the mountain below. As Silvermoon continued to envelop the mountain in mist, the mist quickly faded away as soon as it left her mouth. Not long after, an astonishing scene occurred. The mountain's surroundings distorted, causing it to completely disappear with a verdant forest in its place. Han Li nodded with satisfaction. In an underground hall thousands of kilometers away, Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiing were sitting cross-legged at separate corners of the hall. They were commanding their magic treasures to continuously strike at the brilliantly shining magic treasure despite the treasure's dimming light. The Buddhist characters floating on the barrier were originally the size of a grain, but now they had grown to the size of a fist. They wandered across the barrier's surface in a solemn display. Outside the golden barrier, a white wind dragon, a golden streak, two blue water pythons, and a dark green ring were continuously striking at the surface of the light barrier. Each strike caused the light barrier to faintly tremble in flashes of light. By this time, Marquis Nanlong's and Lu Weiing's faces appeared completely pale. This was to be expected. They were unceasingly consuming their magic power without interruption and had overdrafted their vitality to continue attacking with their magic treasures. They were already cursing at the formidable durability of the Sanctuary Guardian formation. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they would have to risk their lives in order to break through this Buddhist spell formation. Although the two had suffered great damage to their vitality, the barrier was also about to reach its limit. As such, the two gritted their teeth and continued to persevere as they cursed in their hearts. After an unknown amount of time, a huge explosion sounded out. Immediately after, Lu Weiing stood up and shouted with delight, "It's broken! Broken! Finally, our effort has borne fruit." The golden barrier covering the table along with the talisman characters that floated around it instantly disappeared. When Marquis Nanlong saw this, he rejoiced with excitement as well. Soon after, the two took a thorough look at the treasures and medicines that had laid behind the barrier. As the two were particularly cunning individuals, neither of them immediately took action as their heartbeats suddenly sped up. Chapter 832, Stirring Devils. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiing stared at the table and their gazes unconsciously met. They both watched each other with vigilance. Although the two had been friends for years, in the face of such precious treasures their friendship evaporated in an instant. Silence filled the hall, only to be interrupted by Lu Weiing's chuckle. He said, "Brother Nanlong, we both are well aware of what the other is thinking. Although my cultivation was lower than yours in the past, you had suffered quite a bit of damage to your cultivation during your excursion in the Mulan Plains, and now our strengths can be said to be equal. With so many spiritual medicines, we don't need to fight over them. It would be best to split them evenly rather than to have this end in mutual destruction." Marquis Nanlong glanced at the most eye-catching treasure on the table and said, "I also agree with what Brother Lu is saying. Although we will divide the spiritual medicines evenly, I only want the alms bowl. You can have the other treasures. How about it?" Lu Weiing's expression stirred, but after a moment of thought he said, "The alms bowl? That's fine. Let's divide it like that then. As of current, I only wish to increase my lifespan and cultivation. I don't particularly value treasures." Marquis Nanlong rejoiced. He originally thought he would have to sacrifice more to persuade Lu Weiying, but he had easily agreed to his conditions. Regardless, he erred on the side of caution and took a careful glance at Lu Weiying. Even after seeing that his expression was entirely calm, Marquis Nanlong still hesitated. Upon seeing this, Lu Weiying smiled and said, "What? Did Brother Nanlong change his mind? Will I be taking the alms bowl instead?" Marquis Nanlong's gaze flickered and he remained silent for a spell. Eventually, Marquis Nanlong chuckled with a calm smile and replied, "Brother Lu must be joking. Since you've agreed, I will take you up on your offer. Let us take them at the same time. You take the 3 treasures and the jade talismans while I take the alms bowl. Then we will distribute the spirit medicines. Will that do?" "Yes. Let's do as you say." Lu Weiying agreed without any hesitation. Satisfied, Marquis Nanlong nodded and the two took action at the same time. Lu Weiying swept his sleeve towards the table and shot out a white mist to sweep up the 3 magic tools and the many jade talismans. Simultaneously, Marquis Nanlong carefully opened his mouth to sweep up the alms bowl in a ball of golden light. This all happened smoothly without a problem. The treasures were swept up by the lights without any resistance and flew back to their respective owners. When Marquis Nanlong took the alms bowl into his hand, he couldn't help but reveal an expression of joy. As for Lu Weiying, he didn't express the slight emotion upon acquiring his treasures. As Marquis Nanlong looked at the flawless alms bowl in his hand, his smile faded away. With a quick flip of his hand, he slapped the alms bowl in a blur, placing a yellow talisman on top of it. Lu Weiying's expression vastly changed at the sight of this. In his alarm he asked, "Marquis Nanlong, what are you doing?" "What am I doing? You think I didn't see that the treasures and jade talismans were being used to suppress this alms bowl? Although I don't know what it is, I know that it is a supreme ancient treasure. Whatever it is that lies within should also be quite fearsome. However, if you think that I'll be opening this alms bowl in front of you, I fear you will be disappointed. Unless I am completely certain of suppressing it, I will not be opening it." As Marquis Nanlong spoke, his hand continued to slap down on the alms bowl, placing 5 various colored talismans down in a single breath. Lu Weiying soon regained his composure and said, "Hee hee. I didn't think that you'd misunderstand my concession to your terms. I don't know why, but I feel we should immediately depart as soon as the medicines are divided. I don't want to stay here any longer than necessary." Marquis Nanlong snorted in derision and said, "Then let's do as you says. We'll evenly split the medicines which will extend our lifespans. As for the remaining medicines, we'll pick them one by one." With one hand holding the alms bowl, he reached out towards the table with his other. In that instant, a foot-large hand of golden light appeared on the table and grabbed at the heaven essence fruit. Lu Weiying's expression turned sullen. Without giving a reply, a hand of white light appeared above the table and grabbed at the purple heaven mend mushroom on the side. With a muffled sound, both the heaven essence fruits and the heaven mend mushroom disappeared from the table and the 2 hands of light grabbed nothing. Then the table brilliantly shined with light and all the spirit medicines bubbled away without a trace. Interrupted by this, Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying were dumbstruck. At that moment, the alms bowl that Marquis Nanlong held in his hand began to wildly flash with light and the talisman sealing it began to combust. The talismans were instantly turned to ashes by pitch-black demonic flames. The flames spread across the spirit medicines like wildfire. In Marquis Nanlong's furious alarm, he looked down at the alms bowl in his hand and his face turned deathly pale. Without another thought, golden light shined from his hand and a worn golden talisman appeared on his finger as he fiercely slapped it onto the alms bowl. But it was clear to see that it was too late. The lid of the alms bowl shot up into the air with an explosive bang and an indistinct black light was quickly released from it, shooting towards the holder of the alms bowl, Marquis Nanlong. At such a close distance he wasn't able to avoid it. With his other hand still several inches away from placing the golden talisman on the alms bowl, the black light sunk into his face and disappeared without a trace. H. A miserable and pained scream left Marquis Nanlong's mouth and he fiercely smashed the alms bowl into the wall beside him before kneeling onto the floor with his hands covering his head. As for the golden talisman, it had already dropped to the floor. Soon his face began to warp. Possession? When Lu Weiying saw this, his face turned pale from fright. Without another thought, he pointed to Marquis Nanlong and 2 blue halberds shot out from his body to fiercely strike at Marquis Nanlong without mercy. But in the following moment, Marquis Nanlong roared and raised his head to reveal a face covered in a dense layer of black qi. His eyes had become silver-white and they glared at the incoming blue halberds without emotion. Just as the blue halberds arrived before him, Marquis Nanlong suddenly raised his arm. Clang! Clang! The two halberds were quickly blocked by his arm, the sound of metal striking metal resonating from the impact. The blow had scattered the robes to reveal his bare skin underneath. When Lu Weiying saw this, his eyes were wide with shock. The arm was glowing with black light and covered in purple-red tendons, and his hand became entirely hard and was tangled with black qi. This grotesque, monstrous arm was currently blocking the two blue halberds without the slightest injury. Inconceivable. Lu Weiying's heart dropped. Despite Marquis Nanlong's mid-nascent soul-stage spiritual sense, he had been possessed in an instant, causing his body to undergo a complete transformation. That black light was no ordinary evil soul. With that thought, Lu Weiying suddenly flung his sleeve and summoned a white spell flag into his hand and a fire-red scarf into the other. He tossed out the scarf as soon as it appeared, forming a red barrier of light in front of him, alleviating some of the panic that filled his mind. To the best of his understanding, his vast yang scarf should be enough to block any devilish or demonic attacks, given that he was facing an evil soul. Marquis Nanlong's body stood up with a stagger but didn't immediately attack Lu Weiying. Instead, it held out its arms in front of it and carefully examined its body once through. Then with its head facing the sky, it monstrously howled in laughter. Ha! Kiki. After so many years I've finally been freed. Let's see who will block the rise of this sacred ancestor now. This world now belongs to our holy realm. Sacred ancestor? Holy realm? Despite not knowing what this meant, Lu Weiying felt a chill overwhelm his heart when he heard it. He silently turned to look at the hall's entrance and recalled the spell formation he had placed outside the hall. Suddenly, his body brilliantly shined with white light and shot towards the hall's entrance. In that short time he arrived at the hall's entrance. But as soon as he rejoiced, a silhouette blurred in front of him, a huge bang appearing in its wake. Lu Weiying felt a blow of huge strength resonate through his vast yang scarf and blow him back deep into the hall. Like a rag, he crashed flat against the wall and sank a meter deep into it. Although a barrier of light protected him, he felt a thunderous tremble shake through his back and his body became completely numb. For the time being, he had lost control of his body. At that moment, Lu Weiying clearly saw Marquis Nanlong's body standing at the hall's entrance. It coldly lowered its fist and smirked at him, causing his complexion to blanch. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.